Chills in the air for the opportunity for one team in just a little while to have that moment you saw TSM rejoicing about live in London at LAN. But in order to do that, they've got to keep going because this is the last stop, as we so aptly put it in our previous broadcast, before you get there. 10 teams will be getting off. 10 teams are already watching on the sidelines, but 10 teams will have a chance at glory. We're going to find out who here in North America today, because it is our ALGS regional finals. Our Apex Legends Global Series brings you the best of what our esport has to offer. It's match point, baby, and it is match day, our final day of the split, and we cannot think of a better way to do it than with the crew we've assembled and all of you watching us at home or wherever you are in the world. Let's go ahead and introduce everyone who's going to be involved today. I certainly am excited after Amia's show. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host, and of course, I'm joined by two talented and just incredible guys right here. Let's introduce one right here who happens to, be, you got to say, coming down from the heavens, Mark. You might have said it, but you look like you just came down from the heavens right now. That's how good you look. There you go.
Look at this guy. Absolute charmer. Absolute charmer. You're a special guy, Rainy. Thank you very much. What a day we got, though. I mean, Amia, if you were watching it a little bit earlier, we went 9 games. We had 11 teams on match point before Alliance managed to get that win and finally call themselves a champion. It was a chaotic day. It was a crazy day. But if that's any way to start the day, North America is going to be just as fun. And the good news for everyone watching at home as well is the qualification spots are just as tight as well. So we're going to find out who's going to LAN. We're going to find out who's the champion, and we might have a Cinderella story as well.
And, to introduce your compatriot here, it's hard to give a more glowing recommendation. But for this guy, I don't really need to. He already knows that his brain kind of outdoes both yours and mine, Marks, combined most of the time. So we just let him sit with that inner awareness, and we don't really gloat about it too much outwardly. But for one moment, I will. Dan Gaskin joining us yet again, the man with the math and numbers, and, of course, the incredible analysis for us. How you feeling going into our North America match point day, baby?
I'm just glad I have the brains behind the scenes who give me all the numbers so then I can put them out on broadcast. It makes me look smart. I can pretend to be smart. I'm always excited for match point. Amir put on a show for us, but North America, there's always that something extra special about this region as well when they get stuck in. We've got teams that are fighting for LAN placements and also teams who are fighting to try and prove they are number one, not just in the region, but in the world. It's going to be a great day.
Well, gentlemen, we've had 9 days of broadcast so far. We have our 10th day here. It's our regional finals. And there's some interesting stories that have followed along both regions, specifically in North America, some of the bigger ones. And it's all kind of culminated into today with some small roster changes. We want to make sure everyone online who's watching is aware of that have adjusted getting into this final roster lock, heading into not just this situation, but in LAN as well. Speaking of, maybe the most talked about one is Dark Zero having to decide between taking Rambo on or picking up a new player. And that, of course, was Zainu, who ended up joining this roster just a few days ago. Mark, this is a player who has had an incredible season and is looking to do something special with Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not usually one for drama, but I've been pulled in by this Dark Zero story the last couple of weeks. I'm not going to lie. Rambo was in, all the drama leaving Sentinels. Rambo was out, and now Zainu is in from Meat Lovers. And Meat Lovers Tech wasn't too happy about it either, understandably as well. Losing a player like Zainu is always going to be tough. You can see some of the stats there. Amazing player, amazing breakthrough season for him as well. And you end up on Dark Zero after one split, you're doing something right.
So that left Dark Zero in the spot they were. Rambo watching from the sidelines now, and we wish him all the best. What a great guy. But it also made Meat Lovers have to make a selection of their own to replace the player that had gone to Dark Zero Tech. He released this video introducing it, and well, I mean, you got to say, graphics package-wise, top tier, Dan, but I think maybe some of these descriptions even better.
I was thinking that you were going to give me our new third. I thought that was what you were going to offer us then, and it was going to be one of those moments. But yeah, Luxford being added into the equation for Meat Lovers. Very excited to see what he can do on this roster. And, Meat Lovers, I think that Tech gets a lot of flack online, but he gives as good as he gets at times. And I think there's a great brain behind this team, and I believe they can really do damage in this region and on the international stage as well.
Fighting IGL.
Yes, we got it. We got it.
Meet Luxford. And we're back. All right. Great voiceover guy, Tech, by the way. I appreciated that one. TSM also officially putting minus tempo into there, most likely for a sub situation heading into LAN. Obviously, this is the bigger story that has kind of been overrunning the entire split. TSM, will they make it? Won't they? After last match day's win, we're thinking they can do it, but they still have to perform. They cannot get a 19th, 20th place here and expect that things will all work out. So still performing all around, and these are the roster changes leading us into this right now. That's where it stands in our regional final. Turning our focus back to today, though, because yes, that is a big moment kind of being set up across, and we'll get into those individual stories in a moment. Right now, we have a new format that these teams are going to have to play. Some teams together in this way, in this league, have not played a match point format tournament with each other. And that is going to be very exciting to see how they take on that challenge. Of course, if you're new to Apex Legends Esports, it's 50 points. You got to get past that threshold in terms of your performances throughout the games. Once you do, and then if you win, you will end the tournament being crowned as our champion of the regional finals. If you win, you will be going to LAN as well, and that will be a guarantee for any team, even if you haven't done well this season, but you've made it in the top 20, for you to carve your spot out in London. What a moment that will be. And of course, we'll be seeing who will do it. And that all starts with who will be playing. So let's take a look, Mark, at who we got. Top-down view of our 20 teams competing today.
I'll highlight some of the teams that are in great form coming into today. No surprise to say the likes of XSET, Optic Gaming, obviously the top two overall, looking extremely strong and certainly have been strong in the last 3 game weeks as well. TSM, we mentioned their crazy performance. Furia, they've been playing extremely well as well. But a couple of key teams to keep an eye on that are currently in the qualification positions that might surprise people, that kind of started to slow down at just the wrong time and kind of eyes towards FaZe. Great start to the split. Everyone was like, wow, these guys are looking insane, but just slowed down a little bit. And they're not, very careful today, then they might be in for some very, very nervy games. But an amazing looking lobby. Complexity certainly looking to force their way into those qualification spots. Luminosity in here as well. I mean, pick your poison at this point. Wildcard looked amazing, by the way, in match point scrims. So yeah, we'll have to see how this lobby plays out today.
And if you look at it, even though we've considered that these are the 20 teams playing, our regular season standings, they're going to show the story of how well they performed. And you really aren't worried unless you come to a full stop. A little bit of movement is okay, especially throughout a season. You'll have ebbs and flows, kind of like when you're working out, Mark. Sometimes, you'll get a little bit of a gain, then you'll dip down, you'll gain a little higher, but you're always improving no matter what. Some wise man told me that a little bit earlier this morning. I just also wanted to highlight, too, the fact that when you take a look on this back half, because these are our top 10 coming into it, the back half, Dan, it's still anybody's game. We were this close to seeing the 18th place team in EMEA V2 win a game and send themselves to LAN, kicking most likely Aurora out of it.
Yeah, remember, first place would, of course, win the whole thing on match point. You get 25 points, but second place gets 21. So even the likes of Oxygen, for example, if they were to win today, they'd go up to 81 points and they'd be tied with the likes of FaZe. In EMEA, the cutoff point was 76 points, and that's where TSM reside right now. Of course, it can be different in this region, but that gives us an idea of whereabouts people are going to be aiming for. And of course, we'll try and keep you updated of whereabouts people sit, but it's always tough to call because with match point, it could end in 4. It could end in 9. It could end in 15.
27.
And you never know how long we're going to be here.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see if we can set a record. It felt like EMEA could have done it, but 11 points, 11 teams on match point. But boy, I haven't seen that one pretty much ever. And that leads us to what you can win if you are one of those 11 teams and you end up clutching it like Alliance did earlier. You could take 20K right here in terms of the overall prize pool. That's, of course, because Alliance was first overall in the split. But over the course of this, you could still push yourself up with a great performance, maybe outside of the top 20, maybe all the way into a top 10 position where the money starts to increase. Our regular season standings, they get a nice little prize, plus, of course, top 10 qualifying to LAN. This kind of leads us into a big conversation where stories aplenty across all the regions. And now the next step after this is going to be what happens when they all come together. But before that, it's been a story in North America, specifically from the drama of Dark Zero to the great performances and the terrible performances of TSM. We've kind of got to narrow it down heading into this specific day, who we have our eyes on. So, Mark, I'll start with you. Who is your one to watch heading into our regional finals?
I always feel like a little bit special when you ask me first. I'm going to talk about Complexity because they are a team looking up. They're trying to find their way into one of those qualification positions. At the moment, they're not quite there. They're 13th overall, but they're just 2 points behind going into today's matches. Now, they have a match day win under their belt as well, where they put those 25 points on the boards. They've shown that they can win games. They've shown that they can be consistent in lobbies, but it's the up and down nature of their split so far that's slightly concerning. Coming into the last match day previous to this one, where we we find ourselves now. They only managed to put 3 points on the board. In comparison to the rest of their weeks, that is by far their weakest performance. So my question is, are Complexity starting to feel the pressure? Is it just a case of lobbies not playing out the way they wanted, or is there something here for Complexity to take home and force their way into these qualification spots? Dan Gaskin, who you got, my friend?
I always feel less special when I have to go after Mark, but here we are. I'm going to talk about Furia, and that's for one reason: they like to get the W's. They have had 7 wins across this regular season. It's the most in North America, even topped that of EMEA as well. 4 across World's Edge, 3 across Storm Point. They are a team who know how to get the victory, and I think today they're going to be a real threat to this entire lobby, not just for the fact they know how to win, but they are a team who just absolutely demolish anyone in their path when it comes to the amount of kills they can get. We can see them get 20 plus point games game after game, which means we could see them on match point after 2, if not 3 matches. I think if anyone's going to be rattling records today and changing how quickly match point is done, Furia might just be that team. Especially if you consider the start of the season for Furia and how well they progressed as this season has gone on. They have been looking like the Furia of last season, the Furia that everyone saw explode and saw how amazing this guy was when it came to land. They dropped off a little bit, but now they seem to have worked out what to do. 27k damage, one of the best seers in the region, if not the world. Rainday, who are you looking out for?
Well, those 2 teams, hard to argue with them, but I gotta say that my eyes for today's regional final is all on LAN. Yeah, I mean, the LAN people will be going to if they qualify, but the LANimals, in terms of the players that we are going to see as a trio, journeymen across all of Apex Legends, finding success in their own ways, coming together now. Naughty and Alb, and of course, Lou. Finding this synergy between 3 mechanically gifted and experienced players, and then turning it into something that works in the Pro League. It's not always the case. We see it fail time and time again in this esport and in esports across the world. But today, I think there's a chance for them to go up that 14th place position and jump into a LAN spot. They certainly have the experience. Alb has already won several in his career, and I think that with Lou and Naughty, they're determined to make it happen. Plus, they're playing Loba, Rampart, and Valkyrie at times. I love it, and I need more of it, especially in the big show. We'll see which one of those teams can perform and which other teams might end up stealing the spotlight heading into our final match day of our ALGS Split 2 before our playoffs. The games will start on Storm Point, and for those who are curious, it does end up switching, but this time not at 3, at 2. So for differences in our regular season, this is another one. You will have to get good and get good fast as we switch onto these maps, and it's going to make sure that you are not only a strong team on one, but a diversified team across it all. And I like to say this, sometimes the battles, the fights that you see, the ultimates, they're a little bit like the words in a screenplay or in a book, the dialogue that you hear. But in terms of the structure, the plot, where this thing is really going and what's the setup, it usually is where these teams land and where they end up having to contest. And that's where I leave it over to Dan to talk a little bit about the POIs and where these teams are setting up.
Glitch Energy, Barometer. No, I'm not going to do that. We've got now some of the best teams, of course, and where they're going to be dropping. Glitch Energy over at Barometer, a 7.4% win rate from that POI, only a 3.7 win rate for Oxygen at Shipfall. For Luminosity, we've already seen throughout the regions that Fish Farms has not been the ideal place to land. The southern side in general has not been the ideal place to land. As for FaZe, it's going to be good at Launchpad, and then we get CLG versus Native Gaming. It's what all the talk's been about in this region. Who's going to win that contest? Drug Free should have a good job over at Thunderwatch. It's been a great POI to find success. And Exit at Cascade Falls, one of the highest success rates we've seen of a POI throughout every region. It's 11.1% here in North America. As for NRG at Checkpoint, they've yet to find a victory so far this season on either map. We'll have to see whether that changes today. The same could be said for Lanimals at Northpad. It's not been the best POI to drop at. Optic Gaming, though, have created a lot of success from Downed Beast, and I'm expecting more of the same here today.
A massive shout out to Longshot, our APAC South broadcast partners who helped put that together and that we took that incredible visual from to help educate our audience onto the little things about where these pros are dropping and why that sometimes makes such a big difference, especially on a relatively vertical map like Storm Point, which tends to have some tough finishes if they're all the way up north for some of these southern teams. Keep an eye on it. Dan and Mark will do a great job along with a special guest who you probably already know who it is, but I haven't introduced them yet, so we'll keep in touch with all of that. Season 17 also is upon us. It's 2 days away, by the way. Brand new season of Apex. Welcome if you don't know. Arsenal, you see this guy, Ballistic right there. An incredible character. And though I have some inside information, I wasn't the one who's going to be giving it to you today. Our man, Mark, on set, has found a way to interview devs like 7 times. I don't know what he did. I don't know how he bribed them. I don't know who set this up for Mark. Maybe it was just his charm. I don't know, but they definitely spent time with him. We have at least 3 or 4 of these interviews we're going to be sharing throughout the broadcast. So stay tuned to it and pay attention. If you did miss the few that we cast over EMEA, check out Play Apex Esports on Twitter. They should have you covered on catching up with all of those dev interviews that our lovely Onset has already done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. It is ready to go. We are here with our Match Point Regional Finals for North America. I can't think of a better duo to kick off the action. Let's go ahead, Onset and Gaskin. Take it away.
Well, it's a beautiful setup, and it's a beautiful day to cast some more Apex Legends, and it's our first time to get a look at what's going to happen in the regional finals here in North America. Gaskin, you talked through the POIs beautifully, I must say. By the way, lots of good vibes on the show. I think Rainer kicked us off on the right foot here. Lots of compliments, lots of, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling good, but also slightly mischievous. I don't know why, but I am.
Yeah, that's the trouble. When he starts it off that well, I think I'm going to get flack from you now, and you're going to bring us back down to earth, and I'm going to get insulted in some way. But I'll wait for that to happen.
Balance.
Maybe that's
all about
at match
balance.
3 or 4. One thing I didn't really get to focus on during the POIs, we didn't get to see the likes of Furia, where they land over a Lightning Rod, one of the higher percentage win rates as well. The Wall for TSM, another incredible win rate for some of these teams that have been featuring and landing at those locations. In general, the north side of Storm Point has about a 66% win rate over the southern side. It's a bit different in North America compared to EMEA. So those teams who are on the northern side should statistically have more chances of winning games. But of course, right now, it's not about winning. It's about getting those points. And we have seen teams on the southern side have big point games where they're slaying through the lobby, where they are picking up kills. And then who knows, maybe you move over to World's Edge where you have a better drop spot, where you could get a victory.
Going to be a very interesting day of Apex Legends. Like we say, EMEA went 9 games. Last time we had a match point format before that, and of course in North America, it was a little bit of an upset. A surprise to some where we were finished in 5 games where ESA took home that win. So we're going to have to see today if there's going to be any more surprises down. But you kind of talked through your teams to watch, but who do you think are going to be the teams? I'm putting you right on the spot here early. I told you balance, see? His compliments coming, but now I'm putting it on your spot. Who's going to qualify? I'll let you pick one of the bubble teams at the moment.
You know what? I'm going to go for NRG. How could you not go for NRG, right? They haven't found a victory so far today, but so far this season, but I think they can get the job done here at match point.
Interesting pick. Interesting story to talk about as well while we wait to get into our first game, which is loaded in the background right now. NRG dropping over at checkpoint. And like you say, probably the most shocking statistic that you brought up was they haven't won a game yet in this split, which for a team like NRG is, I think, unacceptable is fair to not win a single game.
I think so. I think at a team of that standard, you'd expect them to win a game, even though it's not about the wins necessarily throughout regular season. If you can still pick up the points, they still find themselves within a shout of top 10. NRG are a team who pride themselves on being able to play for zone, being able to win those late game drama-filled circles, but they just haven't been able to find that success this season. But they are still there. They are still within touching distance of LAN. It wouldn't feel like a LAN without them, so we'll have to keep a keen eye on how they do today and whether they can push themselves in. But it is all about native gaming and the contest that we're going to be seeing over here.
Well, CLG have been winning this pretty much convincingly so far. However, when it comes to the regional finals, who cares about scrims? It's all about getting the job done yourselves. And Native are going to get the first knock here after a big headshot coming in from the triple take of all weapons.
I mean, during the pre-game chat, everyone was talking about this contest, and they were saying, well, let's put bets on CLG versus Native. How's it going to go down? Because we're going to be seeing plenty of this fight today. As you mentioned, though, CLG have already lost 1, so advantage to Native, but doesn't mean it's over yet. When you have these early fights just with white armors, there's always the chance you can come back into things.
That's a triple take again. I tell you what, that thing is doing some work right now. It's going to fly in. It's going to finish things off with a triple take, and Klein is going to eliminate Counter Logic Gaming. Native win the contest, and that is something that they haven't done too many times until it really matters.
And of course, Native and CLG in a similar enough spot. They're both low enough in the table where they're going to have big days today if they are going to find themselves on LAN and performing in a point where they can actually be competing against the biggest and the best teams in the world. But Native Gaming will win the initial, and you can see where that ring is going as well, over towards Native after their victory. But it looks like there's going to be another team having a little sniff of Native right now and popping over to Stormcatcher.
Yeah, if you're smart in this lobby, you will know that contest has been going down. You will know there might be some bones to pick away at, and you can see there's actually going to be a team just rotating underneath them instead of taking the fight. So that fight is kind of slowed down a rotation, as we know it will, and it's Drug Free who have managed to scarper on past here, but they're going to have to be very, very careful. You can already see a CQ coming out from the high ground. Exit also on their way to zone as well. Dark Zero already on their way to zone, so it looks like this is going to be a zone heavy lobby with everybody trying to get priority.
Yeah, 7 teams already within that circle that you can see on your screen, and there's 4 teams I can count that are currently moving their way over towards it. And then you're going to have the edge teams. You're going to have those who recognize they are going to be late to the party. They're not going to be able to beat those teams who are dropping close to the POI. So instead, they're going to have to bide their time, loot up, and then think about their rotation and how they're going to break through. So the teams that are going to be fighting from the north, you've got TSM, Furia, and NRG. Maybe Optic if they go for a northern rotation as well. Everyone else is going to be fighting most likely from that southern side. But because of how this circle is shifting to the kind of northeast side of the middle, it means that we might get a big fight on that western side between a couple of the teams if they all decide to try and rotate through the likes of Cascade, for example.
Well, while the teams are making their rotations, it looks like there's not going to be too much action for a few moments at least. Gives us a little bit of a chance to kind of highlight some of the form of the teams, how they've been playing in the last 3 match days that we've seen, and some surprising names actually down at the bottom of those statistics, Dan. I mean, this is the average points from the last 3 games it's been worked out of. You've got DF down at the bottom, CLG underneath them, but after E8, you've got FaZe and NRG right next to each other in that bottom 5. 2 teams who, you know, I talked about FaZe at the top of the show. Amazing, electric start to the season, but then have really fallen off. And NRG, if they perform like that today, they won't be at LAN. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary factor, that if you look at on form, there are a few teams that probably won't make it to LAN, but at the same time, match point format does sometimes bring the best out of these squads when you know you're playing in a certain way, and it's not a case of, oh, I'm going to have to be a little bit more consistent across the board. It's like, no, okay, we need 2 big games, we need to get to 50 points, and once we're at 50 points, we know what we're trying to achieve, rather than maybe things getting thrown apart from squads who are doing things a little bit risky. Because throughout regular season, there are going to be teams who are going to try maybe different tactics, because they said, okay, well, week 1 didn't really work out. Let's go for a composition. Let's rotate a little bit differently here. It was a little bit all over the place and sporadic at times. Now we have the best lobby possible, right? We have the 20 best teams from the region, and we know teams like NRG perform best when they are amongst the best. So we'll have to see whether that changes now that we're not going to see it shaken up every week, and it might be a bit more consistent.
It's such an interesting conversation to have, and I think you raise a great point. Like, NRG play better and better lobbies, not only because of the pressure. I think they deal with it extremely well, but it's almost, you can predict what teams are going to do a little bit more. You can prepare for these lobbies. You can learn about other teams' rotations, and you're not going to have a team who maybe has, you know, fought their way into these lobbies through Challenger Circuit, who might kind of catch you off guard a little bit, who might be a little bit more aggressive than what you're expecting. And NRG are absolute masters of navigating that high quality traffic. So we'll have to see if they can do that today. Optic are going to be at around checkpoint at the moment, making their way down. NRG have just left the armory, as you can see right at the top of your zone on the right hand side. TSM also taking their time just to kind of slow things down. They know they don't have priority to this zone as well, but you would imagine that between Optic, NRG, and TSM, those 3 teams on the northwestern side of our zone, they're all going to be pretty much armored up and looted up to the boots.
Yeah, loot is everything when you get into that initial fight. If you do get armor checked and you just have a grey or a blue, likelihood is their team's probably going to take full advantage and may even push you. Optic are finally making their move. The best performing Stormpoint team we have in the region, by the way. They've been very impressive when it comes to their consistency across not just kill points, but also their placement points. And it's why they've been able to find so much success and be at the place they are, 2nd overall in these leaderboards.
Interesting to point out as well, they are the team who have put up the most points per game, or per game day, I should say, over the last 3 days. They are averaging just under 20 points, which is absolutely incredible for Optic Gaming, and Drop certainly has been the tonic that they've needed after he was picked up and obviously joined this roster. Certainly has added something, a little bit of passion maybe, back to the roster to really direct them in the right direction. And as I say, they've been playing incredibly well ever since. Sentinels, one of the teams who was certainly involved in some of the biggest drama that we've had as far as team changes are concerned in recent times with the whole Rambo situation, but now they find themselves in a position where they will need to have, you would maybe say a win today, Dan. They would have to take match point if they want to force their way into LAN.
Yeah, I think the kids say nowadays that it's getting some tea. Now, as a British man, I always want tea so I can get it downstairs and I can log on to social media and apparently get the tea as well. And it was the drama of, Sentinels losing Rambo, then picking up Zenial, and then what was going to happen? Were we going to see, Rambo go back afterwards? Well, of course not. And I do think that you're going to lose friendships potentially through games like this, and I hope it doesn't happen because everyone seems like it's nice and have gone about it the right way, or some might say the wrong way. But I do think Sentinels will still come out quite healthy because you've got some incredible players on that roster, and I'm sure they can do some real damage here today in the regional finals.
Well, looking at where the zone is going at the moment, it's going to be somewhat of a rough zone for people to try and play, especially the fact that everybody is kind of set up in and around the staircases and the zip line just to the south of Stormcatcher. And I think when we saw this zone, I think it was in match point scrims the other day. Yes, scrims, pinch of salt, everybody, we know that. But it was WC who managed to come through and take that win. And like I mentioned, they have been playing very, very well recently, picking up, I think, 4 or 5 wins in those scrims themselves. So certainly a team to watch, a team who's trying to force qualification as well. But NRG, as they make their way forward, we turn our attentions back to the POI I was just mentioning, where Native won that contest, but now they've got to deal with Furia.
But what a time to win the contest as well when the circle is pulling towards you. You can see with their scan, they know the circle is going to be pulling a little bit further south now, so the building they reside on is not going to be within that next circle. For Furia, they've already lost Pandas, but they are going to be able to at least get him back up. And that's why his Watson's making his way back over to try and find a beacon to do so.
1 minute or so left until that zone starts to shift, and it's certainly going to do a lot of damage to teams. Beacon in front of them will be safe to play. There's nobody at all in and around Thunderwatch for them to have to worry about. So the res will come in. It's all about can Pandas be impactful in this lobby once he does get back in and maybe find a little bit of loot on his way. Optic Gaming with their second Valcolt for us to catch. And this one's going to take him a little bit deeper into zone.
Well, let's see if we can get an indication of why Optic Gaming is so good at Storm Point. This is a zone that wasn't particularly good for them. It pulled quite far away from them. They've had to Valcolt twice now, so decision-making's everything. This is all on where do you land, how are you going to fight, what gaps are available, and where are you going to move to. And I think one of the main things to have in mind when you are ulting into a zone that is going to be heavily contested, what's your backup plan? It's all well and good trying to point out the best possible area, but there's going to be times where there's no areas whatsoever and you have to go for plan B. And plan B quite often for teams just ends up being all right, screw it, let's just jump on this team. And that, I don't like that strategy at times. I like there to be a little bit more of a solid decision factor behind it rather than just a fight. I'd say plan C should be, let's just jump and fight on this team.
Well, Dark Zero are trying to put pressure onto Optic Gaming at the moment, but 2 of them get hit by the CQ, so they're going to back out for now. And like I mentioned, Optic in a position that we saw in EMEA, Pioneers tried to hold down on a couple of occasions, and it can be one where you can kind of get stuck a little bit and you give away pretty easy high ground angles, but using a Catalyst Wall is going to allow them to walk up onto the building that was being held by Dark Zero now. And you have to think, are Dark Zero about to regret not making that push themselves?
Not indeed. I think that sometimes when you're beaten to the punch on some of these areas, it can be a little bit frustrating that you have to accept second best, but at times you might just have to take the fight, and Drop's taking a lot of damage here.
Drops has to take his time to pop a battery. Nox is going to try and jump down and just deny that exit from the window, but with Zainu and Jin Burn to deal with, you can see that Optic Gaming kind of stuck in a little bit of a horrible situation here, taking too much damage for what they would want to exchange. Skillcakes now has to take his turn to pop a shield battery, and at the moment, Dark Zero, even though they haven't managed to get that first knock, certainly exchanging more damage.
But look, I think they're going to force Optic to retreat off this one. It was just the amount of pressure that Dark Zero were putting on Optic, the constant peaks, the bravery to be poking out from those windows and taking the fight over and over, means that Optic said, look, we've had enough, we've taken too much damage. They need to be thinking about the resources long-term here as well. And for Dark Zero, are they in a position now where they can heal up and potentially drop down on them? They're not going to want to give up this position right now, but they are going to have to move in a little while, because you can see in 2 minutes, that circle is going to move away from this building.
Yeah, Dark Zero now know that Optic are below them, and if they do try and rotate, then they're going to have to probably use that Catalyst Wall to cut off the LOS, or maybe to take the fight against Optic, try and split one away from the other, because both teams will be forced to move in just a few moments' time. Zero trying to do a little bit of scouting here as to where they want to play next, but the difficulty for Dark Zero here is even if they manage to rotate into zone, and I'm pretty sure that's Optic who have just managed to rotate in front of them with that Catalyst Wall, then you have to fight all the way uphill to that cannon where this zone is going to end. I mentioned WC and how they've been playing this zone incredibly well, where they're in a great spot on our map overhead as we jump into Optic Gaming, who have run into a little bit more trouble now.
Yeah, I think Optic are going to run into constant trouble the further they get, as there are teams that are going to be waiting. I will say, though, as the further this circle gets inward towards the northwest side, the less teams that have actually found themselves within it. And it is going to be a lot of teams contesting the northern side. By the way, Native have just lost one. Pandas has got revenge, it seemed, after being picked back up. And after winning that early fight and holding the area for so long, Native maybe now have to lose one. But it seems like there is a lot of commotion happening on that northern side. Native have lost one. Fury also going down. And LG even losing players too.
I mean, there's about 7, 8 teams on the north side of this zone at the moment that all have to leave, all fighting for that high ground. It's going to be one of the lobbies that's going to halve itself with just the amount of traffic that finds itself in one area. So for someone like Jaguares here, if he stays alive and gets a res onto Yanya and they can just escape, being on the south side of this zone could actually guarantee them some placement points. It's about buying time here for LG. The res got cancelled though by the CQ, and now you can see that I think Jaguares has realized survivability is everything for me.
Optic can have eyes on Dark Zero here. Sentinels now joining a little bit late, but have been able to find somewhere to call home for now. And I think that's what's important for all these teams that are arriving late. You just need to find somewhere that you can survive for the meantime, as the charge rifle does hit, but Skittlecake can't quite get enough damage to finish off the kill. 19 squads still remaining as round 3 about to close here. Looks like we might lose our 19th, as Jaguares is going to have to take this fight, but as I say that, Complexity also losing a player as well.
Monsoon has gone down, and Sheila introduces herself to the lobby as well as Exet, who are going to be running alongside them to try and finish off that kill for now. But Sentinels holding all of this platform area, but it's a very, very difficult position to have to hold down for the long game. Like I mentioned, having to move uphill, Luminosity go, Complexity fall as well. 17 squads now remaining, as TSM also hit a Valcult and are going to be rotating down the staircase a little bit further north. But Optic also get the knock onto Jem Burton, and it looks like that fight that we were kind of watching for quite some time is starting to conclude itself as Optic and DZ continue to fight.
We spoke about Wildcard. They get eliminated by TSM in the end, but TSM did lose a couple of players. Whether they'll be able to get them back up, that remains to be seen. NRG have lost Gilderson as well. Nathan's gone down. Sentinels, by the way, this position they currently hold, it looks good right now, but the circle is pulling away more northwest yet again, and they will have to keep going. On the northern side, it's been a bloodbath. Everyone seems to be losing someone. Dark Zero now get eliminated as 15 squads remain.
Dark Zero probably looking back on that moment when they were holding out Optic, had to take advantage of the damage they did, because it was Optic who came back to really put the pain onto them as the zone started to become a little bit more busy. But you're quite right, you can see that zone is pulling to the north, and all these teams you can see in front of you right now, including E8, who are now walking up on Optic, are going to have to make their way north. Sentinels holding down one of the sides of that platform. Glitch Energy, who had an amazing performance last time we saw him on a match day, sharing and coexisting alongside them. NRG eliminated though. Here's Watson, takes down Sweet, and that will be a bad start for NRG fans.
Yeah, not the start that they would have hoped for, that's for sure, and maybe does go by the stats you were putting down. They haven't had the best of times in recent weeks, but Optic Gaming, they've got to move north, as you were alluding to. 45 seconds until that zone closes. Let's have a listen in with Optic Gaming and see just what they're going to do.
Us, but it's fine. We kind of have to do this.
I'm down to wrap it, bro.
You just need to go for whatever.
I don't even think.
Someone's all the way here. In
There's a
front
guy right in front of us. Yeah.
Here.
Hit him. I cracked him.
100.
His teammate's so far ahead.
Unit's back. Yeah.
Here's like 10 HP.
Both of them are one. I'm pushing.
Push it. I'm on the right.
All dead.
Get that loot. Get that
There's
loot.
another team.
Watch our backs, dude. Watch our backs.
Yeah, I'm moving back to peak.
I got ultic cells.
I have those swap guns. I think they're rezzing in front of us.
On the tree. They were on the tree. Grab the shields.
Yeah, he's
I
on
got
that
shields.
tree. He's on that tree.
In this corner here. He's knocked. No, the crypto's knocked. Push up.
Yeah,
I'm walking up.
I'm walking up.
No nades. They're just playing in the
I'm
corner.
swinging
Here.
with you, drop. I'm right with you.
He's got it on top.
He's dead.
Nice. Team
He
up
got
there.
fired from
Careful. I'm batting.
I think we're gonna wall to that. Wall to that. That's in.
I'm popping a bat. I'm not with you guys.
We don't need a wall. Just walk up to it.
I have to grab loot. I don't know if
Walk up to it and then look left.
Yes, we're safe on that rock. There's a guy. Never mind. I'm good.
Go on the left. It's fine.
I'm mech hitting.
We're safe behind this.
You need to look with him, Skittle.
We need to watch our back. They're queuing me.
Yeah, I'm
Fine,
killing
they're
that.
not.
Killing
They
that.
shouldn't push.
Car on the
Yeah, I'm
left.
on
Bubble car. Bubble car. Bubble car.
Okay, I'm mech hitting.
I'm walling this. I'm walling this. There's a team there. On my ping. On my ping.
Yeah. Look.
I have to back. I have to back, guys.
Throwing a
good.
nade
Hold
towards
up.
them. Yeah, I'm looking at him. I'm getting shot from up the hill. Careful, careful. I'm batting.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
They're coming this way, I think.
Batting.
Just stall. Stall. They should die. They should die in a second.
Yep,
Reloading.
they have. They're when their wall goes down.
Can I think?
Oh.
I'm gonna serial. I'm gonna serial.
Yep, they're pushing. They're pushing.
I got him on serial.
Move back to the our corner here. Our corner's good. You just gotta
Got
get
shot
speed
from up
drop
the hill.
all the way.
Giving them.
I think they're on our rock here.
No, they're not. They backed up.
Heal
I think. Batting.
They're getting fried.
We need to look to swing this
Bring
left
them.
side.
They swung them. They swung them. I'm swinging left. I'm
Yeah,
swinging
we
left.
should wrap this.
I'm queuing.
I'm with you here, Knox.
I got it done
Rape.
there.
Rape. They me.
Raping, aping.
Wraith one.
Here, Fox.
done.
Knock, hold, knock, hold, knock.
You know?
Right here. Catalyst.
Catalyst slow.
Bro, I got killed from the height, man.
Well, the Optic
Optic
Listening
Gaming
brought to us
eliminated.
by WD Black, and very impressive attempt on set, but unfortunately they will fall to their demise after some bubble shenanigans that went down on that Trident again.
That was one of the strangest things I've ever watched in Apex Legends, by the way. Like, the bubble car just driving into 100 Thieves. It was vehicular manslaughter, I'm calling it that. It was not good to watch, to be honest with you, especially for 100 Thieves. They're probably thinking, what is happening right now? Why is a car driving straight at us? But TSM have been in a great spot for this end zone for quite some time. We've got to be careful here as Imperial Hal loses all those shields.
7 squads remain. We saw everyone on that southern side get obliterated at the same time as they all just tried to force the same kind of area, and it's not going to work out. Round 5's about to close, and a couple of these squads are going to have to fight. Exet, by the way, playing Pathfinder, really enjoying themselves today.
Exet looking to continue their amazing form of this split so far. But they're going to have to keep working their way up. And something you've seen on your screens right now is how they've added Pathfinder back into their rotation of characters. And Fun is, I mean, Fun by name, Fun by nature. He has been making so many good plays. And the great thing about Pathfinder with the new zip and the addition and the buffs that he's got in recent times is they can third so many fights. They can make so many quick rotations. And the perfect place to do that is uphill in this kind of zone.
Native finally get taken out, but it looks like maybe Exet can clean up those pieces as well. You were talking about Pathfinder being involved here. Well, it looks like Exet want to be involved as much as possible, but because of the zone, they had to back off. EA also going down as we now have 5 squads remain. TSM still alive, Exet there as well, alongside FaZe. We said they've had some slow weeks, but they find themselves in the latter stages. Drug Free go down in 5th.
Fun doing a great job just to take some space here. Going to have to get a little bit of loot as well. We might see a little bit of a TSM versus Exet showdown. Looks like TSM going to take the high ground above their opponents. Furia also raining some shots down. They have to be careful to deny the LOSs from FaZe, but FaZe aren't interested in looking at this for now. They're more worried about the high ground.
By the way, when TSM get to top 3 on Stormpoint, they have a 100% win rate. They are a team who knows
That's
what
nuts.
to do when it gets to top 3. On the flip side, for a team like Exet, when they get to top 3, it's only a 50% win rate. So that does show just how good TSM have been on Stormpoint. It's the same for Split 1. Remember at playoffs, we were like, oh, they've got an incredible record when they get into the top 5, into the top 3. Stormpoint, they just seem to know how to navigate these final circles.
Smile on my face, seeing Pathfinder back in compositions. And Fun certainly looking to use that grapple. Maybe if a little bit of initial damage is done, he can send it onto the likes of Verholst. But for now, FaZe, they're under duress. They're trapped in a black hole at the moment, but Furia will be eliminated. Snipe Down didn't really have too much to do in that fight because his teammates had already done the damage. But now we find ourselves down to our final 3. Exet, TSM, and FaZe.
FaZe haven't won a Stormpoint game this season so far. This would be a great achievement for them to just prove that they can do it on either map for me going into not just regional finals, but also what happens afterwards as TSM take down Exet.
TSM take down Exet, but that's just opened the door here for FaZe to move in. Can't afford to make a mistake. They won't make a mistake. There's one player to deal with. Snipe down POV usually means a win. And FaZe, who have been slow in recent weeks, save it for the big day of regional finals.
Well, FaZe get their first win on Stormpoint, and TSM lose their 100% record of winning from top 3. But the fact we had Furia, Exet, TSM all in that final 4, and then of course FaZe as well, who are what, 5th at the moment, 6th, 7th? No, they dropped down to 8th, never mind. But still were one of the top teams at the start of the season. We're seeing the big dogs making sure they show up here in the first game.
I love that your stats went out the window. I mean, that just sums up the regional final, though, in that final moment, right? TSM 100% record, that's gone. FaZe hadn't won a game on stop, that's gone as well. I think it just sums up how a different lobby with 20 of the best teams in the world can all of a sudden change how these teams perform. We'll bring Rain Day back in to talk about what we just saw, because like I mentioned, FaZe have been slow in recent weeks, but that is a hot start for them.
Hot start indeed. I had to unmute myself. I was screaming, looking at Pathfinder for the very first time in competitive since, what, season 2? Since Poland? What the heck is going on? Notably, it is a legend that is very, very popular in terms of overall play. So a lot of you probably watching say, hey, I know that guy. It's me. Yes, it is. And it's me here, Rain Day, back on it. I'm going to give Mark and Dan a bit of a break, but that means I need someone else to join me in breaking down this final fight of our game 1. I think I know who to do it. You know her, you love her. She's got red hair. She's from Miami. Vicky Kitty. Brat, brat, brat. Welcome back to the broadcast.
You already know. It's not just the Pathfinder, but we also saw Nocturnal coming in with the Sheila, hitting them with a brat. You already know. But man, what an ending to that game. I also love it when the stats get thrown into the trash, because FaZe, they're here to eat. They're eating in other games right here. So that's a Spargo, but they're also eating after that first game. And I'm all in it for the FaZe out here, because I'm so excited to see how so many of these teams do, Rain Day.
Yeah, let's watch this final circle again. Walk me through this, what you're seeing here, because FaZe, they look like they've got a lot to deal with. They've got Furia over to the left. It's a bit pesky, but they do have high ground, and it ends up working out for them.
Yeah, and that's the position that they're holding that really helped them out here too. Furia also just landing right in front of FaZe, allowing them to also clean up some of that KP in front of them, and then actually get some breathing room here too. Look at that, over to the other side. Nocturnal had gotten that huge Kraber shot over to the left field, and then Hal just cleaned up whatever was left of Furia. So Furia getting eliminated in that 4th place spot, but then FaZe holding this high ground with the Rampart is also a big deal, because we saw the same thing happen with Exet, but they were at the positional disadvantage right underneath them, where you saw what happened between themselves and TSM, and they fully sent it here. TSM understanding that this was going to be the green light for FaZe to take control over this fight.
Yeah, and TSM and some of these teams too, in such a good position, you can understand why maybe playing a little bit more passively. The fact that FaZe have to go out, risk it all, ends up working in their favor to win. But my goodness, look at the kills. They will not come out in first place when it's all said and done with the standings, Vicky. TSM certainly show up in game 1. The questions, it feels like many people still maybe had of them with their tumultuous start to the season being answered right there.
Look at that, 22 points already to kick off the day. I mean, TSM needs to just stick within that top 12 and they will be completely fine out here. But that's a great start here for TSM. FaZe obviously walking away with 15 points. Exit, another team that was able to get a good amount of KP on their way uphill. Also with 9 KP, so 16 points in total.
You know, I responded just a little bit to who I thought was maybe the best team overall in terms of the split. I think you can name a lot of different teams. You can look at EMEA, you can look at Alliance and maybe Fire Beavers. You can look over here in terms of Optic. My thought went to Exet, and Hal, you know, responded to me with the emoji. And I feel like they've kind of got something to prove. They are our recent LAN winners. They have found a way to get back into the conversation of seemingly going to LAN. And these are the performances that give people so much confidence on them and then inspire this kind of mythos around TSM. Vicky, it's like they've got plot armor, but for real, they do have plot armor. It's a great start in a tough day that, you know, Exet, FaZe, Optic, they're coming for you on this one.
Yeah, for every comment in the chat that says where TSM, where how, they get stronger and stronger per comment. And you can see right here, like you said, they have something to prove out here. And with a pretty strong start, they're looking fantastic. I think Hal alone in that game, yeah, you can see it right here. He was able to get 6 KP. Each and every one of these players really shining through for that first game, showing how much they wanted. But Hal specifically had called out that end circle from the very beginning. He was put into that position for a while. And sometimes when you rotate there early, it can be a little risky because you are out in the open uphill, but you could use the rocks and then the tree line to try to get out of line of sight of the other squads that are trying to go for hard rotates, specifically talking out of the direction that Exet was rotating from.
Great point there. And those teams we highlighted just now, the teams that performed. A team I highlighted, Lanimals, sitting in 11th, didn't really get much done. Their placement was okay. That's where they earned their points. Sentinels also not getting much done, but 3 points off 2 kills. Meat Lovers as well. We know the roster swaps. And Glitch Energy, a team that has been, you know, phenomenal. They put themselves in a position to make LAN. Not a lot of people would have expected that coming into it. They don't have a great start alongside NRG, Dark Zero, and the rest. of our 20. However, I do want to mention that for those teams that are not performing now, there's a chance for them to continue performing, especially off the back of some great individual play. And just like in EMEA, today in North America, you as a viewer, as a fan of the ALGS, will have a chance to vote for your Monster Energy MVP. And it will be decided by the end of today's broadcast. So tweet us with a hashtag and the player's name right after it that you think should earn it, or in the Twitch chat right now. Go ahead, type it. We'll tabulate all of those and make sure that you have your moment of whether this Monster Energy MVP is going to be the one you choose for, or if someone else steals the show. Game 1, it is just underway, just finished. Game 2 is about to get underway. I believe we are going to go to a quick break, but before we do, we have an interview that Mark set up talking a little bit about something that I know a lot of you are very, very keen on, and that's ranked in Season 17.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It's time these worlds remembered the name August Brinkman. To me, allies. Woohoo! What is it now? What is it? What is it now? What is my enemy?
Didn't expect to see me up here, did you?
This is my favorite part. I hoped for more. Did you forget who I am? I will not fall today. It's time these worlds remembered the name August Brinkman.
And let's talk about some ranked updates, because this is something the community's been, clambering for quite a while. We want to see things changing. It sounds like there's going to be some more changes coming to ranked. Can you talk us through what those changes are going to look like?
So yeah, this season we're putting probably the biggest refactor to our ranked system since Ranked Reloaded. Most notably, we've completely rebuilt the matchmaker. So now we are going to be creating matches on a hidden MMR. And we've refactored the entire scoring system about climbing the ladder. The points are now called ladder points to kind of indicate where you are in your progression of your climb. The main goal here is to kind of, as often as possible, give extremely close competitive matches for the duration of your climb. In addition, we are adding provisional matches for placements. So you will, when the season starts, your first 10 matches of ranked, you will see your placement start to calibrate a little bit, and then after your 10th match, you'll be dropped on your starting point for the season. We also are removing splits for ranked. So the ranked season will start and run for the full duration of the entire season.
Oh, that sounds exciting. That's the reason to grind. I got to jump in there. That sounds awesome. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, with the provisional matches, what it really does is it opens up. Trying to find a good time to start ranked was always like right at the season reset or right at that split reset, and that's everyone's like, you felt like if you missed that window, it felt like maybe it wasn't worth your time. But now that we've slowed it down and we've given provisional matches to find you a placement, you can kind of start to play ranked at any time and it still feels rewarding.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Okay. Game number 1 in the books. We are moving on to game number 2, but can we talk about the frying that was getting put down by TSM, ending that in second with 13 KP? FaZe feeling pretty comfy with their 3 KP, taking that dub on Stormpoint. I believe you actually mentioned that was the first Stormpoint game that FaZe was able to take in this entire Split 2 season.
Yeah, which is kind of nutty and the best time to do it, I'd say. When you get into match point and you have to be able to win on both maps, FaZe putting themselves in the equation of saying, you know what? We can win on both, and maybe we can win this entire match day. I'd say both teams looking as good as Onset did in that interview. Good to hear about the rank changes as well. Very excited for any rank changes that are going to come and make games a bit more competitive, because I have seen games that have been a little bit one-sided, especially when Onset's involved, because, he's... Oh, I was going to insult him, but he's actually quite good at the game, Vicky. Honestly, I have to try and give him some credit. He's the duo after all. But excited for game number 2.
So
excited to see what
honest.
happens.
You are so honest, Dan. I have to give you so much credit. You're so honest. I absolutely love it. You got to give Onset the credit, but how does he keep sneaking his way into these cool meetings with the devs? I'm looking a little jealous out here. But you know what? we're going on to game number 2. We got to ask him later. I got to figure out what strings he's got to pull so that we can have a meeting like this, because I want to find out even more information. I'm so excited for the new season, but before we even get there, we got to look down at the action that's happening today in this NA regional final.
And I'm just excited to see what happens in round 2 of Native versus CLG. Native take the first win, and CLG, even though they have been winning it in scrims, they go down in the first one. Stormcatcher is actually going to be a hotspot as well, so maybe some extra loot to fight over, and I wonder whether we're going to see the likes of 100 Thieves push over quickly to try and pick up the pieces of this contest at this POI.
And they're already on the high ground right now here too. Klein, incredibly low already. We also talk about CLG rocking the Mad Maggie, the Bloodhound, and the Seer. I mean, if the information that you have with Seer isn't enough, I mean, you want to double dip, I guess, even with those Bloodhound changes that we saw in this season. CLG, though, did pick up the Purple Evo off of Rip, so Nano is eating after this fight.
Certainly a composition that is ready for a contest, that's for sure, as CLG want to get involved. They have the shield advantage. But of course, we're going up against a Rampart. It's always going to be a little bit of an awkward one. And the longer this fight goes on, the more likely we are to see a third party, because the whole lobby knows this is happening. It's been talked about in scrims. It's been talked about and spoke about in leading up to this game, just in the pre-game chatter. But it looks like both teams backing off at the moment, and that will just allow for a potential third party to happen.
Interesting for these elongated fights, like you said. Mama landing those wingman shots, but the longer this fight goes, the more welcoming it is for these teams around the area to try to get involved in the third party. We'll have to start moving soon, in less than 30 seconds, into that next circle. Luckily for them, it's not too far away, but still, you can imagine like 100 Thieves trying to contest them by command center in the rotation. Mamba taking a nice cheeky angle with the PK, and even has that gold extended shotgun mag right here, rather the barrel to try to control us.
I think because the circle is going to be moving to the northwest, maybe these teams both get away with a lack of a third party, because I don't think anyone's going to really bother rotating down towards Stormcatcher before then moving across to the western side. So this should be an isolated fight. Some good damage now coming from CLG, and they're looking to take advantage of it.
With a Wrecking Ball coming in here too, playing around the wall here. iShiny falling low, but Mambo with these angles. I love, yeah, I mean, we've all seen those hot nines, but the follow-up between the rest of CLG taking the different angle right underneath Mamba was fantastic to clean up what was left of Native here. Now, as we take a look at the side-by-side and where we're going to be moving, we are going to be expecting this 50-50 contention to continue here between CLG and Native, but with them now coming out on top and seeing where this next circle is going to be pulling, look how quick some of our squads are with their rotation. I'm talking about TSM, I'm talking about NRG already in that northwest side.
It's also the fact that this contest happens over on World's Edge as well. That's where it gets a little bit sticky.
Yeah.
These teams just have a bit of bad blood. You're completely right, though. All the teams moving, and the trenches is where we're most likely going to finish. So finding yourself in one of the more secure trench areas is certainly a safe bet, and TSM already taking one of those positions, and actually maybe take a fight, or at least puff their chests out a little bit and force some teams back. 22 points already for TSM. Remember, if you're new to watching match point format, it is 50 points that you require to get onto the match point threshold, and then after that you have to win a game to win the regional finals here today. We have seen teams get onto match point in 2 or 3 games historically, but then it's about actually finding that victory afterwards, which is what sometimes eludes them.
You could see us trying to go to potentially what happened in EMEA, going all the way to game number 9. But you know what? All the Apex all the way around. I love close competition out here. NRG wanting to get a lot more progress for today. They have a lot on the line here. 19 squads left after what we saw happen with Native Gaming. They're going to be taking their time on this replicator. It's nice to note, as you can see on the top left side, shout out to our prod, with the mobile respawn beacon making its way today, swapping over the weekly rotation. That's something to note. And a 3-time scope that you can see Guild rocking with one of my favorite weapons, the G7.
Also, do you remember the bingo card that was put out earlier on social media?
Yes.
I definitely realized that in the previous game I hit like 3 of them with a caster curse. I think I had some sort of stupid British comment as well that hit the bingo card. Shout out to the whole community, by the way, for being amazing on socials and just enjoying today's action. I think everyone comes together when match point format arrives, and the excitement around the community has been great to see on socials today. So it's amazing, and well, I think we could be set for an even better region here, as North America might just go even further. Who knows? We got 9 matches earlier in EMEA, and we'll have to see whether NA can do the same.
Man, don't forget to tweet at us too. #ALGS and talk about your favorite players, Frex. What, in the middle of the open while Fodi's on the other side of the rock and Snipe Down is hugging the side of the building, right in between the line of sight of Oxygen. They're literally getting beamed in every direction.
He's still alright though. As long as there's no quick push or a denial from the queue, it looks like he should be okay. But Phonyhead's got good angles here. At least he was able to cover the area so that there wasn't going to be an easy push. And FaZe, after winning that previous game, want to make sure they find some consistency here so they can push closer to match point. Looks like they've been able to get out of dodge. They can reset. The rampart walls can go up, and now FaZe can just breathe after that initial knock. Always terrifying times when one of your teammates goes down, because you always assume there's going to be a team barreling towards you afterwards.
And I have to ask you here too, especially seeing the uprise of the Rampart. What are your thoughts here with these composition changes coming into play? I know we originally started seeing it a lot to try to deal with the Catalyst wall and in trying to stop the rotation with some of these teams, but it also allows a lot of these teams to bunker down where they feel comfortable. They feel like they don't have the best rotation in front of a lot of other squads.
I know there's some who don't really like the Rampart pick. For me, I like being able to generate extra cover when you are out in the open. I mean, back in the day, it was Gibby, but because Gibby kind of fell out of favor, mainly because of how countered he could be by the likes of Seer, and then Mad Maggie came into the equation as well with her drill charge. I think that being able to create cover out of nowhere is very important, and that's why Newcastle can come into a really big factor here, and why Rampart can do similar things as well. Or you can just go and be Oxygen and have a Gibby anyway, and you can have a bubble available to you, and you can jump on a Trident and go across the map. Oxygen like to do Oxygen things, you know, and I'm here for it. I'm here for different legend selection. I'm here for people just picking what they think is going to be comfort picks for them. And I will say the diversity of legend selection in North America is wildly different to that of EMEA. We've got about 12 legends being selected in this game alone. Yes, Exit are kind of ruining those numbers by playing a Pathfinder, but you know what? Why not? Pathfinder's still good.
I love seeing it. I like seeing the change up there too. The Mad Maggie. We have 2 Gibbies in the lobby, 2 Raids. Love seeing the mix up, and I can only imagine what we're going to be expecting on World's Edge when we make that swap after this game here. But first off, seeing where all the other squads are currently situated right now, all the way close to that northeast area. So many teams, Dan, are already through that choke point that we can expect teams like EA, Wildcards have to eventually get through to the right. Ooh, the crack already with the R301. That's all he needs is a 2-time scope and a dream with that light blue mag.
There are a lot of teams over towards checkpoint at the moment, and they are all going to have to move north, but I think they recognize how awkward it's going to be to move through those chokes over towards the trenches that I was speaking of at the start. So it might be about just trying to pick up some KP here in this second game. Try and get yourself closer to that match point threshold. Wildcard didn't necessarily have the first game that was expected. Onset was telling us that in scrims they've been performing very well and finding victories at the same time, but they weren't able to quite get it done in match number 1. We'll see whether they can do a job here in match number 2. But where they reside, they might think they're okay right now, but they don't have that circle info. They don't necessarily know that it is going to be heading up towards those trenches, whereas other teams have the ring console info and have been able to move early.
Oh, he dropped. He says, that's all yours. You could take that high ground real quick. Oh, looks like they're actually going to try to chase him. Designful dropping from the high ground now, trying to chase him originally, but putting himself in the line of sight of his other teammates here. See, Design now with the rest of his squad just trying to take different off angles to provide him some sort of cover fire. Forced him back away in time. So Rolling Thunder is called in from Wildcard, but I love how you highlighted this team. This is a team that I definitely have my eyes on when it comes to the regional final today.
I think you've got to. I think there's so many teams that can just pull out an upset here, that could pull off a match point victory, that could really shake up the leaderboards as well. Of course, those 10 spots that are available, and you've got the spot that's available for the team that wins, as Fury will bring back his Watson into the fray with the mobile respawn beacon being in the crafter as well. The likelihood is we are going to see teams bringing back players more often than not, as NRG have just lost Gilderson, and they're fighting TSM. So on that northern side, there's plenty of action that's happening.
And TSM was outside of the spot for a really long time, while Energy were actually on the high ground utilizing the replicator too. So TSM now inside of the building, trying to engulf them, being able to get the 2 KP in the process. See that Energy have now ran outside of the circle, but with this fight, they don't want to overextend and give up this building space. They will have to start moving into that next circle, but we know that there's already 3 other teams there to greet them. I believe one of them is going to be Complexity on the other side as well as Exet. So again, a lot of congestion in this next circle.
So much. I mean, we're going to see when this circle closes. Maybe not this circle, but certainly the one afterwards. There is going to be probably 6 or 7 teams that will drop. But even for TSM, it's going to be pretty awkward. They could try and Valkyrie and find another position, maybe on the northern side in a little bit of the shallow water. But you're so vulnerable there, and you don't really have the protection. At the same time, TSM could try and get aggressive. They do have the ability with the Horizon to maybe just wipe a team quickly. But they are very aware that NRG is still there, is still present, and is going to be behind them. So they need to be not only thinking about their next move, but thinking about, are they going to be shadowed, and is NRG going to ruin their rotation?
Where can they go other than trying to rotate to the northeast side? Because if they keep rotating towards TSM, they're going to get third-partied eventually by the squads that are exiting out of the down beast area. I'm thinking about Optic out here. So NRG maybe trying to find an opportunity to rotate to the north side. Seeing TSM take to the skies, though, for host, their Valkyrie getting taken out by Skittle Cakes. And when he's got that charge rifle, you know that there's no good being done for you. Hal, being the only one alive, has to try to get his teammates back up again.
TSM dying in a Valkyrie rotation. That's probably on a bingo card as well. But Hal is still alive, but here's probably NRG as well. But Hal shreds sweet, but it's not going to be enough as the rest of the squad come through to wipe them out. NRG also go down. So this was what they were worried about, right? NRG were behind them. NRG were going to be a nuisance, and Optic made sure they pushed in to clean both teams up. And now Optic will be able to hold the entirety of that northwest side of the trenches.
Can we talk about the patience and the Optic just licking their lips, watching the fight between TSM and NRG happen inside of that building? The timing and, of course, the charge rifle being a menace to deal with these Valkyrie compositions. I'm pretty sure that was in the bingo card, too. We talk about the content coming out of that. But, man, now Optic Gaming get to walk away with some extra KP in their pockets. Complexity on the other side. Not trying to get involved in that while holding this position here on the north side of that circle.
Oh, that circle is going to be an awkward one as well that you speak of. I mean, I can see it on my map overhead. XAir are actually in one of the best positions for it right now. It's going to be going even further north. Half of it's going to be covered by the water. There is going to be a few bits of land that you can play, and maybe one tiny building that's going to stay in it. Actually, Sentinels are in a building in one of those nuts that they should be able to stay alive for quite some time and maybe pick up some big KP because of that as well. 16 squads left, not much room to play with when we do get to that circle. So it's going to be very tough for those who are currently outside of it. 100 Thieves are going to have to move from the eastern side, and they'll have to push their way through the likes of Sentinels, who are going to be watching from that nut. And then from the southern side, everyone's going to have to try and push through the likes of Complexity, who are already going to be there waiting as well. So, you know, this is an awkward one for anyone who hasn't found themselves in one of the priority positions.
And even the teams that have to take their time because they were getting a res, thinking about Furia when they got his Watson back in too. Do you try to rotate through the wall with the time that you have left right now? And then you are going to inevitably meet up with 100 Thieves and only have that little corner of that wall building, those bunker door buildings just available for you to hang out in. Thinking about all the different choke points that we're about to witness as Furia take to the skies right over the wall. They're about to be greeted by 3 to 4 different teams that are inside those same nut buildings that you were mentioning.
I'll have to see whether I can cast a cuss Furia as well when they get to a top 3. They've got incredible conversion rates, similar to what TSM have. In fact, Furia and TSM have been the 2 best teams when it comes to finding victories, but Furia will put themselves into a lot of trouble. Lou gets the knock on the Pandas, and now they're going to have to fight 2 versus 3, or maybe 2 versus 7, because there's plenty of teams in the area.
Oh no, right inside of the bunker doors of Dark Zero that are playing outside the Valkyrie ult from Furia. Acting as a double-edged sword here, and they finally clean up that last member's Watson going down, and Furia get eliminated. But this is the risk that comes in when you go for these late rotates for circles like this. That's why, Dan, you were highlighting how tricky it's going to be for this next circle rotation for the squads that haven't been able to find their place into that next circle.
Yeah, it's just been do-or-die rotations, and sometimes that's what these circles can do to you, where they're a little bit more predictable. You are going to get far more teams who are rotating early to get into the priority positions. The team that's rotating a little bit later is going to be Optic Gaming. They had success doing it in the previous game, and as I alluded to in the first game, they are one of the best Storm Point teams that we have. And at the moment, they still just have to slowly work their way into this next zone. But they do have the rockets cover, but drop goes down because Dark Zero is going to be behind them.
That Nemesis, man, that makes your eyes water. Look how fast Zero's shooting after already getting that gun shooting at its max range here too. E8 also in the middle trying to rotate on the other side. Designful trying to use this little hill to just LOS the other team here. Skittle Cake's out here, so is dropped. They finally finish off Skittle Cakes. They're just trying to get Zach deeper inside by this rock so they can get some extra cover while the squads right in front of them inside of that Cyril are fighting and distracted.
So EA back on their feet. But in a minute and 20, this is where things go from bad to worse for all of these teams. There's actually only one team that are within the next circle, and that's going to be Xset. They've poised themselves perfectly to try and take a victory in this game. They've called the circle, they've called the zone, and they know exactly how they want to play it. WC in a spot of bother. They're stuck between both two teams, and one of them being Oxygen, who are above them at the moment, but don't want to give away their position just yet, because if they do push out, they're going to be so vulnerable to the other team that was watching.
And they've been here for quite some time, too. Hill falling low. Sunnox trying to take a different angle with the Mastiff before having to retreat all over again. But we talked about this team comp earlier before, and playing inside these buildings worked for them, but in less than 40 seconds, you're going to have to start moving soon while denying the opportunity for these squads to their south that they're trying to contest from rotating and getting ahead of them. Here is enemy has to be careful. A smoke grenade coming out from the Bangalore that's right outside their doors.
And a lot of these teams down here are going to realize that they have to go for KP here because trying to find a victory is going to be unlikely with where the zone is pulling. FaZe being one of them. They've lost Snipe down, but they did manage to get a knock on one of the other squads. It's just about surviving at this point, trying to see if you can pick off the pieces of these squads that are going to be weak as they come out of these buildings, and maybe there's even an opportunity of getting a res as Oxygen having a little scrap with E8 here as the Mastiff hits hard.
You know, a lot of people are excited to see what Lanimal's got to bring to the table today, especially if they can make LAN Oxygen Esports inside of the building. They're able to clear out the rest of what we see from E8 for right now. Just playing patiently. You hear fighting going on the outside, too. This is going to be so chaotic. The circle is closing right behind Oxygen's back. If they can try to inch their way forward and get involved in this third party.
Do think FaZe were able to get Snipe down back up as well. They were, but not for very long, as now will be taken down as you can see Snipe Down just trying to desperately stay alive as he's got such little health as FaZe now. It's all relying on Snipe Down. He will try and shred with what he's got left, but FaZe get eliminated. Optic have also gone down, as well as Oxygen, and suddenly we're down to 9 squads, and it's not done yet because Luminosity's still moving. They'll be shredded by Dark Zero. Now it's 8 squads, but it's going to be even less than that, Vicky, because everyone who was already within this circle is just picking up the pieces.
Oh, this is a massacre with all the squads that had to rotate outside of the armory direction. Now Complexity are currently hinged to exit on the other side. That nub building that you were talking about, those teams can at least take some room to breathe. Complexity can't say the same right now as they get fully dove on here. Nocturnal finding some of these picks with that Nemesis being a problem now. Cody trying to run away, can't get far as Exit clean up what is left of Complexity. 5 squads left in this lobby right now. We got Sentinels alive, Lanimals, Meat Lovers, 100 Thieves, and Exit here.
And Exit should be in one of the best positions, especially when the Rampage starts to hit as hard as this is from Fun. They're going to own the entirety of the western side, whereas 3 of the other teams are on the eastern side, and then they've got Lanimals just below them on that southern side. So at least Exit are away from the majority of the commotion, and they should just be able to watch what happens on the other side of the map and then clean everything up. There's 100 Thieves. They're doing some damage, but they have to be careful. You can't push your advantage here. There's too many teams in that nut.
Oh, there we go. Lanimals now getting involved. You're going to find RKN. C-Stay not even going to find Keon here too. Albert Laley cleaning up what is left. Lanimals having a great game. 7 KP to their name while Albert Laley's going crazy on this KB, putting down that dome, tossing out the thermite, controlling some of that extra space. We also saw earlier that Sentinels was still able to get their third back up with RKN's crypto drone too. Playing around the knockdown shield as they take care of Keon, is able to also get the shields off just in case. But a huge fight coming out on top for Lanimals, but it's not over yet with 100 Thieves right next to them.
Well, I can guarantee you one thing. This is going to be an Xset win. There's no way they throw this away, and that's not even going to be a caster curse because all the other teams are going to have to fight their way. Sheila now comes down, even with a Dark Veil there. You can just spray on through. As soon as you get the tick damage, as soon as you get that hit marker, things are going to be so difficult for any team that's trying to make that rotation, as now Xset will start to shred through. Lanimals go down. It's Xset. It's 100 Thieves. Let's see who wins this one.
Oh, this isn't Rio. Say hello to my little friend. Nocturnal puts the Sheila down just for real quick as he has the Nemesis out. Puts down another deployable barrier here. Burns right through Onmu here, and with the 100 Thieves being the other squad that Exit has to face off against, they're at a number disadvantage. Exit's going to try to fully send it, and they take game number 2 here on Storm Point.
I was that confident Except we're going to win. I almost said I would shave my head. That's something I did once, and I got it wrong, and I said I'd never do it again. But honestly, there was no way Except were going to be able to throw that one away. They had that position for so long. They predicted that zone so well, and they fought for it, and they show why. They are one of the, if not the most dominant team in this region, and at the moment, probably the world as well, Vicky. An incredible performance from them, and they picked up plenty of KP to go alongside it.
Number 1 for a reason. They're our most consistent squad for a reason. I know Hot Sick is eating in the back. Nocturnal just having the time of his life with that Sheila. He picked up like 5 KP there and cleaned up the rest at the very end there too, even with the Nemesis. But man, that kind of is a problem. And Exit now also put themselves on board after having a great game number 2 to their name with, 7 KP there too.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, a Sheila coming out at the end, that must feel good for anyone holding it. A man who is fond of a little bit of Sheila action is Rain Day. Evan, what do you think of that game?
We talking about Xset, but they've still got a lot to prove for me. Great call, Dan, and of course, Vicky. I want to keep you, Vicky, and talk a little bit about this. Dan, take a break, because this is one of those moments where you do start to see maybe the game and the lobby tilt a little bit. This is 2 times now Xset has been in the final 3 or 4. So with winning this game and with doing it with a Pathfinder, I want to know if this feels like they're taking it, I wouldn't say easy. I don't think any of these guys take it easy, but they're giving themselves wiggle room to mess up or learn something, right? And or is this just how good Exit are, and are they kind of like Alliance, to where they might bring out a Newcastle, they might bring out an Ash, they might bring out a Rampart. It doesn't matter. They still are probably going to be a top 3 team that might win the match.
I think they're enjoying themselves, and while also trying to play for positioning, because they predict end circles amazingly. You can hear it in their comms too. They have so much synergy. This team has been together for literally forever in my mind. And with them settling for 35 points after just the first 2 games, Rain, you need 50 points to be sitting at match point, and they're looking to take the entire lobby home already. Even if they're having fun, this is a team that you could definitely expect to be looking for that dub for the regional final today, even if they're already in first.
Averaging 17.5 points a game so far. If they did the same thing again, just playing to their averages, they would be at 52 or so points in game 3, meaning they would be on match point. But look at this Sheila. One of the benefits of Sheila, why has this character come out? Well, partially it's because of the passive Sheila has to destroy piercing spikes and destroy barricaded walls that counters Catalyst. But part of it is just the damage and the spray and pray, the ability to not waste ammo, the ability to have this kind of very wide open range to do this. And Vicky, they're just shooting fish in a barrel right now.
Makes you think about what Ballistic's gonna do to the meta at the very end with that whole again. I just can't wait. It's crazy, but man, Nocturnal having so much fun, saying go get him, sending fun and sucks like if they're his Pokemon to just finish up what was left of the squads that were in his line of sight. 100 Thieves coming in 2nd place with that 6 KP. Exit cleaning up that north side with 7 KP. We saw the chaos that went down though on that northern circle for the squads that did rotate early. I'm talking about NRG, I'm talking about TSM, and I'm talking about Optic Gaming as we take a look at this first page, Rain.
And I do like this. I like to see 100 Thieves getting in the mix. This is a team that has kind of been in and out. I think they've had a nice resurgence split, but certainly have things to prove. Meat Lovers has just been consistent. They've been surprisingly consistent for me, but it's great that they're able to keep that up. 7 points, nothing to slouch at. Dark 02 getting on the board. Not great placement, but 8th. Couple of kills, 6 kills, that turns into maybe a win. You start looking at them as maybe the storyline here, but who I'm focusing on, Vicky, is Lanimals. I talked about them at the start of the day. They are now 2nd in terms of today's 2nd game standings, because they'll have 16 points, and that's just ahead of 100 Thieves. And look at that, Albrelelli has decided no more Loba. I'm going to take Gibby, and by the way, I'm also going to top frag on Gibby as well.
He was going crazy. I love the space that he put in between himself and that final fight that we saw them in when we were watching their point of view with the dome and then the thermite on top of that, and then even trying to cover his back. He was literally multitasking out here. But Lanimals, definitely the team that so many people have on their sights, especially for today. I want to see this team make it to LAN. I mean, it's in their name out here, and they've also been able to put in so much work with that Rampart introduced into this lineup originally.
You are what you think, you know. I think there's a level of focus that just having the name LAN does kind of orient yourself towards focusing on getting to the big show. These teams here, nothing to worry about for FaZe and Optic. They had a good game one, couple of points in game two. They'll be looking to bounce back as we switch to World's Edge, which is happening quicker than usual if you're an ALGS fan. NRG and TSM, they get kills, no points off of placements, and Native Gaming looks like they do not win that one with CLG this time around. And CLG, they only have 3 kills to show for it. Here is how it looks after 2. Xset, TSM, FaZe, Lanimals, and 100 Thieves rounding out your top 5. E8 notably in that V2 position, Vicky, which is where you have an 18th place team having an opportunity, if they do win, to make a spot at LAN, and that would change everything.
Yeah, that'd be super huge. And when you talk about teams like Lanimals out here, if they could consistently stay in that top 4 finish, they'll be more in control of whether they really make it to LAN or not. Anything below the top 4 for them is basically them praying for other teams to fail, and they want to be able to have control over their own fate. Again, all eyes on a team like Lanimals. There's a lot of line out here, and after those first 2 games, Rain, I'm excited to see how World's Edge is going to change things up in terms of how these teams feel comfortable and the team comps that we're going to be exposed to.
Well, great thoughts there from Vicky, helping me break down game 2. There have been 2 so far in North America, but things are heating up very, very quickly. I had to turn the AC on in my room because it's been like 8 hours of lights and heat happening in here, but also I feel it through the screen that this is only going to get more intense. Do not go anywhere. We've got a break, and coming up after that, game 3 of our regional finals here in North America.
I do hope you don't begrudge me just a bit of fun before the curtain drops.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to head into map number 3 of our North American regionals now. Dan has a smile on his face because he's excited because we're changing over to World's Edge now. And you've got a cheeky look about you. I said I was feeling a little bit mischievous, but you're looking a little bit cheeky. Like, what's happening? What's going on?
It's just my normal smile. It's also because we had the trivia on the screen and you didn't go with your gut feeling. It meant you got it wrong. And,
yes,
sometimes it just makes me have a little bit of a giggle. But yeah, we move over to World's Edge, which means we have teams who are a little bit better on this map, or teams that maybe are picking up big points totals on World's Edge as well. So we'll have to see who is going to be able to do that and whether it's going to be some of our favorites here today.
All right, well, let's have a look at the POIs. Let's see where the teams are going to be dropping, or where we certainly expect them to be dropping here on World's Edge. Dan, talk us through some of the POIs and some of the stats that you've got in front of you.
Well, it's similar to Stormpoint in that actually World's Edge has been dominated by the northern side here in North America. It's been pretty even across the majority of other regions, but North America has certainly noticed a big struggle on the southern side. Mainly SkyWest Trials has been one of the biggest locations to be landing. Climatizer has had the highest win rate as well. We are going to have another contest between Native and CLG at Harvester. However, Harvester has only got a 7.4% win rate across this region. As for Sentinels over towards Overlook, we've not seen anyone win from Overlook as of yet so far in this region, but when we look at the likes of Epicenter, that has an 11.1% win rate, so we are going to be able to see maybe someone be able to take advantage of that. But really, it's about Skyhook. It's been Skyhook that has been able to find so many victories for the these teams in this region. Dark Zero are going to be dropping down towards Fragment West with a really good chance of trying to take advantage of the central zone. And you can see now we move over to the western side. Meat Lovers at Countdown. We've not seen a win from Countdown yet, and we need to see something from Meat Lovers today if they are going to find themselves in LAN and with the chance to compete with the biggest and the best. But now this is where the action happens. Xset, 100 Thieves, Skyhook and Trials. This is where we've seen all the wins happening on set, and I'm not really surprised because anywhere that Xset's drop in, they've been finding the W's.
I was like, hey, what a surprise. The team who's doing the best is where our most wins are coming from on the POIs. But, you know, Trials, when you get those Trial zones and Skyhook zones, you get such good priority. It's such a tough zone to fight your way into, especially the Trials one, which we have seen a few times. Plus, you're always coming out of Trials with some great loot. So it's going to be interesting to see if Xset can keep up that performance, obviously winning on Storm Point in our previous game. And I'm interested to see what's happening at the other end of the standings right now. The teams who we're looking at are some of our bubble teams coming into today, who are probably thinking we need to perform well to qualify. Well, one of them, NRG, at the moment, quite simply, has had 2 games to forget. They have not put the points on the board they're going to need if they want to go to LAN, which is crazy to say with a team like NRG and the history they do have. Some of the other teams we were looking at, Meat Lovers, they're a danger team coming into today. They've had a couple of good games, well, at least one good game so far. WC, LG, still not that pop-off performance, but Lanimals, that last game might be one they look back at as a momentum builder for them, Dan. They could be that team who sneaks one of those spots away if they continue with that form.
Yeah, even though we've only had 2 games, of course, and as it stands, it's still very important because as we get closer to match point, we'll know the teams who are there or thereabouts. But for now, it's still the maps that are happening. It's the games in front of us. And of course, it's the contest that's going to be on our screens. Native versus CLG once more, and CLG get the first pop.
Well, this is going to happen every game, by the way, everybody.
Yeah.
There's no backing down from this. We are also seeing, in my opinion, definitely comps being built for contests because, with all due respect to CLG, Revenant has not been prevalent, but Revenant to silence people in a contest is a pretty good thing to have on your side. So, for now, CLG looking to continue what has been a little bit of a stomp for them over Native on the contest, historically anyway, especially here at Harvester. And won the last one on Storm Point as well, so... For now, it's looking like Native are going to give this one up, run away. And, I mean, I think they just have to find somewhere else to play, Dan. Dare I say it?
You know, we had a similar situation with Ascend and Bitfix Gaming in the EMEA region. We've known about it for the entirety of the ALGS. If you are contested, the likelihood of you succeeding goes down statistically tenfold. You are not going to have the same sort of looting scenario. You're not going to have the same rotation. You are often going to get third-partied. It's so tough to find any success if you're having a contest. And the likelihood of either of these teams making LAN because of it has just gone down so much. So it's going to be a tough watch, but who knows? Maybe one of them can take advantage. CLG making Native retreat very quickly certainly gives them the opportunity, but then you look at their composition. It's not really built for the rest of the game. It's been built so heavily around the contest that are they going to be able to find success as the game goes on?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure, and we'll have to keep our eyes on it because, trust me, we will see it again. We will see it at least... I'd say at least twice more. Someone might get to match point and kind of put both teams out of their misery a little bit. But for now, CLG stand tallest, and they're going to be able to craft and make sure that they're going to leave with the majority of that loot. Looking at the zone, though, on the right-hand side, that's what we should be talking about. And it looks like we're moving to the north side, probably around that train station, probably around the Beacon House. So for Sentinels, who have already made their way from Overlook, they're going to be in and around that zone. 100 Thieves just trying to beat them to the priority position as well. But Complexity, this is a really good zone for them as well. Not only can they get into a position to control the high ground over at Epicenter, so the teams leaving Fragment are going to have a problem, but they can also rotate in late and maybe take that big rock, which kind of overlooks the train stop and all of those teams who are fighting.
Unless any of the teams that are rotating early fight against one another, the, 6 teams that can already move into one of the priority positions should be fine until we get to like the last 10, depending on if teams drop on them, of course. The main action is going to happen on the surrounding edge teams who aren't going to be able to make the early rotations, that will have to take a fight in some of the chokeholds that are going to happen. And it's whether you can pick up that KP and then snowball into a position where you can maybe force your way into one of these circles, but it's not going to be an easy one, especially for those in the southern side. And as I was mentioning earlier, the southern side of World's Edge hasn't seemed to have found the success this season in this region.
An interesting decision from Dark Zero here. They did have some pretty good prio to zone, but not the best, and they've decided that they just want to craft up and make sure they're looted for some fighting a little bit later on in the game. They've already spotted out a team which is going to be on the triple stack building, kind of overlooking where the zone is going to be pulling. That's going to be Oxygen, who find themselves up there. But Glitch Energy and 100 Thieves have introduced themselves in the least polite way possible.
Well, Glitch Energy can just kind of hold them out here as well, and it's not a bad position to be in for them because they're going to be on the northern tip of these train tracks where you imagine the circle is going to pull on the southern side of the train tracks where it kind of finishes and you get the carts that are going to be there waiting next to the big old rock that waits in the middle of the map. So if Glitch can just hold this team out and can dominate this northern side, then they might be in a decent spot to try and take the game or at least get to the latter stages of it.
Aiden Destroyer communicates to his teammates that they have a charge rifle.
Oh, when that happens in our games and I communicate that to you, that means we're running at them, that's for sure.
That does. That is my rule. If you use a charge rifle in ranked, by the way, then expect to get out. That's what I'm saying. 114 damage, though, from Scurry. This isn't the ranked games that I root for other people. This is the ALGS, and at the moment, that charge rifle is doing a good job of just suppressing everything, but the Dark Veil will go down.
Wow.
That's going to let them escape for now, but 100 Thieves doing a good job at getting poke damage, but with 1 minute and 56 seconds, and it looks like they've committed to this fight. They don't have the Dark Veil now, Glitch Energy, to play around a little bit later. So if they do take the same amount of damage, then 100 Thieves might be able to push.
I mean, that's a lot of respect being shown to drop the Dark Veil and say, all right, we recognize how much of a threat you are going to be here and we need to use our ultimate just to get out, because now they may not have that ultimate if they are forced out of the train tracks early, but 100 Thieves say, look, there's no point taking this fight. We can go the other way around, but maybe they'll collide a little bit later. Speaking of going round, TSM making their rotation. They'll be taking the balloon. Very excited for the portable balloon that we're going to get. The evac tower is going to be added to the game, Mark. I do think it's going to change things.
I tell you what, if it's not called the Porty balloon, then I don't know what everyone's doing, let's be real. But TSM, they're trying to chase down Lanimals at the moment. They did get a momentary knock. I'm not sure if Lanimals managed to get them back on their feet, but from the looks of the aggression coming in here from TSM, they want these KP. They want to take Lanimals down.
Nice shots with the R9, and Lanimals do get eliminated. In TSM, it's as easy as that. Loot wiped off the face of World's Edge, and now TSM can just look to slowly walk their way into the circle, because they're going to own the majority of the north and east side. Everyone who has moved from the east actually went more south and made their rotations, but the trouble is for TSM is getting into the circle afterwards. It is so full of teams right now. Wherever you land, if you are going to land, presumably you're going to be taking a Valkyrie ultimate, you're just going to be deleted out of the sky, similar to what happened in Game 2 for TSM. So they might have to try and brute force their way in. By the way, round 2, Glitch Energy again. Having a little look at this one.
Reed's going to take good damage. FaZe have been eliminated in all of the carnage that has just ensued in the last few minutes as well. So Glitch Energy still holding out. Not 100 Thieves this time. It's Exet that they're holding out. So Exet, who are making that move from Trials, find themselves running into Glitch Energy, and this time they find themselves running away from Glitch Energy. Deep into the zone. 100 Thieves going to be in and around this area as well. So Exet got some choices to make here. Fun this time. Pathfinder put away, put back in his box, and it's going to be Fuse who comes to play this time.
We've already seen a Fuse team find a victory in EMEA earlier today. Certainly plays its part in the meta as well. Can be such a frustrating legend to play against, just with the amount of grenades he can carry and then bombarding you with the knuckle cluster every single time. But Glitch Energy still holding this spot, and I'm adamant that it is a good spot to be holding for now, as long as they don't give up that space. But it looks like with how they've been positioning themselves, they've been able to keep all of the teams at bay. By the way, the circle will slightly move west, but it is still going to be around the southern side of the train tracks that we were talking about previously.
Well, Exet make the skyward dive, and we'll be able to land on the drill tower here, and it's Glitch Energy, I think, who are in front of them still. Excuse me. It is going to be Glitch Energy, and there it's fun trying to use Fuse's abilities just to flush them away. Syringe being popped at the moment just to make sure they're back up, to full health. But Exet are going to be safe for their next zone close. They don't have to panic about the next move for too much longer. TSM, whose Valkyrie went sideways last time we saw them taking it, might find themselves in a similar situation if they're not careful here. Verhost, 1 HP is going to go down. No, he just about manages. Oh, clenched everything to get in that door. But clench it he did, Dan, and he's going to be able to get the med kit off, and TSM are safe.
It was like some Fast and Furious moments that was happening there. Probably a movie made about it, and Vin Diesel will get involved later, but Wow. Well,
I can't
18
see
squads left.
With all due respect, I can't see Vin Diesel playing Verholst. I don't think that's the right fit.
I definitely can. Have you seen Verholst is a specimen of a man, one of the greatest. Too much what? Too much hair? What are you gonna say? I mean, certainly Vin Diesel could put a wig on, but Furia having to take this fight, but may have to back off slightly, especially with the ultimate coming down. It's an interesting circle because if you haven't found yourself in one of those train track positions, then you are just going to be fighting on edge.
Furia trying to push TSM at the moment. This is a really important fight on edge. The longer this goes on, the more likely TSM are going to be in the position to succeed in this fight because Furia have to force their way towards them. They have to walk forward. Otherwise, that zone is going to be a problem behind them. Rampart walls are going to certainly help out in this fight, and how Furia manage this fight is going to be very interesting to see. So let's jump into the comms now with Furia.
They just smoked it? Is it taken or no?
Team just went up there. Team's went up there. We should go to the bottom. We should go underneath. We should go underneath. I'm doing it.
All right.
I'm going right now. One speaking from top, careful.
Right in front of me.
I'm good. He's fine.
They might drop. They might drop on that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just a team doing something they've literally never done before.
What if I pump fake them with the Valkyrie?
No idea.
They drop.
This team's Valkyrie thing. One of them died. One of them died. You can... I can't really peek it though. Maybe I can while out. They might drop.
I'm with you guys. I'm not underneath anymore.
Yeah, we can run at that if you want.
Oh, we're just gonna get shot in that. They all died. They all died anyways.
Getting charged off again.
I mean, just a random team doing something they'd never done before and dying for it. Like, crazy, man.
Flying?
I hear that too.
Someone just flew over us.
They only did in a little pocket here.
Rebel spotted.
All right, well, we can't do anything with this team now.
So Fury made that decision to disengage from TSM, go down to the bottom of Epicenter, and in the meantime, TSM get eliminated. So you have to say Furia certainly had an impact maybe on the decisions that TSM had to make.
Yeah, and I mean, a fight of Furia versus TSM, it's two teams who have been incredible this season, but two teams who have a very different story going into the regional finals. Furia have already secured their LAN place against TSM, who are still on the edge. They should have done enough, you'd imagine, but there is still a world where teams could overtake them if they were to have a dismal day. But of course, they've already had that incredible game one that puts them within a good shout, that's for sure. But Dark Zero going to be above Furia right now, doing a lot of damage to his Watson, but he should be able to get a bat off to reset. No! There's going to be a third party involved, 100 Thieves with a charge rifle from a distance.
Dark Zero are going to see that knock coming in as well. They're not going to have the information on who it's on, but it might be enough for them to try and formulate a push. They've got 1 minute and 17, and the longer that they take here, the more likely that res is to come in, but the CQ comes through. That's going to maybe cancel this res. Look at the lack of HP that's on Furia right now. They managed to get the player back up, but Dark Zero do not need to be asked twice, but Zero! Oh, the health went from 100 to 0. He gets melted.
And you could hear it in the listening as well, the frustration from Fury of teams maybe not doing the same kind of pathing as they've seen in scrims and games prior. And maybe how it's affected Furia and how it's affected the team that has gone down above them as well in Dark Zero. But 100 Thieves, they saw an opportunity. They saw an ability to be able to take some free kills. The teams that were below them, Charge Rifle, of course, doing the damage from a distance. And it has been such a prevalent weapon in these lobbies and so important, especially with the amount of Valkyrie ultimates that come through. Again, TSM died because they got Charge Rifled out of the sky, I think. And it looks like another player's about to get Charge Rifle out of the sky, this time from a dropship.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, one thing I've been critical of them when they went through a little slump in form, as Scurry should be able to just about get away here, was when they were very against taking a calculated risk. They always seem to play the safer side of caution a lot of the times, and that's a good sign for me to see them pushing the advantage they had, picking up some KP, and now they're going to take to the skies off the back of it. Scurry has to be careful though, as the Valkyrie, if his shields get taken away, he's barely got any health, but they are forced to make this play because the zone is closing behind them in just a few moments time. They know they've got to try and overtake some teams, and if they can land safe on this rock, then they might be involved in this endgame, but Onmu slides off.
should be able to survive as well. The Dark Veil will come down just to give them a little bit of LOS covering so they can just start to bat up, but it's going to be Sentinels who are on the other side of it. Now we see the exhibit come down just as a defensive mechanism, but it looks like 100 Thieves. They're going to fall. The grenades come out, and their day is done on this map for now, but we'll have to see whether they can do some more damage a little bit later on. Drug Free down to just 2. 14 squads remaining right now. Complexity taking on Dark Zero as well. We're seeing teams fall over the place.
We're also seeing Mr. Hackyglow just disintegrate Dark Zero, turning them into death boxes as quick as you like. Drug Free as a duo take down Dark Zero. Zenial from Sentinels, by the way, has got a Kraber. He's starting to go a little bit wacky in the kill feed as well. CLG feeling the bad end of that. Care package weapon as now you're going to see Impulse and Drug Free all of a sudden start picking up KP as a duo.
Hold on, Drug Free. All right, calm it down. You don't have to take down the whole lobby as a duo. At least get Sorcerer back on his feet. 11 squads remaining. And one of those squads, I will say, as we're on match point watch, remember, Exet, they're on 37 at the moment, and they are still alive. So if they start to teeter towards a top 3 here, there is a likelihood that Exet could be on match point after just 3 matches. But they're on the northern tip right now. It's not going to be the easiest move down to the southern side where the circle is starting to pull a little bit within the circle we find ourselves in. Sentinels looking to maybe try and pick up some extra pieces here and a little bit of extra KP as well.
Keon with some really nice shots here. RKN has gone down though, and it's Complexity who move up on that position while the attention is taken away. Keon and co now have to retreat to their IGL. A little bit of damage over time going down from Keon, but Drug Free still alive here. Mr. Hackulow's managed to get a battery off him the way that he's been shooting in recent fights. You're going to have some problems if he's surviving for now, but look at Complexity. Look at the ground they've taken. Monsoon trying to push up onto that big rock we were talking about. And if they can take this God Rock, then Complexity could be in position to maybe rain down some problems for everybody else in the surrounding area.
On the other side, by the way, Exet are taking a fight against LG, and if Exet were to win it, it could put them in a position to get onto match point, because not only would they get extra KP, they'd then be in a spot to try and move down. Here's the fight I was talking about. Exet have been held out by LG for quite some time, but Luminosity are very much hunkered down here. Rampart walls are up and everything.
Well, Furia, we saw them when they're listening a little bit ago. It didn't go too well for them as they were taken down by Dark Zero on their rotation, but Exet, they're looking to make their way towards match point, and we've got the opportunity now to jump into a listening with Exet.
I'm holding the back door. I'm holding the back door right now.
Yep. I'm killing garage.
Out in the open.
Back door picking, back door, all picking me.
Okay.
I'm coming. Valk one again, Valk one again.
Just play it slow, play it slow, play it slow. I'm looking for more kills.
I'll put a nade through the window.
I'm looking east. No sights.
They have to. You start drilling this knock. They have to play this room.
Don't have any. I'm looking to kill this team over here.
No ticks. I'm ticking purple.
One's gonna show them.
Okay.
Purple, blue, and gold.
Yep. I'm drilling. That's a bad drill. There's a team. There's a Watson team to our east, by the way, on the tracks.
They have space.
Yeah. Listen, there's a Watson team to your east, Brandon, on the tracks.
Okay. Yep. This team has to run out on us.
One ping here.
Yep. Over there. Sykes, you need to watch with him. Watch with him, Brandon. Watch with him. Just watch with him.
Which side do you think they're going to run out of? Garage or this side?
It's probably garage.
Probably garage because I can play it.
Yeah.
I have all 10%.
We need to watch both though.
I need energy, man.
They're going to do it any second, so make sure we're staying focused on this. I don't have energy.
Brandon, how much you have?
Can someone play on me in case I jump out?
Okay, I'm coming. Fuck it.
That's how we fuse ult.
Okay. I'm just gonna ball immediately.
Well, it's gonna stun both of us too.
Then play back. They're dropping. They're going right, Brandon. They're going right. They're dropping.
Crack the rampart.
I'm killing rampart.
I'm batting.
Rampart dead. Bowling. I'm good.
Kill Val.
Play on me.
You're good on me as well.
I'm safe right here. Play my knockdown.
I'm batting.
Yep. Crawling back.
Crack.
Hold the knock. We're getting 30.
Okay. You gotta punch me in.
He's still in the knock.
You gotta res me.
I got Cribber. We can't.
Sykes, res me. Sykes again. Yes.
Doesn't that Fung have gold knock?
Doesn't matter. I'm going for an armor swap.
Be careful, they're in the open.
Yep, got it. Ball.
I'm nade this so they can't shoot.
Yep, we have to push this. Yep.
Wait, no, go south.
No medkits. Safe for me.
No, right here, on here.
Okay.
Even safer.
I'm
starting to it.
Moving. I'm popping syringes.
Underneath.
Yep.
I dodged scan. Be careful this angle. Oh, careful.
I don't know what I died to. I don't know what I died to.
That's fine. They're getting pushed in the back.
Yep.
I'm gonna res. You need to watch west. Watch west for me. I'm resing. Turn around. Look up. South. They're coming.
We're good.
Got him.
Got an armor slot.
Whoa.
Watch your west.
Watch the burn hits. I'm queuing this corner.
I'm drilling this. We have to kill
I need to bat.
Okay.
Queue it. I'm batting. Close.
Okay.
Swing right with me. Come to me.
Okay. Come.
Never mind. Back up. No one. They backed up. I need shield.
There's
Everyone
a duo
heal.
right here. Yep. I need energy ammo.
Everyone heal. I'm watching west.
No shields.
There, drop you 2 spells. That's all I got. Peeking left. All peeking left.
Another. Okay.
We need to kill this.
Drop low.
Stab it. 100 in the knockdown. Right here. Full killing. Kill that guy. Nice.
Top 3.
Look up top.
Armor.
Well, what a listening that was. Exet have been mowing through the lobby here. 3 squads remaining, complexity 4, and Exet, from a horrible looking position, have made it work.
And they've made it work onto match point as well. They hit the 50 mark, and that is incredible. After 3 matches, we will have a squad who can maybe try and do what Fnatic did just a couple of days ago and do it in 4. But now it's just trying to carry on this warpath. Can they win this game and go back-to-back and show us what they are made of and why they are the best team in the region right now?
Except looking for a little bit of loot. Nocturnal has to be careful. Time to pop a shield battery, but only because of the LOSs that have been denied on the other teams around them. Wildcard and E8, the other 2 teams who are at the dance. But you just feel like Exit have done enough to command the space that they need here. Exit will control the zone. Wildcard and E8, they wall each other off and they want to take the fight, but now you've got the intersecting walls, so both teams are going to buy some time at least.
I mean, those walls are just perfect, though, for Exet because it just blocks off all of the vision of 3 teams, and now Exet can take even more space. That listening was perfect, the passion that we heard as well, but the most important thing I heard was let's calm it down, let's just make sure we heal up. Wildcard have lost 2, and Exet now can start to look at taking the fight against E8.
Yeah, you got to walk through this wall. The wall will fall pretty soon as well. The zero is down, but do Exet have the info? The fuse ult is going to go down. That's going to cause even more problems. And now it's just about finishing the job, finishing the story here for Exet. They're on match point already, but what a way to put a punctuation on it with a win. Nocturnal goes in. There's the riot drill. It's all about KP. It's all about the W, and Exet will pick it up here.
What an unbelievable game that was from Exet, right from the push to the Northern Beacon building, taking down LG, staying alive, getting the reses, getting the shield swaps, then pushing when they needed to. That was everything. People need to watch that back over and over. If you are, it doesn't matter if you are a casual gamer, you want to be a competitive gamer, or even if you are one of the teams in this lobby with this team, that is a must watch because it had everything from the communication to the pushes, the strategy. Exet are the real deal, and they're on match point.
They would have been known as the best in the world, and I'll tell you what, hitting match point and maybe becoming regional champions is a good way to start going about that business. Rain will bring you back in because Exet hit that magic mark. They've crossed 50 points.
After just 3, we are set for a potential back-to-back win of a match point finals. We've never seen that done before. It's rare to even win 2 games in these types of situations, let alone 3, and then of course that third one ending the entire tournament. It is time for teams to be on high alert because Exet are playing in the form, guys, that it certainly could happen, and the placements right now would be locked, which means one big game you can go from probably 16th all the way to 3rd or 2nd. So you have to be very, very careful. And I think you said it best, Dan, going to you. Exet did something that everyone needs to pay attention to. And to me, the reason it stood out so much is that it's on another different kind of odd lineup that we're not used to seeing most of our pros demonstrate. A Maggie, a Fuse, and a Valkyrie. You know, they let Sykes do their thing, you know, knocking fun or switching between every legend at random. But what is going on? Why is this working so well? Take a look at this final circle as we walk through it and talk to me why they're succeeding even with bringing out these new legends.
I think the listening told us everything we could have ever asked for with how this team works. Not only do they all seem to be on the same page and know exactly where they need to be going and who they need to be focusing, but the right calls are being made at the right time. And even just something as simple as let's calm it down and let's heal up. Because when they got into that top 5, they were so frantic. The callouts were going a bit mad. We should go here, we should go here. And you just need sometimes to just settle and breathe and assess the situation. And they did exactly that. And as soon as they had that chance to reset, I don't think anyone was going to touch them because they put themselves in the position where it was a priority, and then they were just able to rinse through the rest of the lobby. Sure, it helped out. The other teams kind of dark veiled all the vision off, and XSET didn't have to fight anyone until the damage had been done, but they won that game in the earlier stages when they took on LG, and then they pushed on after that. It was one of the best games I've seen in quite some time with how they managed it.
I was going to say, I don't think people would have wanted to go through the first part XSET had to do, starting with Luminosity in that building and having that crazy fight to get to that final part. I think most people would say, I'll take a top 3 and take my chances in where E8 and the other squad were positioned, because that was pretty simple, getting there and just rotating on the high ground. You see the stats here, Nocturnal getting it done with Mad Nagy. Nocturnal in the game before was playing Rampart. You've seen Sykes consistent on the Valkyrie, but Fuse now for fun. And I loved the use of that mother load to highlight the stall possibilities, the cornering of LG, knowing they had to push from that building. It was a masterclass to be sure. But here's where we go in terms of the results. Mark, obviously we know who's going to be standing on top on this one, but E8, that 18th place story, it's kind of still in the mix here a little bit.
Yeah, it's still very possible. The problem for everyone else is they're just so far behind XSET that XSET are probably going to have a game or two when no one else is going to be joining them on match point if they continue with the way that they've been playing. I mean, 14 kills, first place, 26 points overall. That's a monster game. That is a monster game from XSET, who are really starting to kind of flex their muscles a little bit as well. And just looking down, I mean, there's no, apart from E8 and Wildcard that we saw in that final circle, nobody else really had too much to talk about in that game. Sentinels had a few KP. NRG, again, very disappointing. And they're going to be worried right now as well because they're going to run out of games just to get points because XSET are now on match point. They could end this thing in the next game.
They really could. And Drug Free getting 2 sets of 3 kills, that's actually 7 points. That'll jump them up into probably 8th place, 7th place overall in terms of how they performed in this set. But I think you're right in terms of, I feel very threatened if I was a team supporting, or if I was a viewer supporting one of these other teams, even Lanimals, who I think have performed well today so far. XSET don't feel like a team that if they get 3 chances without anyone else being able to rebuttal, that they're going to throw all 3 away. They feel like they'll at least get 1, and I think that's where the issue is.
Evan, I think that everyone should feel threatened in general with what XSET just did. They just pulled the pants down of everyone in this lobby and showed what they're made of and showed why they are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world right now. I even saw in the pregame chat, the CEO himself, Hal, said, you know what, fair enough, XSET, that was impressive. And it was dominant. They are now on match point. They have 61, and it's the gap they've created here. They're going to have 2 or 3 games, as you've mentioned, to try and put this one to bed. And now everyone else in the lobby is starting to worry because those who are on the bubble, you might not get the games to get those points. As it stands right now, those who are on the cusp, Lanimals and Luminosity would just about scrape through, but that would see the likes of Complexity, Meat Lovers, NRG, EA all go out and not make it to LAN. So if you are one of those teams who is trying to break into the top 10, you need to do it in this next game because XSET could very much go back to back to back here.
I think you're right. I think that's the thing to highlight, right? XSET, it's kind of a double-edged sword for the teams who are on the bubble right now trying to qualify because XSET could get it done right now, but if you have the big game, even if XSET win, you come 2nd, 3rd with KP, that could be enough because the day is done. So it is really high stakes all of a sudden for all of the teams who want to be at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, NRG pop off, even a mild game gets, 17, 18 points, but then you're looking at basically 4th place. You're good. Your NRG is thinking, I might be able to do it. So there is still hope. That makes this very, very exciting. It's kind of an unusual situation we're in. 61 after 3. That is legendary. Also, we got to highlight some of our individual performers too. These teams have all put in the work over 10 days, but today specifically, there are going to be some stars. I bet a lot of you will be voting for some XSET members right now, especially with the versatility they've shown. But if you think that you've got someone else on another team that you want to vote for your Monster Energy MVP, use the hashtag, and then whether you're tweeting or whether you're typing it in our Twitch chat right now, just put their name back. We will count those votes. We will count them at the end of the day and let you know who gets the W. Also, Challenger Circuit. Remember, we got that going on, and there's an opportunity for you to congratulate Donut Shop, I believe is the name, Davis Wave, Fury, J-Trips. They are your Split 2 Challenger Circuit winners. That allows them to have a shot at the LCQ. The LCQ is a huge 40-team double elimination tournament that allows us to set up with our non-qualified teams from Pro League and our Challenger Circuit teams to be able to see who will make it to LAN, or excuse me, for championships. And if you think you've got what it takes, which it probably takes a lot, but if you think you got it, and I hope you do, registration closes May 24th. Also, May 23rd for the circuit number 4 will be opening. So as one door closes, another will open. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about the interviews that are coming. This show is filled with tons of new information. I actually myself just uploaded a video on the new firing range in depth if you want to go check that out. But if you're watching and staying on this broadcast like you should, we also have one of the most important things for high-level players we've dove into thanks to Onset. He interviewed some developers talking about the goals of the upcoming ranked season. Let's go ahead and listen to what he's got to say.
It's time these worlds remembered the name. August Brinkman.
I mean, what were some of the team's goals behind making these changes? You mentioned about having really tight competitive games every time you jump into a lobby. What other goals were you looking to solve with some of these rank changes?
Yeah, I mean, the primary goals were, one, just reconfirm and solidify that ranked play is like the definition of what it means to be skilled in Apex. And do that through consistently competitive matches, right? We're trying to iron out the problems of, hey, I got matched with teammates who are way below or maybe way above my skill level. Why do I feel like these enemies I'm playing are way above or below me? So the new matchmaking system is entirely about making that really tight, sweaty match where you feel like every win was like you had to fight for it, right?
I mean, the other changes too, with like the increased level cap, is like kind of leaning into like bring more competitive integrity, up raising the bar, mainly trying to prevent smurfing. Like there's the level cap raise, but also like getting people out of their MMR buckets faster. And so when somebody clearly is coming as a smurf, they're going to get slingshotted out to their proper space in the competitive ladder. So the decoupling ranked from MMR and making MMR the true matchmaking metric, it definitely will help accelerate that.
It's also we've refactored the scoring system with this update to really help focus the players on playing the BR. So you'll see a lot more focus onto placement. We're pulling a lot of the individual scoring hits for like how many kills did I get, how many assists did I get, and really hyper focusing on that aspect of the game. We've pulled all of that out to the end of match, so it comes in through a bonus system. So really, at any one point, you should just be focusing on, how do I win this round of the BR?
Mark, great chat there, man. Just, I'm sure was really edifying and interesting to see what they've got in the mix for ranked coming up in season 17.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, ranked play is where I spend a lot of my time. And to see these changes come in, I think all of them are positive. I don't think there's anything that you can see that's come out of Respawn and what they're doing with the ranked system that you can say isn't an improvement. And the biggest thing that comes out to me is the concentration on the winning the game, winning the battle royale. That is going to mimic what we see in the Apex Legends Global Series. That is going to make the transition from rank play to Challenger Circuit into the pro play even more easy for people to understand. So I'm a huge fan of it personally.
Well, I cannot wait to hear more about it. I think we've got another interview about some of these topics, whether it be ranked or something else. You guys will have to stay tuned on the broadcast. We'll be dropping them intermittently, so keep your eyes peeled to the screen. Dan and I, we're going to take a quick break, have some bro time. Me and Dan, just let you do your thing. And Mark, take it away. I know you've got somebody else waiting to cast for you.
I do indeed, Rain. Thank you very much. And look at that. They've let me in control of the show for 5 minutes. Anything could happen here, anybody. Very exciting. But speaking of rank changes, I'm going to discuss them with my good friend Vicky. She's going to be joining me on the cast for game number 4. But my favorite thing about the rank changes, like I mentioned to all you wonderful people at home, is I think the concentration on back onto winning the BR instead of just chasing around the map and looking for those KP. I think it's going to give us some really good quality games. And hidden MMR is always fun because that means we're going to have some sweaty lobbies, and there's someone who loves a sweaty lobby. It's Vicky Kitty joining me. I've seen you ranked. I've seen what you do.
You already know, especially since you have to watch you, because I feel like you're just one of those type of players to try to frag out and hold forward. Gotta bring you back a little bit. Sometimes play for positioning, all right? But can we talk about XSET? What did Hodsig feed these guys? Talk about repping the set for real, though. Sitting already at match point with such a huge gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. I mean, I'm scared. Watching these guys, I'm terrified. They are so consistent. They are so good. And I loved listening to those comms at the very end. Listening to their confidence, talking about how they need to reel each other back in, trying to stay focused, covering each other. It was perfect all the way through.
I think it was one of the best listenings we've had in ALGS. And to be honest with you, I think we're looking at the composition that they're running, and obviously we can have discussion about that, but I think they could have been playing without any abilities in that end game. The comms were so good. The comms were so crisp. And the one thing I'm always looking for is, like, we talk about chemistry in a team. There was a lot of discussion going about what we should do, who's watching what. But as soon as a call came in from Nock, it was immediately followed. There was no second guessing. And that's the secret to success, right? It's backing the decision that is made. And if it's the right one, a lot of the time, you're going to come out in a great position. But even if it's the wrong one, if you all send it and try and follow up on it, you usually have success anyway.
I've had so many great conversations with Nock behind the scenes during LANs, and his Apex brain is huge, and the way that he looks at his team is even better. The way that he tries to combine his knowledge with the rest of his team while also taking into consideration what his team is trying to look out for. You got extra pair of eyes looking in different directions while he's focused on what's important, especially when it comes to positioning. And that's why I always love listening to the comms of XSET. You talk about their team composition, and we are going into another World's Edge here. So I'm excited to see how they're either going to probably bring out what we're expecting, which is that Mad Maggie fuse, or if they're going to change things up since they look like they were having too much fun with the Pathfinder on Storm Point.
Well, as we head into this game, are we going to see XSET go back to back to back? The three-peat is on, and if that happens, then we'll all be going home a little bit early today in match number 4. World's Edge, we're going to see you again. And XSET already with a win on both maps, Vicky. Is this the best XSET we've ever seen?
Honestly, when I think about best teams, XSET has always been in that conversation for me. Even previously, when they were formerly known as Team Liquid, this is also just the team that I've always had my eyes on when it comes to the consistency and the dubs that they bring out to the table. Now coming in, literally repping the set, we are going on to a game number 4. But man, this team, they won game number 2 with 7 KP. Game number 3, they won with 14 KP. Game 1, they got top 3. I mean, what can't this team do at this point? But what this does make me feel here, Mark, I'm fearing for the teams that are hanging out in the cuffs. I'm thinking about Luminosity, for example, that are now tied for 11th.
Yeah, I think that's a really good discussion to be having as well. You've got the teams who are right on the cusp of qualification or big sad. And to be honest with you, with XSET playing the way they do, it puts more pressure on them to put a game in here, which could just quite simply qualify them for LAN if we get to see the end of play right now with XSET closing it out match point. But no surprise, Vicky, you've been watching this one from the wings. Native Gaming versus CLG. The contest that will never end.
A tale as old as time here. Love to see it. Love to see the limited tools that we have iShiny working with. Literally a Volt. The only weapon in his hands here, as well as 40 energy ammo. Clean as well, just trying to counter-rotate Mamba with the PK. Trying to taste him down on his tail. Hopefully he doesn't hit those hot 9s, but knowing Mamba, he's not like me.
Yeah, this almost needs the Benny Hill music, the way that he's just kind of circling around each other at the moment. Not going to come in. I feel like it'd almost be applicable, though, just to have the Benny Hill music playing for this contest. Because it's if you didn't see it, by the way, there was one of my favorite ever scrim games happened this week. There was a clip of it where, let's just say, scrim quality fell off a little bit towards the end of the game. So the entire lobby landed on the outside of Harvester and just watched this contest. It was amazing. Honestly, one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen.
I feel like you could also cue in like the circus music and just watch everything happening from afar. Oh, welcome. Everybody's here juggling out, looking like clowns out here as we take a look at where Native Gaming is going to start rotating to, denying themselves loot after that 50-50 contest. Also getting shot at from the distance here. NRG is going to start making their way over from the staging area where they usually land here. But you can also imagine with this circle and now taking a look at where it's going to be pulling to overlook, Sentinels are going to be having a ball game, Oxygen as well with their quick rotate. But I'm mostly concerned over the choke points that we're going to see from the teams that are going to be rotating from the southern side of the zone.
Yeah, going to be a tough one for them for sure. Interesting to see if anyone tries to make the rotation from Geyser into Overlook with a Valcolt. That's something that's been very, very effective. But for Lanimals, we were mentioning the teams on the bubbles. This is a great zone for them, but they need to convert. We always talk about, yeah, it's a great zone. You have priority. You're going to have one of the best spots. But conversion rates from those spots at this point in the tournament, at this point, you know, how close we are to LAN qualification. With this could be the last game if XL win it. You need to make it happen. You can't let this chance slip through your fingers.
It's so important too. Lanimals sitting on that 10th place spot with 82 points with Wildcard right in front of him with 83. It is so close between 8th even all the way down to 12th right now as NRG Sweet being on this rampart looking to restabilize here. Nathan trying to take control of the high ground.
NRG trying to rotate, but because of this battle that's been going down between Native and CLG, all of a sudden NRG slowed on their rotate, and this is going to really frustrate them as well. You can see Claims managed to kind of sneak away, and it looks like NRG have completely lost track of where he is, and he could be a real problem for them if they don't find where he is. CLG's going to still be in Harvester as well. So NRG, who have got a tough rotate to this zone, have got to earn their money right now. They really have to. Native Gaming have been eliminated. Sweet finds Klein finally and takes him out. But, I mean, a confidence boost, at least for NRG. There's a KP on the board for them, maybe even 2, but they're going to need plenty more.
They need it. NRG right now, I can't imagine land without NRG, and they're sitting in 14th overall with 72 points. That's insane to say. Laugh sincere, they didn't even need it real quick. They still found that last straggler as they're going to go in for the rotate here too. Sweet definitely needs to work with some more ammo if he could find it. Luckily for him, he does have that car. Wondering here if they're going to be able to put down... Okay, I was going to say maybe the black market, but they don't even need it. They got the vault key, and they're going to be able to scoop up all this extra loot inside of the vault.
Oh, it's time to go shopping, and everything's on offer. Everything is free for NRG inside of that vault, and that is certainly going to be good news for them. They do have the low roll to work with. If they can get a good spot for endgame, they're going to have lots of loot to play with, but getting there is going to be tough for them. 19 squads, as we did see Native be the first team to be eliminated in E8, are hot on the trail of NRG, but it looks like they've realized they're not here. They're not going to be able to get that loot themselves. They see the vault has been raided, and now they decide this is not the fight for us to take right now.
I don't blame them here too. Trying to wrap around instead. They don't want to get caught and pinched in case another team does try to rotate to the south. They won't know otherwise here. And if they do rotate through staging, they can get that extra set of information if they haven't done so already. NRG already on the rotate, going to the construction building here on top of this train tracks. They did get scanned by a survey beacon, so that's also more information for them to see where these other teams are and where they were able to get that scan here. But taking control over this high ground, they can try to see where they want to rotate to next, because this circle is going to be moving all the way towards the outside area of Overlook, where there's a lot of that open space, and specifically those buildings that are going to get contested by the more bunker down teams in No Name.
Complexity on the outside of Climatizer here. You can see the Furia in the vicinity as well. Complexity, another bubble team. At the moment, if play was to stop right now, they would not be qualifying for London. They're currently finding themselves down in 12th position, so they are right on the edge of qualification. 77 points they have. 10th place is being held down by Lanimals as it stands with 82. So it really goes to hammer home the point I'm trying to make to you people at home of how close it is and how important this one game of Apex Legends could be for teams. And NRG, they love to leave it late. We saw it from Alliance earlier in EMEA. They came home with the win overall, but for NRG, it's always been about the late game in the season. They're trying to make it happen again.
Better late than never. Gonna pick up some of that momentum here too. 1 KP at a time. That's what I like to see here for NRG. See the Wraith, or rather hear the Wraith portal come in, and that's not going to stop Nathan from holding forward, trying to find an opportunity to catch them. Oh!
Gotta be careful, though. It's one thing to catch a player, it's another to take the damage that they have. Sweet sends a player back through the pool, but doesn't get the knock himself. Some decent damage off the head glitch with that car as well. And as this fight goes down, we do have an opportunity to jump into a listening with NRG and see how the comms are sounding.
Yeah, I can full kill it. I can full kill it.
Nice. Let's back up. We're gonna get thirded.
Okay, hit Wraith 100. I'm backing up.
Back up. I'm not comfortable taking that fight anymore. I think we get thirded there.
So, yeah, I agree. Let's back up and low loot it from right here in this corner. Low loot on me, Nate.
Get on the roof, kill. Get on the roof.
Yeah, get on the roof of that building. Someone's hitting a player scan south of us.
That's I'm grabbing him. Okay, you can loot it, Guild. Actually, I'm gonna loot one more thing real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, just low queue up here when you're done, and then I'll go loot it.
You go loot it.
Very good. You can loot. We need to try to hit player. We need to try to hit zone scan here. I'm gonna try to set it up with rampart walls. After you're done looting, we need one person to stay up top there, and
One's
everybody
over
else.
here. He's wrapping out here north.
Yeah,
Both
he's
of
running.
them, both of them.
Yeah, both of them. No, that's a full different new team. That's a new team. New team.
Get on the roof, Nate.
Are you good? Are you good to hit it? Should I come over with you?
I don't know. I'm worried.
I'm coming with you. You can.
I'm playing the roof right now. Getting shot from frag. Frag rise.
In frag.
I didn't see you exactly where. Oh, I
Am I good to hit this?
Yeah, you could try and hit it.
You can hit it for right now. You can hit it for right now. I'm looking around. I'll try and let you know.
Wait, that was actually a goober play. It shifts back. I had a feeling it does. Okay.
It was just the Wraith. It's the duo. They're still in frag west. They just rezzed on construction.
Where do you want to hold for this zone?
Ideally, we just hold like here.
All right, I'm coming. I'm getting
on
on my building.
Cross to there. I don't know if anyone's up there or not.
Okay.
But ideally, if we can play up there, that'd be really. Definitely back when we scan and we like look around.
Okay.
It's back over my here on me. Back over my here on me.
We can cruise over here.
That's a really good fucking zone for us.
As we jump back in here, Vicky, NRG come out of that situation with a few more meds to their names. They've got a place that they want to play as well. We heard the plan, and now it's about seeing it through.
And I love how Sweet called it out perfectly, because Meat Lovers were looking to third party exactly at the time that he felt uncomfortable taking that long fight. Now they've taken control over the high ground, and with Guild having the charge rifle in his hand, he's looking to terrorize the rest of the lobby on the low ground. Here comes another Valkyrie skyward dive, taking to the skies, trying to find the opportunity. One of the players are Flesh. Can you find that one last player? They separated just right in time, but NRG still in a really good position up on the high ground, overlooking the squads rotating from Fragment.
Well, overlooking the squad, you say. I say let's go to Overlook, because that's where we're finding ourselves with Furia inside of this building, and Dark Zero on the other side of this fight, coexisting for now, but they don't look like they want to share the same kind of space at the moment, as both teams are exchanging fire, and here comes the push from Dark Zero.
Excuse me, don't see the double wingman. I only see one real quick, and his Watson's hand, and the grenade, sending him all the way down, telling him to sit. It's Dark Zero now making their entry. They have the advantage. They got the Digi threat. Zainu trying to dance around his own smoke here, hiding right inside of the spikes. Love the falls that we're now seeing from Gen here as the rest of Dark Zero clean up what was left of Furia there. 18 spawns up, but a rather quick fight for them to take inside of this building and some extra loot at their feet.
Yeah, you can see it was actually the first knock came in from Complexity. It was a grenade thrown through one of the doors that got that first knock that allowed Dark Zero to then make their move. Complexity, though, under duress. They are under pressure inside of this train car. For now, they're going to be able to stabilize, but the train cars are always a scary place to hold just due to the access for grenades and angles that you just don't know are there.
These nades have been insane. Just jumping around, trying to find an opportunity to just matrix around these grenades. Cody in some trouble, trying to get away just in time. He's got that gold light mag 2 in his hands with the R9. He manages to reposition with the rest of Complexity. Huge game here, opportunity for this team. Dark Zero, though, in the safety inside of that building. But currently, Complexity are pinched, and this is a difficult situation to be in, with Exet being on the other side.
I mean, Exet somehow have managed to maneuver their way through all of this traffic to find themselves in one of the best spots in zone. And look at Nocturnal. Nocturnal's going in, but no! Zainu, the new addition to Dark Zero, shows his value and absolutely deletes Noc.
You blink and you'll miss it. He's still finding some tick damage, though, with the Fuse ult. You'll like to see it, but they need to prioritize what they want to do for Noc. He's going to do it right in front of their face. Are you kidding me? They're letting him just do it. There's 2 other teams in this same area, and they actually pulled off the res on Nocturnal.
I mean, the smoke went in the window. The ult was down as well. They threw in a few grenades in, and it just bought the few seconds they were desperate for to get Nocturnal back into this game. Nocturnal falls down. The air starts off thin, but gets a little bit thicker as he falls, but Jim Burton does not let him have an influence on this game.
Not today. It doesn't matter if Complexity is looking at us from the windows and the cracks of the truck. If they could just get Nocturnal, yeah, it's perfect, right inside of this little lip of the cliff. They're gonna be able to get this res, but I mean, he's got fists in a dream right now. He won't even be able to get to his box.
You just wonder if they're gonna be able to do something very similar here. Knuckle Cluster causing all sorts of problems again, and this was what Fuse was built for, to cause problems for teams hold up in buildings. Nocturnal, he's got a Phoenix kit to pop here. You wonder if someone's going to drop him a gun as well, just to do a little bit of damage, or if he can find a few boxes in the surrounding area. Nocturnal back in the game is not what you want if you're the rest of the lobby and you want to call yourself a champion today.
I'm just wondering what their game plan is here for Nocturnal. Yeah, okay, they are going to be dropping one of those weapons. It makes the most sense because they can't backtrack here with so many other teams making their way through Epi. If they try to backtrack, they put themselves in a worse position. They can maintain the high ground here. Fun is having so much fun, by the way, on this Fuse. He is able to pop off, clearing so much space. They've been fighting off against Dark Zero while you currently see just Complexity over on the other side, just looking at them like, all right, nothing to see here. TSM also getting involved on the train tracks right behind Exit. They have to watch out with the squads that are fighting right behind them while also trying to keep Dark Zero at bay. Meanwhile, LG with Nizola is also trying to make that rotate right in their line of sight.
I mean, we got a crazy zone pull here, a wild zone pull. We were thinking North Overlook. It has pulled all the way back towards Epicenter. And who's right bang in the center of it? The team that needed this more than anyone, NRG. NRG are somehow right in the center of zone here.
And the fact that they put themselves on the high ground from that Valk ult that they called and disengaged with originally, even after they saw the construction site getting the res, was such a good call from Sweet here. This is what they needed. They're going to be able to maintain that high ground as long as they can try to clear up that open area between Epicenter and that cliffside that Guild is going to be holding on to. As we take a look at Exit playing up the low ground, they lost out on Nocturnal. Nothing Nocturnal could do here, unfortunately. He really just had that charge rifle that they dropped for him, but he didn't have many meds to work with either. There's only so much he could take away from Sykes and Fun.
Except playing this one out as a duo, though. And I tell you what, Fun and Sykes is very difficult to deal with, even if you've got 3 players still alive in that fight. But I think the story here has to be about NRG. All the teams who are over by Overlook at the moment having to leave. LG, you've got Lanimals who made a really smart early rotate. Well, they have to leave as well. They're another bubble team. But NRG right on edge of zone. As Sykes is right on the edge of death. Ooh, but get back and manage to pop a battery. They're going to have to leave and work their way through each other. And with Complexity overlooking it, with Dark Zero overlooking these teams that have to leave, this is going to be rough.
I believe that's 100 Thieves on the other side of that truck here, too. Local cluster coming out, 100 Thieves. They thought they had the advantage. They had the catwall out, so that way nobody could try to contest them and third-party them from afar with the charge rifle. I like the positioning now as Vaxlon is able to reset, trying to get that other player inside of that corner. What is left of Exit, they are being torn apart. But this is just going to welcome the third parties from the south side if Dark Zero want to get involved.
Here they come. 100 Thieves take a little bit too long. They disengage, but they lose Scurry. And Exit is still alive. Can Fun get the barrier off? No, we have another game of Apex Legends to bring you here. Exit eliminated. They do not get it done here as they hit match point. 100 Thieves fall as well. We're down to 12 squads.
And look at Dark Zero popping off, re-engaging when they needed with the timing that they had here. TSM get wiped out. Dark Zero taking control over this side building now. I believe EA is also in the distance overlooking the action that's happening on the low ground here, but look at all the loot that Dark Zero has to work with aside from all the KP that they scooped up in that final fight.
Dark Zero is still going to have to make their way towards zone, though. They've got E8 in front of them, holding them out on that high ground, so it's going to be a tough rotate for them unless they get that opening damage and force one player back and take him out of the fight for a few seconds. And Dark Zero are going to have to do their damnedest here, and there is that damage coming in from Zero. This might be their opportunity to push up this hill and force E8 away.
10 KP in total, and Zero is beaming with that Nemesis, looking for an opportunity to get up on this higher ground. You saw that Rolling Thunder that was called in from Zainu, so that way they could clear up some of that extra space here. Saw that team was originally up on this high ground, but they gave him this space for Dark Zero to take control of, and that means it's going to be a nice rotation from them into this next circle.
Managed to force E8 away. And then you can see that Zainu's desperately checking his corners, trying to make sure there's no rats about. They're going to bite his ankles as Dark Zero try and clear the way in towards zone. Faye's still alive as well, taking down one of Lanimals. Naughty will fall as Phony will have that R99 in his hands, causing the damage, and he changes from an R9 to a flatline. It doesn't matter what he's got in his hands because it's adding up to KP, and the same result here for FaZe.
Gotta drop those rhymes here as Lanimals also get eliminated in your feeds currently. Optic inside of that truck building across the field from FaZe, who have that high ground lip and some extra cover from the Rampart to work with. Thinking here how tricky it's going to be, because this circle is going to be pulling towards FaZe more than anything. So FaZe are in a good position with the natural cover of the rocks to the right and the Rampart barriers that they can play right behind.
The low roll is going to be very interesting here as well, that NRG have. Wonder if they can find any care package weapons that have been left on the floor, on the ground in some death boxes, because they will be in a good position, as Frex is going to be also in a very good position. And speaking of care package weapons, Sweet is feeling good right now.
Feeling good, looking good. He's got the Kraber and the RE45. Mwah, chef's kiss when you got Nathan on that low, but you know that black market coming out in clutch could also act as some makeshift cover too if you really hide behind it, aside from these barriers that Sweet is also trying to work with. But they're looking in two directions at once right now, Mark.
Trying to take some space here. Sweet with the Kraber. We've seen him hit some very important shots for NRG. Can he hit one here narrowly? Misses the head. But he's going to have maybe another opportunity to poke and prod and give someone a haircut that they won't want to remember. For now, though, Sweet's under a little bit of pressure. Has to back down to the rock and the safety of where those batteries can be popped.
Less than 5 seconds, and they're going to start inching their way into that next circle, into the line of sight of FaZe, who know exactly where they are. They got to start making up some of that extra cover, but they also have to look behind them because CLG have been duking it out with them from the very beginning in Fragment.
Nano's going to be found out here. Nano gets away with the Wraith portal, but NRG take the spot. That's the most important thing. There's a black hole down. Sweet trying to get some walls down, trying to find some cover. They've got no shields here.
Oh,
NRG,
no.
who had all of the loot they wanted to play with in this end zone, in the top 7, are starting to fall apart here.
What? Oh, taking the barrier to the circle. Where are you going here? Hopefully he can go right back in. Sweet is not dead just yet. Meanwhile, FaZe up in the high ground looking in the other direction. It's Frex with the Sheila, tossing down the extra pressure here as Wildcard get eliminating your feed. 5 squads left with Optic Gaming going down inside the truck.
Somehow Sweet's still alive, by the way. Don't know how. Don't know what kind of mad magic is behind that, but Sweet has got the minigun out and he's running on his own, cutting down the lobby. But FaZe in this position might be the game winners unless Dark Zero from the low ground can start getting involved here. Look at NRG, they're back on their feet.
What? After what we just saw them scurrying around the pillboxes, meanwhile Dark Zero still cleaning up the rest of the lobby here. 13 KP in total to their name, 14 rather here. As you can see them getting the beams. Zainu showing what he's got in store for us with the rest of this team.
4 squads remaining. Zero has enough damage to get his Evo shields leveled up to fully red. Zainu's going to pop a battery as well. Jem Burton should be rest as well, and they've got the gold knockdown to make sure that he can be impactful once he gets back to his feet. But how NRG survived that, I don't know. Quite simply, can't give you an answer right now.
Or even CLG. How is Nano alive between NRG and Dark Zero right now, playing off that low ground? They're trying to call him out here. Sweet having to back away just in time because he's in the line of sight of, I believe, Dark Zero. But denying this space from this team means that they won't get pinched, and FaZe is just going to inch their way forward, taking control over that extra space that NRG wanted to clear.
Dark Zero should be dead pretty soon, you would imagine. Zero and Zainu, I mean, they sound pretty similar, but the result is going to be the same in a few moments' time, you would imagine. As the lava will certainly give them a problem. Nano will pick up one off the Jem Burton. Somehow Nano's still doing things. How is this lobby playing out like this?
I think he got him when he already knocked him, and then they took care of Nano earlier on with 3 squads left. You got Dark Zero, NRG, FaZe alive in this lobby as the last 3 squads alive. This is insane here as NRG were able to restabilize. What can Sweet do with the Kraber and RE45 in his hands?
Kraber shot to qualify for LAN. It could be that simple for NRG. 1 headshot, 1 body shot. Any damage that can be converted here for NRG might book their tickets to London. Dark Zero still alive, trying to move up now onto NRG's position. Zero going to send it with the Digi-Thread. Zainu taken down to barely any shields, but here comes DZ. DZ causing problems. Zainu might be able to get the battery up, but Dark Zero eliminated. FaZe will move in to clean up the final pieces. NRG should go down in this fight, but FaZe, they will be the champions. They will win this game, but what a wild game. A wild game of Apex Legends that was.
And huge for FaZe to take another dub after game 4. They took game number 1 with 3 KP, and now they take game number 4. Huge with even more KP for them to work with. But man, you already know FaZe, Dark Zero, shaking hands real quick because NRG was stuck in the middle when Dark Zero decided to fully push on them and ate that team.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, we're going to have to watch that one back from some different POVs because I thought NRG are dead. Sweet went through a portal. You're like, how is he going to get back into this situation? Somehow does it, gets his teammates back up as well. Dark Zero, I thought, were dead about 2 or 3 different occasions. They managed to get into the top 3 as well and certainly have an influence, a massive influence on that final result. But you're quite right. I mean, the winners of that game, FaZe, 2 wins now, joining Xset with 2 wins on the board. I tell you what, match point is looking spicy.
Yeah, and this is what brings me to the excitement part, the exciting part of match point, because now FaZe, I don't think they're as high up as Xset. They're probably in second place, but with Xset still being at 62 points, probably even at the end of that game without securing themselves any points, it's still a huge gap between themselves and the rest of the lobby. FaZe probably meeting them in that second place spot, and with the KP that they're able to get, probably 38 points after that game.
Well, let's bring Rain back in because that was a wild game, and I'm going to be honest, I need a second just to catch my breath for a few seconds. So please, give me a 10-second break at least.
No, let me talk to you about it. You know, you can listen now. You've done a lot of great talking in that cast, Mark. I'm going to try to give you what really happened. You guys want to know? So he went into the interdimensional rift, chose the different timeline of when him and his teammates were actually still alive before they fought, and then just brought that back with them. That's it. Pretty simple explanation. And it actually goes with the lore of Wraith. So there you go. I did you all a favor. Vicky, I don't know if you agree with me on that. I mean, I guess there's no proof. We didn't see it. It was off camera, but I think that's a pretty solid line of reasoning.
It was the fact that he stayed alive. The portal was still there even outside the circle. He stayed alive, probably right back into the portal again. Rest his teammates, had the pillboxes to also work with some natural cover. But then what we saw in the feed afterwards, because we made that swap over into the FaZe point of view, I believe, was Sweet just terrorizing 2 players with the Sheila out. So he had enough time to get the res, get his teammates back as they were healing up, and then still whip out the Sheila so that way nobody could push his teammates after getting the res on top of that. That was insane. I mean, when Sweet says that it's time to wake up, it's NRG looking to show up, because I think after that performance in the previous game, Rain, I think they're in 7th in the overall standings currently for the day with 23 points.
That's a big deal, because getting into 7th from where they were, which was in the back half of the 20 that we've got, it now means that if it ended right now, and it won't, because, you know, we're going to play another game at least, people will gain points, NRG will have to at least kind of maintain this position. But if it ended right now, they would probably have qualified for LAN. I think we've done some numbers. Nothing official, but behind the scenes, that's how important Xset losing and giving NRG the chance to have a pop-off moment was. And it also, I think, was incredibly important to acknowledge the fact that NRG did something that we often don't consider as like the highlight play, which is they just survived the tough time. They survived the earthquake, so to speak, of everyone giving them attention, everyone shooting at them, everyone under duress. But in that same way, like we saw Tyler FPS and Unlucky do that to survive and get into that match point situation in that little boxcar. Just sometimes if you make it past that early stage of it, things open up for a little while. Like, people stop paying attention to you because they're like, I can't keep focusing on this team. We haven't been able to kill for 20 minutes. So we're going to move on into a different direction. Feels like that's kind of what happened with NRG. They lasted that pain point, and then they actually had a really good chance at winning this game. Second place, they will be happy with that one.
Even going into the listen-ins that we heard from Sweet, who called out the third party from that elongated fight, not because they saw the third party going in. It was just the timing, and Sweet felt uncomfortable. And he was right. Meat lovers were looking to get involved. Even to the very end, though, they were duking it out with CLG, which was the initial squad that they had found in Fragment, which were also able to get their third back in, by the way, after they got the res in the construction building. And even in the comms, you heard them say they got the res. And this is in that moment of time we see Sweet literally dancing not only around his teammate's knockdown shield, his own deployable barrier, but then jumps into the portal, jumps right back in, and we get to see his point of view here at the very end. Even avoiding the drill.
Yeah, he avoids the riot drill. Yeah, and you know what? We don't mention the fact that Nathan's safe that entire time. And I don't know if Sweet was just being cautious, and maybe because we had his POV, we weren't sure, but Nathan's just hiding behind those those boxes, and he's completely safe. So there's an element of the fact that maybe Sweet gave himself and his team a contingency plan, Vicky. Hey, Nathan, you stay here. I'm going to go take the portal. If we keep getting pushed, at least one of us will have a chance to maybe swing back and close up this fight and get some more KP. But it worked. And NRG, this is exactly what people have been looking for from them. But let's not forget, Vicky, they didn't win the game. They may have had the most interesting, multi-dimensional play, but we did see FaZe time this one out perfectly, show up on that third party, and really just take it home. With Snipe down, I don't think he missed a bullet.
Oh yeah, and not only just that, ooh, all right, saw that with the Kraber real quick, but not only just that too, Dark Zero was right behind Energy, and they've already taken so much damage from that initial fight. Nathan's trying to reset with the shield bat. I don't even think he could pull it off. Well, he pulls it off at the very end, but the same can't be said about Guild. They're already weak, and FaZe just cleaned up what was left of NRG right there. But FaZe held down that spot for a really long time, even overlooking Optic that was inside the truck to their left, so they were able to split their attention more than once.
And look at this, FaZe, obviously with a big win, that's their second of the day. It's put them in a great spot overall. This is a team that's already ready to qualify, should be going to LAN after a performance like that. It would be hard to usurp them, even though they came into today not quite being safe yet. But it depends on how long it goes. We went 9 games in EMEA. We're only through 4 here. Optic showing some stuff. Drug Freeze had a little bit of a, an up and down day, but they're staying in the mix. Something could happen there. They were our winners of our first 2 games in our first day in Split. But Dark Zero, a team that I think everyone's eye has been on. 15 kills, and led by that man right there, just joining Jin Burton, is Zainu, alongside Zero, who has put up some really good numbers, Vicky. In fact, I mean, if you really look at this, they're all contributing almost evenly in terms of how much damage and how many kills they're putting on the table.
Zainu is such a scary heavy fragger in NA. I believe he's ranked 2nd right behind Nocturnal with 76 kills. And to put into perspective, Noct has 85 kills. So he is literally in that 2nd place spot in the overall split 2 kill leaders here in NA. And you can see how this has been able to influence Dark Zero and their confidence too, because Jen being able to get that follow-up with 6 KP, Zero with 5, they were fragging out that game. They literally went all around town from the north side of the map, wrapped down towards Epi, and were still able to clean up on their way into that final circle.
It was a great performance. Dark Zero, questions again, maybe like XSET, maybe a little bit like TSM in that first matchup, getting that W. I might have misspoke earlier about FaZe, but TSM obviously being so successful early on, maybe answering some questions, maybe though still needing to answer a few follow-ups here as we take a look at the back half of these results for this game. Let's go to the series results though, as it stands after 4. And it is XSET on top. They only gain 1 point from that. So they allow the group to move up, albeit, Vicky, not that much.
Oh yeah, even with that double win from FaZe, I mean, it's just because they didn't have the crazy KP games that we've seen XSET get. For those first 3 games, we saw them get top 3 game 1. They won game 2 with 7 KP, and then game 3 we saw them have an insane game with 14 KP. I was wondering out here, like, what did Hotsick feed these guys? Because they were just looking like they're on another level, but they didn't have the best of luck in terms of the rotation and the way that Dark Zero had answers for XSET, which is great for the rest of this lobby because it gives other teams the opportunity to try to push their way into that match point area.
Well, there's how it stands after 4. We'll see what happens in game number 5 as, again, we look to try to switch things up. We've had 2 on Storm Point, 2 on World's Edge. We'll be heading back to Storm Point. But before we do so, we're going to finish up this conversation Mark has been having all broadcast long with the developers about Ranked. If you want to find out all the details, make sure to check out Play Apex Esports for the ones if you missed them earlier in EMEA or today, and to make sure you catch this one right now, our final piece to talk about Ranked coming in Arsenal.
It's time these worlds remembered the name. August Brinkman.
How you guys think that this is going to impact ranked play at the higher end of ranked, and I can already see with what you're saying there's going to be some intense end games.
Absolutely. So the problem with our current ranked system is when you get to master, particularly pred, the game pretty much demands that you W key, that you push and find fights and keep grinding and trying getting those kills. Taking focus off that, the scoring is now normalized, and so there's a static entry cost every time you enter. It is not a gradation on like where you are in the rank, and it puts a much more emphasis on just focusing on winning the match versus racking up kills. And ideally with the MMR system, you're going to get much more competitive matches. So those matches where you were just W keying before because the skill was all over the place, that's going to be hopefully a less viable strategy to execute on.
After years of exile, disgraced legend Ballistic returns to the arena. Will he show the next generation how it's done? Or is he past his prime? Do we have a deal?
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for another game of Apex Legends. Xset couldn't get it done, but still remain the only team who are sat on match point at the moment. Onset and Gaskin here to take you through the next game, and we're flipping the maps once again, Dan. We're back on a Storm Point.
Back on the Storm Point, but back on another chance for Xset to still take it, because they've won on both maps. It doesn't seem to matter where their success is, but I have to say, very impressed with how FaZe played that last one. They were they stuck to their truths, right? They made sure they played that final circle in a way where they waited, they were patient, they didn't try and third anyone, whereas on the other side, NRG, what they were able to achieve was incredible, and as Rainday was mentioning, as it stands, NRG currently in the top 10 and would be going to LAN if it ended as it was, but of course it cannot physically end as it was because we need to find someone who wins on match point, but things are looking better, things are looking up if you are an NRG fan, but they're not quite there yet.
Not quite there yet, and I think it kind of takes some of the gloss off of that previous game. If it would have ended there, like you say, it would have been good enough for NRG, but now they have to repeat the dosage. They have to put in another game like that if they want to be in contention with qualification. The same could be said for Lanimals. They need to step up as well. All of the teams who are on the bubble coming into today's action still find themselves in a similar situation, although some of them, NRG included, certainly have improved that situation after the last game. But Storm Point is where we find ourselves once again, Dan. Xset's still the only team who can win it right here, right now.
And our best Storm Point teams have been the likes of Optic, TSM, Xset, and Furia. And you can probably include Dark Zero and Glitch Energy in there as well. So those are the teams I'll be keeping an eye on. And of course, only one of them that I've mentioned is on match point. Will we see the same contest? Most likely. I mean, we said it was going to be happening between these two teams. Are either of these teams going to make it to LAN? Unlikely because of the contest. But I still, you never know. If you see one of these huge games from COG, they are still possibly within your shout of it, but Shiny goes down.
Shiny's down. Nano's down. This is high quality play-by-play commentary from me right now. Native look like they're going to get the better of CLG this time around. I just, I don't want what you want me to do with this. It's just a contest which is happening and it's kind of just like not really influencing what either team are going to achieve in this lobby. It's a bit disappointing, I will say that. But Native look like they're winning this one. COG eliminated. Bye, COG.
Well, unless, Native go on and win this game, as I've mentioned, it's going to be unlikely that the team is going to make anything of it. But we can talk about something that is relevant. It is going to be Barometer, where we're heading. And I said Glitch Energy, one of the higher performing Storm Point teams throughout regular season. They're going to be slap bang in the middle and with a survey beacon to work with as well to get the info on where teams are going to be arriving from. Another team is going to be close. You've got WC, you've got Oxygen, Complexity, EA, and Dark Zero, by the way, already making their move. You can see just on the map that they're making their rotation nice and quick down to the southwest side of Storm Point.
Pretty sure they're on that Trident. Oh, look at that. They are on the Trident, making their way downtown. Not going to get musical now, but Barometer is where Glitch Energy are at the moment, and they're trying to do some damage, but Dark Zero should be able to just about get around this corner, and they're heading right for where this end zone is going to be, and that is going to be right at the the southern tip of where this zone is appearing on your screen. We've seen it before, and if you're not there early, it's a really difficult zone to try and access, just because there's so much open water that you can see. If you're moving from the north of Storm Point here, you're kind of playing for KP and a decent placement. You can't really expect to win this game unless you do something a little bit special.
And I don't know whether Oxygen kind of could tell that Dark Zero were going to be there and maybe heard the Trident, or if they're just trying to take a different position to think the circle's going somewhere else. But they moved closer to Barometer rather than on the southern side. Looks like Complexity are going to be in a more southern area. WC starting to make their move down to the southern side as well, but I think they're going to get the bad news that someone has already taken what is arguably one of the better positions. And here comes Optic Gaming as well on their Trident, but it looks like Optic might be running straight into Dark Zero here.
Yeah, this could be interesting. You can see how much people are valuing this position for the end game. I mean, Lanimals also trying to take that position away. And Oxygen, I kind of like the play, to be honest with you. I mean, they've picked up a few kills as well along the way. Oxygen's position's good because not only have they got access to where this end game is going to be, we saw him momentarily, Hill looking at where that position would be, but they can now hold out all of the lobby. They're in one of the last buildings that before you kind of access where that end zone is going to be. So they can hold out everyone. They can pick up a lot of KP if they play it well. Already breaking the doors on some of those other buildings as well. And Native Gaming land on a cannon, land on some heads. Question is, can they click on them to win the fight?
And also, if you are a team like Oxygen, you need a big game with big kills, not just a win. If you're going to be propelling yourself up the leaderboards, just as Native are propelling themselves across the cannons right now, but they are going to be chased very quickly by the Meat Lovers here. Meat Lovers who haven't really been able to have a crazy game as of yet today. They find themselves in 19th place with the pickup of Luxford. I mean, it's always going to be difficult when you are playing with a new roster, but they are still within a shout of LAN, but unless they have a good game soon, they may miss out on it.
Well, the contest between CLG and Native ends up in them both being eliminated first in the lobby, so normal service kind of resumed. FaZe, though, continue in their form. They picked up the first knock here against 100 Thieves. They've got Zero down. They've got a few people on scan as well. Snipe down on the flank. This is where we've seen him do it for years. Dan does a huge amount of damage normally.
Yeah, and FaZe have put themselves in such a prime position to guarantee themselves LAN. I mean, I think they pretty much guaranteed themselves LAN after a couple of weeks in Pro League, but they slowed down very much, and it seems like they found their pace of the early days of Pro League once more. And I'm really excited to see how they do progress. I think that in that last game in particular, they really showed how strong they are when they're playing placement, how they stick to what they know and their rotations, and they won't pick fights out of nowhere. One of the criticisms Snipedown had in his early stages of Apex career was always wanting to take fights and maybe being, you know, let off the leash a little bit too often. But I think as the team grows and as they realize the fights they need to take or not take, this FaZe roster becomes more scary the more they develop.
Yeah, in the kill feed as well. Sentinel's taking a little bit of damage from the nemesis of Chaotic. But FaZe inside of Antenna right now are going to be pretty good for quite some time. So 10 points needed for FaZe. 40 points where they find themselves right now. And they've already got a couple of KP as a team to move them a little bit closer to 50 points. They are the closest competitors right now to Xset, but they, just to remind you all at home, Xset the only team who could win this right here, right now. NRG in a little bit of a fight now inside of Barometer. It's E8 who are on that high ground.
I just like that Xset seems to change composition every game as well, by the way. It's just trying to prove a point that they can win a game with whatever they play. It's the Rampart that they're going to be onto now. Nocturnal playing Rampart. Sykes on the Valkyrie and Fun on the Seer. I mean, this isn't exactly a wild composition, of course, but it is one that Xset could try and find a victory for, because as Onset was mentioning, FaZe are starting to catch up now, and if Xset do want to walk away as the winners and make sure they get that extra cash money in their pocket, they need to get the job done soon, otherwise someone might be able to steal it away from them.
Yeah, I think it's a smart decision from Xset just to go with a more basic composition. It's one they're comfortable with, of course, but it also disguises them a little bit more to the rest of the lobby. I mean, when you're running around as the only Fuse in a lobby, I mean, you saw it numerous times. Hey, that's Xset.
Yeah.
They're running Fuse. Hey, this is Xset. They're running Pathfinder.
Yeah,
I saw be a little bit smarter about things.
In the pre-game chat, I think Nocturnal said, hey, if you see a Pathfinder, just don't shoot me. But I know that that's just going to be jokes and all, but it was like that. I think Xset it was like sticking out like a sore thumb, you know?
Verhol said, by the way, in the chat before that, sorry to like expose all the players. He was like, hey, Xset, just shoot in the air. We'll come and protect you. Just let us know where you are. So,
well, it's because TSM know if Xset get it done, they're going to land.
To be fair, if anyone's going to do it, it's probably Verholz.
Probably would be.
Just a wholesome, nice guy.
Also, you can see it on their streams. You're not exposing them. Don't worry. It's all there for people if they want it. Unless they're covering it on their streams. I don't know. But pre-game chat's one of my favourite things from these lobbies because everyone does have good banter. The community and how these players get along is one of my favourite things about the game, has to be said. Xset are going to be now making their move ever so slightly. But it looks like they're trying to pick out a couple of teams who are rotating in. And Xset, I like this. I like being aggressive sometimes when you are on match point rather than just hunkering down, because you want to make sure you get those shields up when you get to those latter fights. If you've just got blues, they're going to be very difficult to win the 3v3 engagements.
Yeah, I like this wrap as well. I mean, Lanimals were holding that building they're pinging at the moment. There's also a Trident which has been left for them if they want to try and make a little bit of a quick dash across the open water. But if that is open and they can hold out this side, and they can kind of walk up and pick fights. Third, a few fights that are going down in and around that island where things are going to be ending towards the end of this game. So XZ playing this one smart. I like this rotation from them, kind of staying away from the bulk of the traffic. But when that traffic starts to pick up and you see a few teams starting to engage with each other, that's when they can pick their spot to move in.
We've got about 8 teams who are within the circle or close to the circle, and everyone else at the moment is going to have to move in. Optic had to go all the way back, by the way, to Cenote Cave just to pick up their third member. I think they lost one while they were hovering around in the southern side, so they gave up one of the better positions on this map. And that means they're going to have to really fight to get back into a spot that they could call themselves home. And that means they have to get past Exit as well, because Exit are watching on, and oh, Sheila's out, ready to try and spray down.
Send it. Not going to show for now. Certainly going to do some damage to the rampart walls. What's a good way to counter rampart, Dan?
Rampart on rampart action. It's one of my favorite things to watch, actually. And it was actually, I think, Lanimals they were shooting at there. So they've got Lanimals at one side that have taken the position off of Optic, and then Optic are now going to be behind Exet. And I think Exet are about to learn that, because Optic are on their way over.
Optic just making their way through the cave at the moment from Cenote towards this position. Like you say, the Exet are holding down and trying not to show any presence. Got 37 seconds until that zone starts to close. And you can see they're just waiting for each other at the moment to see if they can get any initial damage. But look at this stack up inside of the egg. It's going to be FaZe and TSM right next to each other at the moment. Nades flying down from above. FaZe do have the high ground. TSM kind of trapped on the low ground at the moment. And the rampart walls are going to make it even more difficult for TSM to really do anything, to be honest.
Yeah, FaZe have more utility as well. They've got arc stars, they've got frag grenades. They can squeeze TSM out here. As soon as one of those grenades connect, then FaZe will be able to push down and most likely finish up on that damage. But as we've seen throughout recent broadcasts, pushing a team in any of these nut buildings can be so difficult, especially with the legends now that allow you to put up walls, for example, like Rampart. And because of how consistent these pros are at hitting their shots, the one clips we see, if you even step 1 foot out of line, those mistakes can be punished.
I mean, you just don't want to walk up that staircase right now. You got Frex just sitting there with a R9 just staring at you. He's behind a rampart wall as well. There's only one winner coming out of that. And for TSM, I think it's just about survivability and just not giving any free damage away.
At the same time, I don't really want to walk down the stairs because Verholst is there, and he is one of the best players at hitting his shots. And it's probably why we have this stalemate. I mean, they may know who they're fighting against just off of rotations and off of legend compositions, but at the same time, it may not be something they are realizing at this point. So you've just got to assume that you are the better team. I think that both teams would also think they're the better team. That's why we have so much confidence in this region. Everyone is always going to be believing themselves in any 3v3 engagement. They do have time, because the circle is going to allow for it for now. Eventually they would have to move, but right now they've got at least a minute or so.
This is an exhibition in shoulder peeking right now from Verholst. Making sure he's not giving any player model away to take damage. It looks like Imperial Hal might have a way out for them for now, and it looks like they might think about making a play off the back of it. Hal has managed to get out with that Q, and if Hal can get into a position to help his teammates get out, then TSM will be able to escape. So this is a smart play, I think, for both teams. Nobody gave away anything there, and both teams can survive, most importantly.
Well, you think that, but Meat Lovers are also in the area and may now take the fight against TSM. So it might be out of the frying pan and into the fire here for the TSM squadron, and we'll have to see how they deal with it here.
Yeah, FaZe is just going to poke out of this as well. You can see that Imperial Hal actually got taken down by Phony Head. So TSM, smart decision to try and leave. The problem is they did not know that their back was going to be taken by Meat Lovers. And now FaZe can just move in, try and pick up the pieces. They can leave the egg. It's all theirs. And they're just on the search for KP for now.
And even this egg is not going to be safe. So you have to make sure you win these fights quick enough that you can start to plan your next move. It was something we heard during listen-ins in the EMEA region. All right, you two focus on the damage, you focus on getting the kills. I need to start thinking about where on earth we're actually going to go here and have a plan of action. If you focus for too long on the fight, then you're suddenly going to be panicking a little bit when you start to think about that next rotation that's coming through.
Pretty sure the respawn beacon was in the craft, though. It's a risky play to make in the middle of the open, but with everyone else looking forward, they might be able to sneak Hal back into this game. It's going to be a similar situation to what we saw from Nocturnal, though. He's not going to have too much to work with. Furia have been a little bit quiet in the last few games. They've got an engagement to try and force their way through right now as well. Here's Watson on the sear. No opening for him, and he's taking damage from so many people at the moment. And that's what's happened when the zone becomes congested, when you've got different areas to try and keep your eyes on, but Zeratricky creates that opening. Now he can queue up and try and take advantage.
I was wondering when Furia were going to come to life as well, as Zeratricky walks around and does another 190 damage, as they should be able to close out this fight. It's going to be Optic Gaming that are on the other side of things. The Furia in 16th place at the moment, considering they were the winningest team coming into this lobby from this region. They have not lived up to those expectations. Even though the job is done, they're already going to be at LAN. They also need to demonstrate why they are one of the real threats when we get into international competition.
So Optic lose 1, but they still have 2 alive. TSM lost 1, but now they're back up to 3 as Imperial Hal will move to his teammates here. And he's hoping beyond hope that he can find a death box to loot, or even just a gun on the floor to take part in this endgame. Fury, though, trying to make their next move. They've lost Pandas on that move, though. On that cross, the Q comes in to try and slow down the heals. Zeratrick is trying to move in to even up the odds. It's Glitch Energy, who they're fighting against right here. They're doing a good amount of damage, but his Watson just can't find a position to get damage in himself.
Get ready, by the way, to start reading the kill feed, because in the next 40 seconds, we've got about 10 teams that all are outside of this circle, and I think half of them are at Barometer right now. Glitch Energy have been here right since the start, and they're just holding on. They are trying to stay inside this building for as long as possible, but they will have to push out, and they know it. Oxygen watching from outside.
Trying to bubble in as well. You love seeing the Peacekeeper and the shotguns back into the hands of players, especially when you've got that Gibraltar bubble to dodge and dip and dive around. Glitch Energy trying to give it back a little bit of damage themselves. Also in the kill feed, Oxygen lose 1. Hill has fallen to the hands of Glitch, and NRG inside of that little opening in the bridge on the staircase are watching all of this, and if they play it well, they might be able to pick up some big KP here.
Oh, the northern side of this zone is going to be absolute carnage right now. Already 2 teams are falling. Glitch Energy, they're weak, and they're losing players. E8 also losing a couple at the same time. Glitch Energy should go down, but Aiden the Destroyer, we've seen him destroy many a teams in front of him, and he manages to get 1 knock and could do more damage here.
Scarily, even more scarily, he's still got some health to work with as well, so this is not going to be an easy job. He might be able to turn 2
God.
here. E8 get decimated at the hands of Aiden the Destroyer, aptly named, but it's not going to be enough to keep them alive in this game. Glitch Energy will fall. XA have been eliminated as well, so our 1 match point team have fallen. Where are FaZe in all of this? Can FaZe put themselves on match point as well?
Well, FaZe are 8 points off. They are still alive. They're on the northeast tip at the moment, close to where Optic are, but should be able to be in a spot where they can at least get into the top 10, which they will, because Lanimals go down, so do Optic and Oxygen, and suddenly, just like that, it's now 8 squads. FaZe find themselves 6 points away from match point. NRG, though, are still alive, and suddenly this late resurgence that we've been seeing from them, the game they've just had, and now into this one, they really are trying to fight their way into those land positions.
Okay, it's going to take some damage. NRG trying to pick up another set of KP here, but armor's going to be depleted, but so is the ammo for Gilderson. No more energy ammo for him to use in that Nemesis, and it looks like NRG have decided to move out of this position and try and move a little bit closer to where that zone is going to be going, but Sweet's taking damage on the cross as well. Has to use another battery, and that's going to be his last one. It looks like meds and inventory is a problem to manage here for NRG. They're so low on everything.
Another team, by the way, that is closing in on match point is Dark Zero, and they're still alive, but NRG finds some loot boxes to work with that will just refresh all of those supplies as Sentinels start to close in on them. 2 seconds, and this zone's about to close. That means Sentinels and NRG both have to move, and they're going to be the only 2 teams that are outside this circle, so there's going to be a few eyes, or should I say more than a few, there's going to be a lot of eyes on these 2 teams.
Well, look at this move that Sentinels have managed to make. They've managed to force their way into zone, just essentially straight lining their way there. Luminosity Gaming, they're having a little bit of a poke battle at the moment with LG, but FaZe Phony gets taken down. And at this point in the game, when you're into the top 8, FaZe needs something special now. They need someone like Snipe down to even up the numbers. He gets the damage down, but then the barrage comes in. LG under pressure from multiple angles. It looks like FaZe are still alive, but not for much longer. RKN in the kill feed as well. He takes down Snipe down, and he's found himself a Kraber.
It is still possible for FaZe, but it's going to have to be a rat situation, you imagine, to stay alive and get into those placement points to push them just over that 50-point threshold, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be, in fact, very tough for Frex. LG are right next to him on the bridge, as well as are the Meat Lovers, who I said haven't really had that pop-off game, but maybe this could be the game that gives them a shot of getting closer to those LAN placement positions. Really tough for all of the 7 teams that now are trying to fight their way in. Complexity are dead center. WC within a chance from the angle they hold themselves as well. But Sentinels, as you mentioned, did so well to just creep into the zone. As we mentioned, that phase now get eliminated, so they won't be on match point going into the next game. And it's likely it's still only going to be Xset as we head into match number 6.
The crazy thing about who's left in this lobby at the moment is that most of these teams are bubble teams, fighting and clawing for a chance for qualification for LAN. You got Meat Lovers, you got Complexity, LG, WC. Sentinel still alive as well. Dark Zero have 2 players still in this game as well. Complexity eliminated alongside Meat Lovers though, as we find ourselves down to 4, and what a game this could be for Luminosity.
The bubble teams doing what they can to just try and have a desperate attempt to get to LAN. The one team though that could be on match point, if anyone's going to do it, would be Dark Zero. It would be a win they'd require, most likely, or second place with 2 squad wipes. But it's only 2 of them that are trying to work together to stay alive. But the damage is being done, but Zero has to escape.
Zero's trying to get away from here. The thermite should slow things down for now. Zainu gets 1. Zainu! That's why you picked him up. My goodness, those shots.
I don't think my voice has reached that octave in quite some time, but for good reason, because the new pickup putting the damage on the board and giving Dark Zero a chance to get closer to match point as a 2 now in the top 4. And actually, they are in a position where this zone's coming towards them, and LG and Sen may be forced to fight. If they can bide their time, if they can be patient and wait out Shubi here, there's still a chance Dark Zero could even win this game from this position.
I mean, that's disappointing from WC. You know, wildcard, 3v2. Yeah, it's Zainu and Zero. I mean, it feels like sometimes it's a 4v2 in those situations. But you got to do a little bit better in that position.
No.
But now Shubi has a little bit of revenge. Takes down 1. Zero's going to jump into the zone, but he's going to take some damage on his way as well. Wildcard will be eliminated. Zero, there's got to be careful from the line of sight, because that Kraber could still impact this lobby.
Dark Zero 4 points away from getting onto match point. They just hope now, they pray that LG and Sen will take the fight, but with where the circle's going and the building that currently they hold, they might have to show themselves before that fight were completed, and as a 2, they may be targeted as well. If LG and Sen have been paying attention to the kill feed and keeping an eye on those number trackers, they might know that it's also a 2 that's going to be across the way, but we'll have to see what Dark Zero do and how they play this one.
Sentinel's going to have to leave this height in a few seconds. They're desperate to land a few bullets and do some damage. Zainu and Zero are going to move out with that position. I don't know how they've done it, but that play from Zainu is a pivotal moment in this game. And it might be a pivotal moment in the series. Like you say, Dark Zero could be a team who are close enough to cause problems. EMP, this is the push now from Sentinels. They're throwing everything at LG.
And this could be perfect for Dark Zero as well. How often have we said Dark Zero a match point team? Well, the fight's happening between the 2 threes, and Dark Zero, if they play this right, could find a victory.
Zanile gets an armor swab. Kraber not going to connect, and I tell you what, RKN left on his own. But where's Dark Zero? They're surely coming in to clean up these pieces. Sentinels eliminated. Zero and Zainu, as a duo, might put Dark Zero into a position to challenge for the champs. They do it as a duo. But the one moment from Zainu is one we'll remember for quite some time.
It was the fact that Zero was batting up, and he said, Zainu, I need you to cover me. And boy, did he cover him. We're going to see Dark Zero onto match point. They join Xset. We have 2 teams now going into match 6. We've got Xset, who are the current in-form team, against Dark Zero with their new pickup and just doing Dark Zero things on a match point format day.
Yeah, ridiculous. The match point specialist Dark Zero come into life here as well. I mean, what an endgame that was. I think you look at Wildcard, and if they look at that endgame, they'll be like, how did we not win that game? How did we let that happen to us? It's tough, but I think we'll have to bring Rain Day in and kind of have a chat about what just went down. Because, Dan, I mean, if you're in that kind of position, Rain, by the way, well, do you know what? I'll ask you instead, Rain. Let's get Dan a few seconds off.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're in that position,
enough.
you expect to win that game if you're wild card with the 2 in front of you.
Oh, you do. And you know what? The only thing that stops it is Zainu. I love the call and I love the play. And I think that this just separated what Dark Zero did from some type of piece of the speculation we've all gotten to see alongside Dark Zero's journey of Rambo, no Rambo, and changing roster swaps to, no, this is actually just a statistical play. This brother frags, and I love to see what Vicky thinks about it as well, because that's simply all you have to say. Zainu frags. He's a 2nd place overall kill leader, and he's proving to maybe even be a 1st place overall kill leader if he keeps this up today, Vicky.
The synergy, he is cooking. I think today alone, he's been able to secure 12 KP for the entire team in this regional final today. So he's onto something. I just love the synergy and the communication, as you could see them swap in and out in terms of just controlling a lot of that space and adding that suppressed fire. But man, did Dark Zero deliver. They cooked in the last game and they managed to wrap up this next game that we just saw right here in game number 5 with a pretty bow on top.
It was an incredibly pretty bow. In fact, so pretty you don't even care what the present was that it was wrapping. I think that this is a Dark Zero that showed us they were 2 back-to-back LAN winners. This is a Dark Zero that is a match point specialist, as Mark put it so perfectly. They have a special talent, a special set of skills that in a match point scenario, in a game 6, and it all comes down to the wire, they know how to maneuver. They know how to show up. Zero got that title, the best IGL in the world, and it was taken away from Hal based on his performance at LAN, rightly so. But the fact that they're doing this right now, the fact that they're adding Zainu so seamlessly, I'd love to not only see what happened in that final circle one more time, Vicky, and get your thoughts, but I also just want to get your overall thoughts on, is this Dark Zero really coming to play? Can we now start talking about them as potential LAN favorites if they make it there?
Oh, absolutely. Especially with their history in general for this team, I would not be surprised. And now sitting at match point on top of it to meet that with Exet, who originally built up that huge gap between themselves and the rest of the lobby after getting match point at game number 3. So now we have Exet and Dark Zero above the rest. FaZe is right after them. I thought they were going to hit match point at the end of that previous game, but they fell down with 45 points. So 5 points away from meeting Exet and Dark Zero in that match point area.
Well, we've got a pivotal moment. We talked about it. We saw it before. Zainu. And of course, Zero also making some nice plays to get Dark Zero into the position they needed to be. As a duo, it's not easy, but in some ways, you get laser focused. A trio, you start trying to optimize. A duo, you just try to survive, and you do what you need to do. You know you got to hit these shots. The fact that he connects 40 other damage off that R99 into the player as he transitions from ADS downsides into a hip fire, it's just so effective. Then Zero gets that bat off, they go on the chase, and they just eliminate right here. Zainu actually doesn't get this final kill, Vicky, but it's enough for Zero to go and say, you know what? New fella, you did enough. Let me go ahead and then pick you back up after all the hard work you did. Nice job.
Yeah, let me help you out there. With the blue extended light mag too, and some limited ammo to work with on that R9, by the way. And so they played that really nice shoulder to shoulder. And also, their timing for this fight here. We saw what happened when Sentinels tried to fully send it onto Luminosity. They were already weak. They didn't even look at the high ground originally. Dark Zero were just able to roll in and clean up what was left of that team as we take a look at their overall stats from the game that they just won. Look at this. Zainu, 5 KP, Zero getting that 2 KP, but the damage output has been pretty consistent between these players.
What I like about this squad too, Vicky, is that they're letting Zainu do what Zainu does best, and they're not trying to overlap Jin Burton with Zainu in this fragging role. Jin's taking on the Catalyst, and that may not be his natural choice for a legend selection, but what it does is it means that he's taking the burden on adjusting, making sure that things need to work right. If he has to be a little less aggressive, or if he has to be a little bit more support-oriented, macro thought instead of micro thought in terms of just, hitting shots like we know he can do, he's willing to do that. And I think that's the right thing to allow your new member to join your team and seamlessly operate without having to worry about, oh, and here's your new role. Oh, and let me do, and competing. I love the way that they're approaching this. And you can see as we go to our match results here after game number 5, that it's working really well for them here, Vicky.
I really like that point too, and it's also nice to note that he's literally 4 kills away if he gets in this next game, and Noct doesn't get any kills to actually tie up with Noct for that #1 split 2 kill leaders for NA. So that's also something nice to note as we go into that next game. It's huge. As we also take a look at that top 10 leaderboards that we see right here, Dark Zero just took it in that #1 spot with 7 KP to their name, but you know who else desperately needed a good game? Luminosity, who came in second place with 7 KP.
That really kept their season alive. I think if they went with another 2 or 3 point game, it was going to be tough to climb back before. You've given Xset 2 opportunities now to not close out the game. Can you give them a third? I said 1 and 3. It seems like it's going to happen. Well, that would be bad news for most of this lobby. Not for the teams that have been performing pretty well, though, lately, but I certainly think that you got to get to match point quickly. Series results-wise, let's find out. Did anybody join them as we take a look? Yes, Dark Zero have made it just barely with 53 points onto match point as well, meaning Dark Zero or Xset win the game, we go home. If not, we go again. Vicky, what are your thoughts heading into Game 6?
I'm scared because Xset is one of the most winningest teams literally out here in this lobby. It's scary to note too, looking on the other side. Optic, although they are pretty comfy already, making their way into LAN, sitting in that second half really does indicate how the strength of this lobby has played into the way that these teams want to take these different approaches at match point format. It's a different game and a different ballpark for these teams to play into this next new pacing. Much more laid back when it comes to playing much more just kind of patiently here, playing into that circle. We saw what happened to TSM when FaZe was right behind them, counter-rotating them and not really expecting them was TSM. And FaZe are right there with 5 points away from meeting Dark Zero and Xset in that match point format.
Xset and Dark Zero are really the two teams that we would expect to be at LAN overperforming here today, whereas some of the teams like Optic that maybe we would have expected, Furia, not having the best day quite yet. We'll wait and see if that continues, but no more waiting and seeing. We've got one more interview. I mean, Mark, how many did you do? This is like 20. Okay, he got one more for us. It's really good. World's Edge, a little update on Season 17. We promise all that other content at Play Apex Esports. You'll track it down. But as we go to break, watch this little preview of what's coming in Arsenal, and we'll see you in Game 6 right after that.
It's time these worlds remembered the name. August Brinkman.
We also have some changes to an old favorite, and that is going to be World's Edge. We've seen there's some updates coming through to World's Edge. World's Edge, near and dear to all competitive players and fans' hearts. We've been watching it for quite some time. We know every single pixel of that map, but it's about to change. There's some big shakeups coming. What can you tell us about the biggest changes that are happening on World's Edge?
I mean, the biggest change is coming to the near and dear Fragment West with a new POI called Hall of Heroes. And so Fragment will still be there. It's not wiping it off the map, but we're definitely changing, adding this new monument to Apex into the games. And so kind of officially paying homage to the history of Apex, but then also try to shake up the experience there. And I know people love the hot drop there, but like make it a little more interesting, change strategies up that you've really like grown into over the last several seasons.
What were some of the team's goals behind making the changes to Fragment? Because Fragment's been through some changes over time. It's been not built up, it's been knocked down, and now obviously we have these changes. What are you trying to achieve with that?
Trying to make more interesting play, make decisions more interesting in terms of landing on Fragment. I think pubs will always play in a certain way, but like with ranked, trying to bring more of Fragment elsewhere in the map. So like we've also updated Lava City, and we call it with the new POI called Stacks. We're moving the construction stack from Fragment to Lava City to bring some of that action somewhere else in the map and bring some different types of play. And then Harvester, we're revamping the Harvester to POI and bring a little bit of different action there. And so basically trying to get some of that excitement, that kind of urban combat feel and Fragment kind of elsewhere in the map, and then also provide different avenues the way players approach that POI.
Welcome back, everybody. You can hear some of the changes that are coming very soon to World's Edge. But before we get to World's Edge, Dan, we've got some more Apex to conclude on Storm Point here in our match that's coming up next. Now, a FaZe almost there. Dark Zero definitely there. Xset definitely there. We've got two teams now on match point, crossing that 50-point threshold. But the rest of the lobby's still some way off, I would say. So it feels like we're going to have some more Apex Legends tonight, everybody. Strap yourselves in. We might have a long evening.
Yeah, it also means that a lot of these teams that are battling for those top 10 positions for LAN are just sweating at the moment because it's the unexpected.
It gets worse, doesn't it?
You don't really know what's going to happen. You're comfortable, you think, but then suddenly if the game ends, you're happy. If it doesn't end, you're like, oh, we had a bad game and now the teams below us are catching us up. Is it ever going to end? Are we going to be here all night? Quite possibly. You've got to make sure you are strapped up and you are ready if you were in these positions, because match point is one of those formats that is about stamina at times, and you've got to make sure you are switched on for every single game, because if you drop the ball, there might be a team who takes advantage of that and pips you to the pulp, and we'll have to see whether anyone can do that here in match number 6.
Well, let's give you a bit of a lay of the land of the overall standings at the moment before we get into the... Look at that. Great job from production. This is where we stand going into things right now. This is the lobby as it stands. Exet and Dark Zero, like I mentioned, the two teams... By the way, Dark Zero, what a play that was from Zainu. I mean, you know when you pick a player up and you're hoping they have an impact? You want them to do something like that, like Zainu did in that last game. But FaZe, 5 points, all they need. EA, what a performance has been from them today, by the way. Kind of quietly gone about their... picking up points and doing what they need to do, but outside of that, everybody's so close together, and it makes it even, like you say, even more nervy. NRG, Luminosity, you're probably thinking, yeah, well, we're pretty good at the moment, but one game where you lose your first fight and you see LG, Wildcard, Complexity, Lanimals pick up points, you got to sit there and watch, and you're preying on their downfall, but it's going to be very rough to be in those lobbies, I think, for these teams. Every decision is going to put you under pressure.
Speaking of, like, picking your fights, you know the expression, like, if a tree falls in the forest and you're not there, no one hears it type thing. Do you think if we don't watch the initial engagement between Native and CLG, it won't actually happen? Because they're not being observed, they might just go off to different POIs and try and survive? Is that how things work in Apex Legends, or do you think it's still going to fight?
The problem is we are here. That's the problem.
Yeah, we are.
Over, you know, it's...
But if we ask the observers nicely, they might just ignore it, and we could just go on with our business and talk about other things. By the way, the crazy thing about EA,
wants to see it.
The crazy thing about EA, and you said they're having a good day, they probably have to win on match point to really qualify for LAN. That's what really sucks for them. Maybe a second place might be able to push them close enough if other teams that were in that top 10 would fault, but likelihood is, as it stands right now, they would have to win on match point, so they need to push themselves onto match point first and then try to take it down. But the hope is still alive. That's the exciting thing with match point, is there are still all these teams who in theory could still qualify for LAN no matter where they are. As it stands in the overall standings with the points they would have gained from this point, the likes of NRG, Glitch, Luminosity, 100 Thieves, they would all be qualifying. But the teams that would maybe lose out, the likes of Complexity, Meat Lovers, Lanimal. So still plenty to play for as we go into match number 6. And as you can see on your screen, these are the qualified teams from all the other regions that we've seen, and the qualified teams from North America coming into this broadcast. Dark Zero, Furia, Optic, and Exet, but still 7 more to join them.
EMEA, you can see that concluded today. If you caught the show, it was 9 games it went to before Alliance left it late. One of the last teams, to get to that match point threshold, but the number 1 team came out on top in EMEA. They will be there, and Effect was named as the season MVP as well. He has been absolutely blistering for Alliance so far this split. You can also see all of the other regions that we've got. Obviously, Moist Esports are going to be joining us again. Onyx Esports going to be joining us from APAC South. And I tell you what, APAC North got done very, very quickly yesterday. Fnatic ran their way through the lobby. Got it done in 4 games, Dan. 4 games. What an easy day for those casters, eh? 4 games is all they had to do.
I think what was even crazier was Fun won the first 2 games, and then suddenly Fnatic came out and won games 3 and 4 to take it away from them, because Fnatic had just got so many points on the board in matches number 1 and 2. And I thought maybe we're going to be seeing something similar with Exet and how they were performing and how quickly they got onto match point. But with North America and how tight this region is, everyone's just been pushing each other right to the limit here, and it's not going to be the walkover that maybe Exet would have expected. And now they have stiff competition on match point as well. Dark Zero have shown they can do it when their backs are against the wall. And we'll have to see whether they can do it here in match number 6, because Dark Zero always seem to be the name on the tip of our tongues when it comes to match point. They appear out of nowhere when we least expect it, so I wouldn't be surprised if they steal it away from Exet.
Yeah, of course, 2 LAN championships they've won. You know, they were the ALGS champions. They've been phenomenal when it comes down to match point, and they're looking pretty good again today to maybe steal another match point victory away from the rest of the lobby. Match 6 is where we find ourselves, though, still on Storm Point here before we head back over to World's Edge once more. And I can't remember who you said was going to be one of the teams. Did you say NRG? I said the team who went through?
You asked me today, I did say NRG. And as it stands, they are in 9th.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty good.
But I have cursed a lot of people today, so it doesn't bode well for NRG that I predicted them. And we'll have to see if they can carry on with their form. But, you know, it shows the difference in just a few games as well. By the way, if Exet had won it there and then there would have been some teams that lost out. But now we go into match 6, potentially 7, who knows, 8, 9, like we did in EMEA. If NRG were to now slow down a little bit, then suddenly they might drop out of those positions. And that's where you have to stay laser focused. You have to stay on top of your game. Otherwise, people will take those positions off you. All it takes is one good zone pull. I mean, how many times have we seen a team that's been struggling all day and then suddenly the POI that they land on, the circle comes towards them, they win, they get 12 kills, and they find themselves in the top 5. That could happen for anyone here.
And we'll take a look at some of the legend pick rates as well, because we have seen a little bit of variance in what compositions have been played, especially by Exit. Exit, by the way, when they're mixing up the composition, they look pretty good. As soon as they've gone back to something a little bit more standard, all of a sudden, Dan, just saying, theory crafting here, they've fallen off. They haven't fallen off. They just had one game where they didn't win. It was simple as that. But Asir, you can see, understandably, at the top of the table once more. Looking forward to the day where that isn't there, I must say. Personal opinion, by the way, 67% pick rate. Valkyrie there as well, 65%. Wonder if that's going to change with the new season just around the corner with the, what did I call them? Porty balloons?
Porta balloon, I think, is what I went for, and you then changed it to Porty balloon, which is something entirely different. But I mean, it kind of works.
I hope that they label it that in game. That's all I'm going to say. It would not be maybe in fitting with any of the Apex Legends lore or branding, but hey, I'm just saying there's an idea there if you want to use it.
If they don't, it might go in like the Hall of Champions, like 2 seasons down. You know, it might have a plaque of your face with Porty balloon, and we can celebrate that in a couple of seasons.
Hey, look,
Unlikely, but you never know.
It would be very fitting if the one thing that got put in a video game that I said was Porty balloon, wouldn't it really? Let's be real. But let's take a look at the kill leaders that have happened throughout the season. We'll get to the game as soon as we can. Everybody, a little bit of a reset just went down in the lobby. We want to make sure the lobby is good to go. We want to bring you the best Apex Legends that we possibly can. But at the top of the leaderboards, I mentioned how E8 have put in a good performance today, and a lot of that is down to Chaotic at the top of the leaderboard. 16 kills to his name.
16 is an insane amount for the day, and Nocturnal not far behind on 15 as well. Everyone playing their part. Kill leaderboards are always an interesting one as well, because damage leaderboards is what I sometimes want to look at, because I know what some players like that I've played with that steal those kills away and get that final knock when I might have done all that damage. Unlikely, because I'm usually the one who does it to other people, but still, we have to say that.
By the way, Dan, this is spoken like a true charge rifle enjoyer right now.
I hate the charge rifle, especially when someone uses it against me. I saw Hal actually say in the pre-game lobby he's looking forward to another game of Charge Rifle Legends, because TSM have not had the most fun rotations today. 2 or 3 times when they've gone up into the air, they've been charge rifled out of the sky, and I cannot describe the pain that I have felt being in a similar situation. I can only imagine in a competitive environment getting destroyed out of the sky, but they've got to stay focused. They're in a good position right now. They're in like, what, 6th as it stands overall, so they would be making LAN, and as long as they can keep this consistent points total across the board, we should be seeing TSM at LAN indeed. The likes of 100 Thieves seem to be comfortable as well. Luminosity and NRG, Glitch and Wildcard are all there on the bubble and would be making LAN, but it can all change, not just in match number 6, but if we go on to match 7, 8, 9, maybe 10.
Oh, here's a segue for you, Dan. You've done a great job in lining everything up for this game to get started. Well, let's talk about Season 17. Let's talk about Arsenal. Terrible. But let's talk about Ballistic, the new legends that's coming into things. You talked about charge rifle use as well. This may be a way to counter that, to get up in their faces and cause some problems. You can see some of the things we've been kind of thinking about with this new legend. Ballistic, of course, a new assault class legend. We've heard from some of the devs. Big shout out to both of them for having a quick chat with me and kind of explaining some of the thoughts behind the changes and what Ballistic is going to bring. And I'm kind of excited to use the ult. I'm not going to lie. I think Tempest is going to be right up both of our streets when we're triple stacking in ranked.
Oh, especially because of the amount of times I run out of ammo, or the amount of times you're screaming at me for some ammo. You can play Ballistic. You can get us some ammo with the ultimate and make sure we are locked and loaded as we push in and we get aggressive. I do think he is going to change how the game works. I think that he will be a very important factor for a lot of these teams, not just in competitive Apex Legends, but ranked as well, which is, you know, a form of competitive Apex Legends. And personally, I think even having the extra gun, the gunslinger, sometimes I'll be in an engagement, I'm seeing pros engagements where they use all the ammo in both of their clips. If you get an extra one to whip out, that could be the difference maker in, you know, getting to a final circle. It could be the difference maker in winning a 1v1. So I think Ballistic is going to be very fun to play, and I can't wait to see him in action.
Well, a man who's played a little bit of Ballistic, jealous, by the way, like, just going to straight up say it. Rain Day, tell us a little bit more about your experience playing some Ballistic.
Well, you know, one of the cool things I got was doing this firing range video. I asked them, and they were so polite. I said, you know, can I play Ballistic, or should I not show the new character? And they said, you know, yeah, make it, you know, firing range video. but you could play ballistic. And so we had with another creator, Sword Daz, you may know him. Big shout out to Daz. He jumped in and helped me out. And my editor, Dara, who is actually like an aim god. He's on like an aim team called Yuki Aim. So we went in and we 1v1'd for like an hour on ballistic and got to experience his kit in a really, really interesting way from all the different places of fighting in high ground, fighting in buildings, which I felt that, speaking of, his tactical was incredibly valuable in pinching people to make that kind of play that maybe an Ash type of Arcstar might, where you can kind of throw it to one side of maybe a rock that they're hiding behind, force them to either get hit by it or run out to that left side of theirs, and then you can kind of anticipate what you're going to do with it. Plus, 20 damage is a lot. That's the amount of damage that I recall it doing. I'm pretty sure there's a video I uploaded that actually shows it happening when you get reset, and it puts you in this mentality like, I can't fight. I got to run away. I got to turn my back. And you guys have been in those situations. I know, Mark, you're pretty aggro. If somebody turns their back on you and you've got a nemesis or a wingman, you're definitely taking advantage of that situation.
This is music to my ears. I love it, honestly. The fact that they've actually made a legend during the new season, which is called Arsenal, which is, of course, my football team. And the new legend is England. I mean, what else? They're just, this is my legend.
I didn't even realize that. That's actually pretty, that's crazy. That is actually really crazy.
You know, the worst part about it is like when I did the interview, it was just after we lost to Man City as well. So they kept saying Arsenal, and it just kept bringing the thoughts back up. But today we can talk about it because we won.
Yeah, you got the win today. Man City's also been winning, but I mean, it's still it was a good synergy there for the character. I loved it, and the other thing that I noticed was the sling, and I think the sling is for all of you who watch Apex Esports. You're probably one of those people who likes the theory craft. You want to know how this character would be good. You want to know what lineups are going to work. Mark, Dan, we were talking a little bit like maybe an aggro lineup with this, a Maggie, something Bangalore, maybe a Seer. But the sling is the thing that I didn't figure out yet. And that's why I think it's such an interesting ability. You have to put in a gray version of whatever weapon you're carrying as that third item. And even if you have two weapons, they're fully equipped, you throw it in your sling, all your attachments drop off. So there's a little bit of a process there. But what's the value of having a Peacekeeper in there and then going to your ultimate, turning that into a gold Peacekeeper versus maybe just having a sniper as a third option that you just carry around and can use at a basic level? Sometimes that's all you need, a couple of shots, a little bit of threatening, while also running maybe a Nemesis, also running an R99 and something like that. So, Dan, I felt that actually created a lot of really interesting thoughts that I had to have about what is the best strategy. And I don't know if you guys have any ideas what would come to mind to be using in that sling that as a base weapon would be valuable, but also when it's fully uploaded, upgraded would be something that you could take advantage of.
I'll take an RE45, an R99, and another R99, and then I'll say, Mark, let's push, and then we're in the face of all the opponents, and they're
true controller combat. Yeah, controller to controller to double SMGs. I'm just saying, if you don't have a Sentinel win that, Sentinel win the sling, drop a couple of shield cells in that bad boy.
I'm saying you guys are going to be all really, really excited. I'm so glad we got to talk about this, but guess what? The thing you're really here for is underway. Mark, Dan, take us to match 6.
Thank you for staying with us, everybody. We apologize for the interlude, but now we get back into the action, Dan. And I tell you what, we still got two teams who might be able to close it out right here, right now. Xset and Dark Zero both crossed 50 points. FaZe just 5 points off now. They're going to hope they don't see a banner that says Xset or Dark Zero at the end of this game.
What did I say? I don't want to watch this fight end. No, hey, you never know. We might be able to get the final chapter here between Native and CLG. Elsewhere, by the way, everyone now trying to work out if they can get to match point before Xset decide they want to win this thing again, because Xset were unreal earlier, and it's good that they've allowed everyone to get back into the possibility of being in this. No, I'm just joking, but I've loved what I've seen today from this region. I think that not only have Xset demonstrated how powerful they are, but also we've seen Dark Zero come out and show us what they're made of with this new roster. There was always going to be questions around them. Will they be able to fit in? Will the pickup be the right one? Well, they're on match point, and they have the opportunity to win here.
I get the feeling this contest, Dan, even though we're kind of like, being a bit lighthearted about things, it's a little bit like when people say, you go through things in life that are a little bit frustrating, but when they end, you kind of miss them. And I feel like that's how I feel on this contest right now. Do you agree?
I think as I go to sleep tonight, I'll still be seeing the bullets from Native going into CLG and vice versa, and I don't think I'll be able to stop thinking about it, honestly, with the amount of times we've seen it. And there's an element of respect I have for them. For all I've joked about it, it's an element of never back down, right? They want to keep this fight. They are sticking to their truths. And as for much as I joke about it, where else do they go? Right? Every POI is taken. If they go somewhere else, they're probably getting nothing, and they feel like their best chance is just taking the fight. It's kind of one of those situations where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So all credit to Native for taking the fight once again. But elsewhere, Circle now, we get an overarching view of where it's going to be. It's going to be relatively central, maybe heading a little bit northwest here.
Yeah, so looking a little bit cascadey, maybe a little bit wally, and for Exet that's going to be pretty good. Or maybe it's going to pull a little bit more towards where Lanimals find themselves in the armory. For now, it is going to be actually going exactly there by the looks of things. So we are going to be having a pretty similar zone to what we saw a little bit earlier on. However, not quite as north. You can see that the building inside of Northpad isn't going to be in this verse zone. We're going to be probably pulling towards where Albrelelli and the rest of the crew are finding themselves. So this is going to be a tough zone, but a good zone for NRG, a good zone for Exet. They've got good prior. Of course, they have good prior to most zones over at Cascade Falls, but for Lanimals as well, one of those bubble teams, this is their chance now to put points on the board.
It's also going to be another one of those zones where everyone can move early, especially if you've got that ring console information. There will be some teams who maybe are second guessing themselves a little bit, but as I say that, I mean, a lot of the IGLs and a lot of the teams here are so good with their circle calls now. Even from just seeing circle number 1 on Storm Point, we see people knowing where to go without the ring console. So just expect there to be a lot of teams, a lot of bodies in the northwest, but it's about where you can get. If you're arriving a little bit later, you might just have to accept you go for a secondary priority position rather than one of the biggest and best.
Well, Optic Gaming and Dark Zero very, very close to each other at the moment, kind of trying to rotate alongside, almost shoulder to shoulder, and Dark Zero will force you to use that Dark Veil as a rotational tool this time to move from point A to point B without taking any damage. And I tell you what, Dark Zero have done a pretty damn good job of it as well. Optic, for now, going to retreat back to one of these gondola buildings and playing the trenches between them, but Dark Zero, if they can sneak in and around where that Northpad building is and kind of just work their way across away from Optic Gaming and maybe into one of these gondolas, and they might be set up for a good game as well.
And I like that you mentioned the match that we had earlier that was a kind of around this area where a lot of people took trenches, and we saw some very difficult games for people, because I think that trench games are tough because once you're in the trenches, if you're joined by someone else, often you are going to struggle to escape. It's a very narrow area you have to try and navigate, and as soon as you start climbing, you can then be vulnerable. There also might be a team above you, could be a team behind you, and it's so tough when you do try and play these areas. As Dark Zero do get a little glimpse of Sentinels just running past them, and they'll have a little bit of a posturing against one another, but I don't think this will end up in a fight just yet.
Difficulty with these zones as well, near and outside Northpad, is even if you play in these trenches, you just have no lines of sight. You know, the walls around you don't allow you to really access any other teams. If someone walks up on you on height, you're just in a really rough position to try and exchange fire. I also don't know why I started calling these gondola buildings, Dan, because they're not gondolas. I've always called these the donuts, and they're one of my favorite things in the world. So I'm going to rewind the tape, scratch the VOD. Dark Zero and Optic are both in the donuts.
I'm going to be honest. When you said gondola, I was a bit confused, but I let it slide
it's
because
3:30 a.m.
It's 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. That being said, donuts are nice, and I agree. We'll go back to donuts because that works out for me, and let's be nice and prepared for tomorrow. FaZe, though, have moved on and taken position. And really, I thought they were going to actually be able to hold out a team there because they noticed them as they dove across them from the skyward dive. It looks like they might be going back to revisit that. You can see that Phony was at least scanning to see if they were there, but it looks like they're going to be okay for now and might even have the chance to craft a little bit.
Yeah, they should be okay for now. And 100 Thieves are kind of, I was going to say in the vicinity, but I don't think they're looking to really engage. They're more occupied with the rotate they want to make in and around where FaZe find themselves. But you've always got to have someone on lookout, and you can see that Snipedown's got that responsibility right now. His job is just to make sure no teams are approaching from the north. Nobody's up on that high ground by the zip line, and Frex is trying to join him alongside. While they craft these armors, it's you mentioned concentration being such a big part of these lobbies. Even if it's just holding an angle, you need to make sure that you never take your eye off the ball for a second, because that could be the difference between it not coming in from distance or you surviving and leaving with purple armors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. They're long days. Sometimes these match point formats, if they don't end in 4 or 5 and you can go on to 6, 7, 8, even 9 like we did in EMEA, and it's very easy to switch off every now and then. You suddenly just grab a drink while you're having only one hand on the keypad or maybe on your controller as well, and a team suddenly pops up and you're not quite prepared. These things you can't allow to happen. I know it sounds like so trivial, it sounds so amateur, but at the same time, people can sometimes just let their guard down a little bit, and some of the biggest and best teams will be well drilled and not allow that to happen. I will say now, as I look at the circle and where the teams are currently set up, I'm a little bit concerned for the teams who are going to be arriving from the southeast side, because there is starting to be a little bit of congestion towards that side where the chokeholds are going to be near impossible to break through, and that's going to force you to have to Valkyrie over teams. And we've already seen with the amount of charge rifles in the lobbies today, Valkyrie ultimates haven't really worked out for these squads.
Well, Funnyhead showing what an important responsibility it was for his team to make sure that they were watching all angles at all times, because a team did manage to sneak up near them and take control of one of those buildings. If he wasn't watching, person on the crafter gets eliminated very, very quickly. Inside a checkpoint, though, is going to be Complexity, who haven't had the monster game that we've seen from the likes of NRG today, where they had that big performance, from FaZe and Exet, of course, the two winners of our games that we've seen so far alongside Dark Zero. But for now, it's going to be the Valkyrie, and very well positioned as well. You can see they wanted to make sure they were at maximum height. That's just good knowledge of where to Valkyrie. All these little spots have been sought out and looked over thousands and thousands of times to make sure that you're at max speed when you finally find yourself in the line of sight for another team.
Well, they decide not to go for the gondola buildings. Instead, I'll go to head a little bit further east as they lose one. Ludes goes down, and it's not a laughing matter for Complexity because, as I mentioned earlier, they are outside of the top 10 as it stands, so they can't afford to fault here because, remember, it could end if Exet or Dark Zero were to win this one.
I think they might be able to, I was going to say get a reset, but they're not going to be able to because there's a charge rifle coming in from distance. And Oxygen Esports right now stood in the bubble, stood in the building, going, what the heck is going on? Xenox gets punched in the face. Enemy's now left on his own, and Oxygen Esports are run over by Complexity. Cody's still alive. Monsoon's on his back, but they're trying to stick that res, and he might be able to get Mon back on his feet.
I mean, that is huge for Complexity's chances of qualifying for LAN. They need to be staying alive in these games. If they can get that banner, then maybe they can stay alive, as FaZe have lost 2. Zera Tricky being able to take down Frex finally, and it looks like Snipedown's just going to have to try and escape and maybe play this one on his own.
There's one in his own, or maybe a res is on the horizon, but as we can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, at the start of this game, FaZe run 45 points, and they have nothing to add to that as it stands. 18 squads still remaining in the lobby as well. Does only have one banner to play with to try and get back into the game. The question is, does he play for the second and try and get FaZe back up to a full squad?
5 points isn't easy to come by as well as a solo or even a duo. I mean, unless you're Dark Zero, they managed to pull off the unthinkable in that game earlier. I've even seen teams struggle to get 1 or 2 points when they're trying to get onto match point, when even as a 3 when they've not been able to get there, especially in a lobby as tight as this, especially in a zone as tight as this, where everyone has moved so early as well. FaZe would have to not only get into the top 10, they'd need kills and probably have to get 6th or 7th. Like, it's not really the most easy thing here, so they need to give themselves the best opportunity, and maybe that is trying to get the second player back on their feet. TSM, who are in 6th, and actually, as it stands overall, are in 6th in the standings and would be going to LAN as well. 29 points isn't the highest total, but it is enough to be ahead of the majority of the lobby because Exet and Dark Zero have gobbled up so many of those points.
But the scary thing for TSM, as good as it sounds, you know, 6th sounds like a qualification spot. It sounds like you're going to see him at LAN. It sounds like everything is rosy. There's only like 2 or 3 points between the teams in and around TSM outside of the ones that you mentioned. So one slip up here, and you can go from 6 to outside of that top 10 very, very quickly. But look at what is coming down from the skies, and I'm pretty sure that's going to land right in and around where TSM find themselves. Verholst is going to ping it. There's a Kraber in the air, and it's landing a little bit close to TSM.
Yeah, that could be nice and juicy if they are able to pick it up, but from their position, they are going to have to do quite a lot of work from this eastern side. It was the area I was worried about, because as you move in, you've got Glitch Energy, you're going to be holding position, Complexity are going to be there waiting, Native are also just south of TSM that could potentially get involved in the fight. There is a lot of scraps that could be happening. Speaking of scraps, Furia, LG. Furia have LG in their sights, and we still haven't seen Furia take off today, but when you look at their points totals, they're on 18, TSM are on, like, what, 29? It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility for Furia to catch teams like that up in one game.
Because Watson wants to be aggressive on this. He's trying to get through the bang ult, because because he knows that damage has been done, and this is a really risky play, but it's a smart one at the same time. He crosses while his teammates do the damage, and now his Watson takes down Neazor, and you can see 2 players from LG already down, and it's looking like this might be the end of the run here for Luminosity.
And that's so tough as well for Luminosity, even though they're within the top 10 at the moment. As you said, it's so tight between these teams who are fighting for points, fighting for those land placements, that one slip up and someone can take full advantage of it, and that may just happen to Luminosity if they are not careful. Xset are trying to have a little go at this one as well, and remember, it was this kind of circle earlier where Xset were able to have a brilliant game, but it looks like it's going to move a little bit further southeast than it did on the circle Xset 1.
Yeah, welcome to being in the way of Sheila, because I'm pretty sure that Nocturnal just ripped away at 2 players under the AMC Armory. Fun now back on Pathfinder as well. This isn't just a pick for the short term. This is something that they think is going to work in the long term for them in these lobbies, and especially on Storm Point. We've seen how effective it was. And speaking of kill feeds, and speaking of things happening, look at the top right-hand side of your screen. Monsoon, whose name rose to fame with a Kraber in his hands. He's got one here, and he's dealing with some players coming in from Sentinels.
Complexity really needs some points as well to push themselves into that top 10, and it looks like Sentinels might suffer because of it, and Dark Zero are just going to be there to clean up the pieces and ensure that Sentinels get eliminated. And with that elimination, Sentinels starting to fall further and further away from that top 10 and those chances. And as for Dark Zero, they continue on their charge. They would actually start to progress closer towards the likes of Xset, and our two match point teams are going to be in a very similar area here. They are both eventually going to have to move a little bit further southeast. This is starting to pull towards Cascade Falls. Originally, I think a lot of teams were thinking it was going to be a little bit closer north, but it has been a heavy zone shift.
I can tell you the whole lobby thought it was going north, because everybody in the lobby had set up for a northern zone over by North Pad and, you know, the egg buildings and where we find ourselves from the point of view of Xset right now. But that is a violent, violent zone shift back towards Cascade Falls. And Glitch Energy and TSM, they're in pretty good spots right now, from looking like they weren't quite sure how to play things. Now they've kind of been dealt the hands that they wanted.
I think it's as soon as TSM and 100 Thieves and all the other teams that didn't get the priority positions, when they see that zone pool, they're going to be very happy. Native Gaming eliminated. Optic have just had a player knocked, as have Dark Zero. So one of our match point teams here maybe could be falling unless we see Zainu, the new signing for this roster, start to pop off.
I'm going to make a request to the observers, by the way. Can we go and watch Monsoon? Because he's got a Kraber in his hand, and he ain't missing many shots at the moment. Dark Zero, 56 points. Zainu now left on his own with 15 squads remaining. But Complexity, who we saw about 5 minutes ago or so, I mean, they were in all sorts of shambles, having just won a fight. They were under pressure, but they found a Kraber. But look at Zainu, drug-free eliminated. There's only one of him. It might as well be 3.
Complexity there, it's still a 2, and there you go. Your wish is your command, and Complexity now with Monsoon as he's still connecting, still hitting these shots. Dark Zero do get eliminated, by the way, so now only Xset, the match point team, that are still alive, but Complexity are putting themselves within a chance of pushing towards land.
Complexity need this. 31 points at the moment. Pretty good from them. But in a position where you find yourselves needing extra points every game. This is what we were talking about before this game got underway. The teams who are under the most stress in this lobby right now aren't the ones that are on match point. It's the teams outside of the qualification spots who know how close it is between everybody. And Monsoon with the Kraber in his hand, even though there's only 2 players here, for Complexity to navigate, might be able to make something happen. 68 coming in from Mon with the R99. But nothing connecting quite now with the Kraber, unless it can hit this shot. Mon down to 1 HP. And unfortunately for him, Albrelli fires into the back, and now Cody, he's going to be left on his own.
And I think this was inevitable. They were always going to fall, as a lot of teams are, who are coming from this northwest side. Xset in such a difficult position to try and get into this next circle. But if anyone can do it, and from what we've seen from Xset today, I wouldn't even be surprised if they did manage it. It would be quite the task to try and push themselves into this next zone. They do have the ability to at least Pathfinder zip if they would like. RE45 also available for them, so things starting to look up. They find themselves in the circle, but they're going to have to hold out all the teams that are behind them.
Well, Xset have found a spot to play. They're inside of that next zone. 20 seconds to it closes. It's a perfect time, as always, to jump into the comms.
Car went north. Car went north, boys. Wait. Not looking at that. I'm looking at my.
Wait, Fun's about to kill them all.
Okay.
No one's up there on you.
South, resing.
I'm watching
South.
South.
Nice, Fun, nice. I'm not helping you, Fun. That's all you.
Falco.
One guy's going right over here, Fun, somewhere.
Falco, another Falco, another Falco.
Okay, play together here. Fun, we can't. Fun, can you set us a zip?
No.
They might land on you.
Above us, above us, above us. They're moving, they're moving.
Yeah, you gotta come, Fun. You gotta come.
I'm coming.
They're landing on the spot. Landing on the spot. Kill that rampart.
Yeah, go back.
We're still in. We're still in. Right on me. Right on me.
They used bubble.
I might be done. I need to pop Phoenix.
You can come to me. I have Gal spot purpley. Wait, move this behind.
I'm popping a bat.
In zone.
Popping a bat. I got to pop a bat.
Okay, we're good.
We're safe. Just breathe, boys. Just breathe.
Yeah, we're fine.
I have no wall. I have a place of wall.
I don't have skin. I do have it.
Right here.
I'm popping a medkit.
Yeah.
Sykes, walk up. Take space. They're fighting south. Take space. We need to kill this team.
Yeah. Knockdown's almost gone.
Don't push bubble. Do not push bubble. There's a horizon team above them. There is a horizon team above them. Okay.
Yeah.
South is looking.
Ultimate safe on me.
Phoenixing.
I'm shooting south.
We just play a spot. We just chill.
I'm shooting south.
Yeah.
Wait, they read the rock. They're right and fighting.
Yeah. I'm going high.
Yep.
Animal's dead.
South is still looking at you guys.
Okay.
On this heady, I have perfect angle here. Placing zip for you.
Wait, they have a knock there. Knock there.
Don't take it. Don't take zip.
Can we not wrap and kill that?
No. We just need to clear space. South is gonna wrap and kill us.
They have a knock over there.
No. They're splitting. It's two solos.
Okay.
South is getting farmed right now.
I'm very low on ammo.
Okay.
Solo under me, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Or duo.
I'm holding over here with knock. Oh, I still have 3 bats and 9 cells.
So we jump out of the comms back into the gameplay here, Dan. XR are in the top 5. They're on match point, and Fun on the Pathfinder is giving us an exhibition of what this legend offers.
Before we jumped into that lesson, by the way, FaZe were eliminated. They didn't get to match point. The team that's closest to getting there, though, would be E8, who are still alive. They are 2 points away, and I said they need to win on match point. They might get the chance if XZ do not win, but with how XZ are playing, 4 squads remaining, they are doing the unthinkable, pushing through that choke, staying alive, and also the Pathfinder has come in so much handy here. It has been incredible, and now Sheila also doing God's work.
Are you a Path or you're a Sheila, whoever it is, XZ know how to make it work. Nocturnal up on that high ground, has to drop down and retreat to his teammates. The catwall's going to go down as well, and Fun has to desperately try and escape, which he will do. Gets the armor swap as well, but E8 wants to push onto XZ, and that might leave the door open now for another game of Apex Legends, because NRG are on the other side of this. Sykes trying to keep the dream alive. XZ out. Meat Lovers are out as well. NRG move in on E8 to clean up this piece, and this might be the game this time that could be the kind of security game for NRG when it comes to LAN.
But not just that, if NRG win this, they'd also be on match point alongside EA and Dark Zero and XZ, and with how they're fragging at the moment, you'd expect it to happen. The final player goes down, NRG on match point, and it looks like they want to make a real play for LAN.
It doesn't matter how you get it done or when you get it done. As long as you get the job done, nobody will care. As long as NRG are there at LAN, NRG fans will be smiling. I mean, they just leave it late every time. This season I was like, hey, they're good to start. This is very un-NRG-like. And then they fell away just to, do what they do. Leave it with just a little bit of time left before they get that game on the board. But Dan, amazing performance from NRG once again to clean up in that final end game. XZ so close though, Rain. I'm going to bring you back in. Rain Day, I mean, you just felt maybe that was the game for XZ.
I felt, going into the top 8, we all saw that POV. They had red and Evos, purple Evo. They were feeling confident. They had just survived a fight. I thought it was over. I really did. But this shows you the caliber of teams that we have in North America. And in many ways, the dark side of it, which is the inconsistency sometimes that we have with these teams. And not to put a damper on what NRG has done, which phenomenal win. That's going to give them confidence. E8 as well. The story that is maybe the most interesting, a potential 18th place team winning match point, kicking one of our current top 10 teams out of that place and only taking the top 9. That would be a story. But in terms of, I think, XSET having more and more opportunities, when does it become a problem? And when does it start to mess with you mentally? Because, Mark, obviously, it's not easy to even get to the position that they're in. Is there any point that this becomes negative, or is this just something like, hey, we go again, wipe the slate clean, we're going to land anyway?
I mean, it depends on the team. It depends on the player, right? Some teams will be like, okay, we're in a great position. We're still on match point. There's not many other teams who are joining us. We've still got another chance. But you're quite right. The more opportunities you have in front of you, you don't convert, the doubt starts to come in naturally. It will. It doesn't matter who you are, how much experience you've got. It's like, was that the game? Are we going to get another chance? Is that going to be something we're going to regret? But this is the NRG POV, Dan. And I mean, the way that they played this side of the zone, clearing it out and just allowing themselves a perfect position to third party this fight was beautiful.
Yeah, it really was an incredible way to kind of round things out of this final circle for NRG, because they distanced themselves from teams enough where they could watch what was unfolding in front of them and then pick their fights at the right time. It's always one of the best ways to try and take a final circle, is avoiding certain fights but then getting involved when you need to, and also doing damage to teams from a distance, because then you can almost encourage those fights and help those fights finish a little bit quicker. As soon as they started to see the kill feed light up, that's when NRG said, all right, we're in a spot now where we should be winning this game. And from this point onward, it was never going to be a failure. A team like NRG does not throw games like this away. They put themselves on match point. Also, as it stands, if it were to end here, they would be going to LAN anyway, just based off pushing themselves. I think they're 8th now, as it stands. They're actually only 1 point behind TSM, if it were to be this position. The scary thing is we have 4 teams now on match point. So those teams who haven't been able to do enough today, we're getting increasingly more likely to find a winner.
NRG E8, and of course Dark Zero and XSET, the teams on match point that you mentioned, Dan. Gildersons with a big game. You could see how aggressive he was starting to get there in that final zone, and it's just that little momentum that NRG has, that swagger when they start going. We saw it all the way back when even in Twitch Rivals, Hal and Sweet teamed up together. They got that 37-point win with Reeds and ultimately ended up taking a huge comeback victory. There's something about the way Sweet it likes to IGL this squad, and the way Nathan and Gildersons are just 2 of the best in the business at doing damage and creating milestones. That means when they get going, they're almost impossible to stop. I know we have our series results coming up pretty soon as well, so we'll wait for those. And obviously you can see NRG after that big win, 25 total points. We haven't seen anyone jump really past the 26 points, but we've seen a lot of 25, 26s across EMEA and North America today, Mark. And so it's been a good showcase of NRG to get into that range.
Certainly has. And E8, once again, up there. 2nd place finish for them. XSET close, but close might as well have been a million miles away, to be honest. It's all about the win for them at this point. Meat Lovers, though, that's a really important game for them, but I keep saying about the bubble teams, man. And whose turn is it this time? It seems like 1 by 1. It's a bubble team who steps up. Yes, NRG with the big win. Great for them, but Meat Lovers, 11 points for them. It's going to change the complexion once again for LAN qualification. It's honestly, I'm kind of like, every time these standings come up and I'm reading through them, I'm just thinking about who's going to miss out. Like, someone has to miss out, and it's just like, can we just not have everyone? Like, just let them all come. Just do a 10-day event.
That's the story, isn't it, Dan? When you win, you're unfortunately providing a losing experience for someone else most of the time in competitive sports, and that's the nature of the game.
And that's the scary thing for some of these teams who are in the top 11, because 11 go through, but if we were to see E8 to win on match point, for example, suddenly it would only be 10 going through on points plus E8. 11th place right now is Complexity. And now Complexity, we saw and we heard from Monsoon how the tribes and tribulations that he went through, the disappointment of not being at LAN. We heard the same thing from Snipedown as well, and we know what it means to these guys to make it. And if you were to lose out because another team wins on match point, it pushes you out of those placements, then it's going to hurt even more so. So it's about putting yourself and putting your best foot forward. So if you're the likes of Complexity, Meat Lovers, Wildcard, who are kind of on those 10th, 11th positions at the moment, you need to do more to push yourself that little bit further so you're not even vulnerable to that possibility.
Overall series results after 6 games. Can't believe we're going back to World's Edge. It certainly felt like we could end there in game 3 or game 4. And then, of course, Storm Point seemed likely, but no, we're heading back to the map that in 2 days will be nicely revamped. Can't wait to see that on competitive. I'm sure that will still be in place for LAN. So a nice little sneak peek we've been doing there. Xset, Dark Zero, NRG, E8 round out the top 4 with FaZe right behind them. TSM still keeping pace. Meat Lovers in the back of our top 10. And yes, more to be done for our bottom half. But of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't players out there who are doing well. And if you think that you've spotted someone, we mentioned Monsoon. We've obviously been watching Hal and seeing his play. Gilderson's impressed me in that last one in Fun FPS, just off looking at it. Been incredible performers today. Whoever you think is the top performer, your Monster Energy MVP, in the Twitch chat right now, use hashtag and then that player's name, and we will count your vote. Also on Twitter, if you want to go ahead and write it there, we will tabulate that as well. We have all the fancy systems, so don't worry about it. We'll make sure we get it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on World's Edge. You can see Xset having won twice. FaZe won twice. It's been a good day for FaZe. Even though they're not the storyline right now, it's been a good day for them. Dark Zero, NRG, and now match 7 with World's Edge. We are going to be making it happen, and guess what? I'm going to be sending it over to someone we haven't heard in half a second. Dan and Vicky, Kitty. It's game 7. We're back on World's Edge. What you saying?
Well, I'm saying I'm excited for this game, Rain Day, and I'm excited to have Vicky back alongside me as well. Match number 7, it means World's Edge. It means that all the teams that were starting to get comfortable on Stormpoint for a couple, they have to shift over to another and a new map. And I start to look at who have been the standout teams from World's Edge throughout this season. Furia, Xset, TSM, and even a team like FaZe have been able to find all of their victories. So there is still a lot of games to be played, potentially, if we see some of the teams who are outside of those match point teams actually finding a victory here, Vicky.
Man, I gotta take you away from Mark real quick, okay? Because you guys have been absolutely killing it on the mic. You know, we gotta give Marco some chance to breathe here, as Native Gaming haven't had their chance to breathe. They keep taking these 50-50s constantly here, and it's no surprise we're seeing it happen again. Also, would love to highlight the fact that E8 have been such silent killers. That's another team that I'm definitely gonna be looking at, because Chaotic from E8 has been going insane in this entire lobby. I think he's gotten like 19 kills overall. Crazy to see as we see CLG with Mamba literally 1 pixel away from getting knocked, trying to get away and being able to reset with that shield bat.
I mean, EA really would be a statistical anomaly if they were to win on match point. They only had 1 match win throughout the entire regular season before coming into this game today, or this match point today, and they've already found themselves in a position now where they could win on match point if they were to find a victory. But where did they find that 1 map win? It was on World's Edge. And you never know, maybe the writing's on the wall, and maybe we will have that Cinderella story of a team who is down in 18th place, finds themselves at LAN by winning on match point, rather than it being one of the top dogs. But they're going to have to compete with the likes of Xset, the likes of Dark Zero, and NRG, who will all also want to get it done, not only to try and get to LAN and secure the extra seeding points, but also get that extra dollar.
And FaZe has been so close for so long, for like the last 3 games here too. It's so much on the table for this game, as CLG are going to be taking their time to try to get some information before making their next move and where they want to rotate here too. First circle going to be closing in shortly. Love to see an overhead of where this circle is going to be pulling, even though, of course, we do see this contention going down. Native Gaming are taking their time inside these bunker doors with the Rampart. They're not going to be moving anytime soon. But while this fight does go on and it's going to be taking its time, I'm scared about the third party is going to be rolling in soon.
Yeah, I mean, Harvester is going to be a pretty central location, especially with where the circle's going. We're heading south. We're going down towards Tree, down towards Launch Site, and everyone is already making their moves. FaZe have also already lost frags, but maybe it doesn't matter because Phony's able to shred with the car here to try and help out and trying to put things in FaZe's favor. Snipe down, goes down as well. And they've been so close for several games, but they're not going to be able to be on match point, and Wildcard probably going to get thirded here as well. It is absolute hell here at staging.
What, with so many teams already making their way over to the south side, it's TSM cleaning up what is left here already, starting the action so quick. You have to also imagine the mental that these pros need to keep themselves in check as these games go on. They need to keep that stamina, and it could be pretty detrimental for some of these fights, especially early on.
So TSM decided they wanted to get involved. They wanted to take advantage of maybe some of these fights. They're only 11 points off making match point, by the way, and I know that TSM have always prided themselves in being victorious in match point scenarios. I think that Hal even went back and watched some of the famous match point wins on his stream the other day as well. Well, they need to get there first, and they need to make sure they get there before we see one of our 4 actually win here on World's Edge. And that's the circle that I was talking to you about. Heading down towards launch site and surrounding areas. We've already got about 7 teams that have made their way very quickly. Optic will probably be one of the next to arrive. And then once the CLG versus Native fight eventually finishes, if it finishes, one of them could probably move quickly into the zone as well.
Will the 2013 EDM buff help out Hal here with TSM's mental and the way that they need to be playing in this final game? I mean, right now it's showing that it's happening. So as you mentioned, there's so many teams already making their way into that southern circle. Optic, though, with this rotation, they will be able to take the southern point of launch site, which will help them ease their way into the next circle after this one closes in. But with so many teams taking control over that northern side of launch site, it's going to get congested real quick if they haven't made their rotation already from the southern side, since nobody's going to be there to contest them.
Yeah, and the southern side is often the better way to try and approach this circle, because if you come from the northern side, there's so much open ground once you leave the train track area and you start to head down towards Tree, and you can just be obliterated as you cross, and there will be a lot of teams with charge rifles, with distance weapons that can make your life so difficult. So you've got to really plan that rotation out, whether it be having an idea of what you want to do with Valkyrie, or if you do want to try and go for a sneaky little rotation on the southwest side or the southeast side. Certainly that's what Optic are doing. You can see they're down towards Dome. They'll loot up for a little bit, and then maybe they're going to move through on the southeast over towards where TSM are on launch site. CLG still alive, still kicking, and looking like they want to take another fight.
Outside of these buildings here, too. And Black Hole, they're going to be able to break down those doors. Black Hole for Black Hole. Everybody's getting stuck inside of that room right here as a gravity lift is going to help them try to reset, but he took too much of that tick damage from that thermite. Now Native Gaming, a tale again as old as time, constantly finding CLG over on the other side. If it isn't Harvester, it's going to be on the outside of Thermal Station, and they're the ones that come out on top versus CLG.
I said another fight. It wasn't. It was still the same fight. They just followed each other to a new destination, but it's going to be Native who come out on top. And with the area they found themselves in, Native can then push down into the circle. So not the worst situation for them to be in. Meat Lovers took over Harvester. They were a little bit too late to try and pick up any third-party pieces, as Sentinel's going to be fighting their way through the zone now. So 17 squads remain, but we've still got a lot of heavy hitters that are on match point with a chance to try and do it in 7. In EMEA, we went all the way to 9. We had 11 teams on match point before we found our victor. So in theory, we could still find ourselves in that situation with North America. Certainly hasn't been as much a total sponge as there was in EMEA in some of the games, but NA have spread the points out a little bit more evenly.
Listen, Dan, Game 7 is usually that magic number, usually the number that we see a lot of these teams settle on, but I'm always down for some more Apex, especially after the EMEA action that we got to witness going all the way up to Game 9. Apex North ended too early. Very different compared to their Split 1 counterpart, where I believe it went to, 13 games or something? It was crazy. And they ended, just the other, last night, 4 games? So it's crazy to see the change up between these regions as Sentinels now make the rotation in this under part of the tunnel, taking their time outside a circle, meeting up with another team up ahead.
Such a horrible position to be in for Sentinels. Furia also not in a particularly good spot as well. Panda's the last remaining player, goes up into the sky, but is being looked at by Sentinels. I think that's what they were chasing in the end, trying to take out the final remaining member. And it hasn't been a good day for Furia. 25 points, so they're a little bit off the pace. Again, a big game would catch them up, and this might be a big old demise for Pandas. A slither of health to stay alive and just keep Furia in it for now. But considering they were the most winning team coming into today, I was perhaps expecting a little bit more, but we can't discredit the season they've had, and they are still going to be a real threat when it comes to LAN, but maybe just regional finals hasn't really gone their way.
Could it be the His Watson double wingman being the perpetrator on here? They're really trying to force it, but like you said, they got a lot of room to work with. They had such amazing games in the last few days of Pro League. They're currently sitting at number 4 overall, right behind Dark Zero with 102 points. So they got a lot of room to breathe out here, taking their time. Even with a lot of these other teams just fighting for their way to be in the top 10. I'm talking about wildcard complexity, Meat Lovers and Luminosity, literally a point away from each other and tied. As we can see, Xset making the rotation here, taking a different approach and a different look here in terms of comms. No fooling around this time around, no Pathfinder. That's all for the Stormpoint games after they lost out and getting that top 3 score where Energy was able to take it over them. Now finding themselves in a little nice nook in between the rocks.
A lot of responsibility here for Fun with the heartbeat sensor to try and work out what's available, but it looks like it's not going to be fun for fun because the team now arriving above them, it's going to be Meat Lovers, and they will take down Sykes as XZ lose one, and we might see our leading team, one of our teams on match point, fall here if they're not careful.
And we just talked about Meat Lovers and how important this is. If they are able to take care of Exit, one of our teams sitting at match point, and help out the other team that's across the field, this would be big. Information as Nocturnal is going to be able to get the revive, but they're getting shot from the distance. He saw the shots were coming from there earlier on. Smoke grenade now, maybe he could find some room to breathe.
Smoke going to help out, and fun should be picked up here. It's whether Meat Lovers take another look at this, but because there's so many teams in the area that have eyes on, Meat Lovers weren't able to finish things off. Native is still alive. This is the area where XZ were looking at. They were trying to work out if they could go into this building, but as soon as they saw the heartbeat sensor, they recognized they weren't going to be able to. It's a little bit frustrating from XZ that they got dived on ever so slightly and have lost one, but with the mobile res being in the crafter, there is always the opportunity that they've crafted it early and they could get themselves back to a full 3. 17 squads remaining, round 2 starting to close, and there's only, what, 3 teams here, Vicky, that are outside of this next circle? Everyone's found themselves into at least zone 2.
And that's what you can expect from those launch site circles, especially when you want to try to take priority over the inside of those buildings, especially over the southern side of launch site, that southern building that gives you the high ground advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if Optic already made their way there, but can we also talk about the Lanimals comp that I'm witnessing here? If they could get Sykes in this would be huge. Under Thieves and the feed get absolutely obliterated by LG, by the way, another team that desperately needs points because they are also on the cusp of that top 10 spot that we were mentioning before.
So XZ back on their feet, and also Fun doing some damage with the Nemesis just to try and create some space here and keep people away. Say, if you even try and send things on us to try and take down our newly arriving teammate in Sykes, then we're going to make sure we actually put a fight up against you, and you're going to take enough damage that maybe you'll get thirded. XZ trying to escape now as a 3 and should be able to get into this little snake building, and it means that the dream lives on for XZ to try and take this in 7. Here in the North American Regional Finals. It's just about getting some loot here for Sykes. It's always one of the most difficult things. If you do get rezzed and don't have the death box nearby, then you are just going to be playing with the scraps.
In terms of the squad probably rotating to their south, I would not be surprised. WC usually could rotate long through tree if they wanted to take a longer route around here. Dark Zero inside of this tunnel. So Jen still rocking that white Evo here. More so taking their time as well. That you can see some damage being put on the board, but they got some nice loot to work with. Talking about Zainu and that R9 and the purple mag. I mean, we saw what he was able to do with the blue mag. Now he's got that purple mag ready and that gold extended heavy mag on the flat line.
And this is going to be one of those circles, I think, that finishes on the northern side of launch site. TSM at the moment are in a position where they'd have to move a little bit further up. Dark Zero are going to have to, of course, drop down a bit south. There's a team below them. I think they've heard them and they will fire some shots towards them as well. And I'm fairly certain that might be XZ that was there earlier on. So we could have our 2 biggest teams that are on match point fighting against each other if they're not careful. But it's whether they want to take the fight, of course, because they're both going to have to move into that next circle. And sometimes you will avoid fights and just play placement instead.
Imagine if he's got the skull piercer on that longbow, landing those shots out here. Dark Zero being absolute monsters today. One of our other teams on match points. Talking about the teams on match point, E8 still alive out here, 56 points. Exit as well, 75 points. NRG, also Nathan, really coming alive out here too, with 2 KP to his name on that Loba. So NRG, another team that's still in this lobby with 15 squads still left.
But none of those teams are within the final circle or really in one of the priority positions for that final circle. Instead, it's the likes of Complexity, actually Sentinels in one of the better positions. Lanimals are also in an area that could win the game. Everyone else is going to have to move a little bit further to get to that circle. You spoke of E8 though, they are potentially having a little bit of a scuffle here. Utility and grenades go down just to create a little bit of space, but they will go back inside and just retreat for now. But in 20 seconds, they have to move east.
Love to see Chaotic's point of view here too, especially with the way that he's been playing today. They did pick up 1 KP in the process, drops down from hip firing on top of that roof here, but the repositioning immediately. I can only imagine how crazy the comms are going here, but enough information off that C-roll.
Yeah, EA saw enough where they said, well, actually, we can stay in zone if we just move within the building and we don't have to take the fight and potentially get tickled by the red whilst we do so. Instead, let's make sure the other team has to chase us. It's Luminosity who are on the edge when it comes to those teams who are fighting for land positions. 10th at the moment in the series standings, but also trying to push into the top 10 in the overall standings as the CRQ comes out to try and stop any sort of healing. But this is such a horrible fight to take. It's one that I'm sure all watchers have had to take themselves in their ranked games. Trying to fight through these snakes, sometimes if you take a little bit too much damage, you can't quite escape, and grenades can definitely ruin your day.
It's also scary too with the teams, you highlighted it, the teams that have to forcibly go through that north side of launch. A huge beamage coming in right now from Chaotic Much, looking both downstairs and through that upstairs window. Just waiting to see if they have more of these different angles, but they're trying to restabilize at the same time. E8 stuck inside of this building here, but you can expect third parties to be rolling in once the fighting is done from the north side of where Tree is.
And I wonder if Luminosity know just how important this fight could be. Not only do they put themselves closer to those land positions, but could be taking out one of the teams who are on match point and could be ending it here. Because if it ended now, as it stands, Luminosity would not be going to land. They need more games. They need points here. But neither team has been able to get the break, has been able to get that first knock. They're still going blow for blow at the moment, but no one getting anyone to the ground. As I say that, Design goes down.
That's huge here for LG right now to have the number advantage now on their side. E8, though, they're not even going to poke just yet until they get to reset. Chaotic Much having the opportunity to pop that Phoenix right through that cat wall that he was able to set up himself. He's isolated one of the members of LG, but he gets beamed, only leaving Zach up alive for E8. LG desperately needed to take this fight, and they're coming out on top so far. Zach Mazer trying to find an opportunity to reset. He gets a beam on the hip fire, but E8 get wiped out after Yanga gets the follow-up right here. You'd love to see it from LG. Exit in some trouble, too, playing off that low ground, and they still were able to finish off that previous fight without getting third party, because this fight right here where Exit is still happening to the right.
So the entire lobby will be made aware that one of the match point teams are out of the lobby, meaning the chances of a match number 8 get a little bit closer, especially if they knew that Exit are down to just 2, but of course they wouldn't. Fun's banner has been picked up, but Sykes is about to go down unless there's smoke. No, it's not a Hail Mary. Nocturnal, last remaining player. It's Sweet that takes him down, so we are seeing a match point team on to match point team as NRG trying to take out Exet to give themselves a better chance of being able to take this entire day. And it would be the most NRG thing to do if they were able to find a victory here today on match point, especially after the first couple of games where they looked pretty slow out of the blocks. Lanimal's also having a fight against Meat Lovers elsewhere, and I did mention that Lanimal's in one of the better positions currently for this final circle.
I mentioned it earlier, but with their composition too, we cannot ignore it. Albert Lily is on this Pathfinder, Nadia on the Caustic, and Lou on the Loba. NRG choosing violence with this charge rifle as Nathan is going to burn them down. Nocturnal, meanwhile, has caught LG in the middle of this rotation, as they've been able to get a knock here too, as Yanga is going to be able to retaliate onto Reeds. Nathan is still farming with this charge rifle, the missile storm coming in from left field here, but NRG are doing the deed and just holding down this middle ground.
So NRG have lost 1, Exet have lost 2, E8 are out. I mean, suddenly, match 8 is looking increasingly more likely unless anyone's able to make something of a bad situation. Luminosity go down, Glitch Energy also fall. Exet do finally get taken down, so they're going to have to go to match 8 if they were to become champions here of the regional finals. But NRG are being such a nuisance at the moment. This charge rifle, a pain in the backside.
Like my games when I get griefed, especially with that charge rifle just coming out of nowhere while I'm minding my own business. By the way, I don't know how Nocturnal got away with harassing LG the way that he did. He was by himself that entire time. They finally cleaned him up, but he was able to take care of LG when they were forced to rotate south from Tree. And it was TSM that are actually in that same spot. So probably them that were able to take care of Nocturnal. And like you said, NRG still on this high ground, still with his charge rifle and with some natural cover to work with, while Lanimals hanging out on top of Pride Rock can now go for a counter rotate here. Albert Laley with the bow check in his hand, overlooking the squad right underneath them. They've taken the high ground.
And everyone's just going to be watching that kill feed, hoping to see NRG get eliminated, because if they do, we're guaranteed to go to a match 8. 3 other teams that are on match point, all been eliminated already, as Lanimal's now holding the high ground here. Black Hole comes down. They're trying to make sure they don't get too sucked into it, but they look like they're going to struggle. Naughty's going to be the last remaining player. It's Sentinels that are doing the damage, and Naughty can at least utilize the barrels to stay alive here and just get that gas down.
That was actually huge here. Naughty literally living off the sticks with these shield cells. So incredibly low, but playing off this high ground out of the line of sight of some of these squads. But with Lanimals giving up that space on the platform here, the circle is closing in. TSM can't rotate in that direction, so they're going to be forced to rotate from the low ground into the line of sight of NRG.
Well, NRG have a 2. And TSM may be aware of that if they can get a Q off here with the Seer. Surely they recognize the team is in here. Yeah, they will have the information from the heartbeat. TSM could keep this alive, send us to a match 8 here, and not only that, they are edging into match point themselves. It's going to be red evos for NRG, and we have already seen a team like Dark Zero win a game as a 2, so it's not out of the realms of possibility, but TSM very aware that it is dangerous whatever way they push this, because there are eyes on them from every direction.
Everywhere. Meanwhile, NRG finding Mr. Hakulo on the other side. That is Drug Freak trying to take the opportunity to push onto TSM. They find themselves going down as they took a lot of damage from NRG from inside. That's why TSM didn't want to wrap around here. Nathan, though, gets beamed, and this may be the green light for TSM.
And because they've got the low, but they've had all of the shield swaps available, NRG are making this difficult for anyone who wants to try and take this position off of them. And the fact that they've got the rampart as well, they're able to fortify this little RV truck, and they've made it so tough for TSM. But now here comes the utility. Now here comes the nades. Nathan will fall, and surely this is the demise of NRG. It was a valiant effort, but Sweet on his own to try and keep this alive for NRG, but TSM will start to march on in.
Sweet telling everybody, mind your own business. NRG, the last team on match point alive, and it's just Sweet with a dream. He's getting beamed from behind. Doesn't look that that dream is going to be lasting any longer. He's literally in the line of sight of 3 squads. They clean him up. NRG out of the lobby. TSM have taken control over their truck, and Sentinels now, after taking care of Lanimals, are making the rotation into the middle of the circle.
Well, NRG saw their chance in the RV, but it was quickly ripped away from them from the entire lobby, and that means we're guaranteed a match 8. North America said, well, EMEA went to 9. Hold my drink. We'll do exactly the same. We'll try and get there as well. TSM are closing in on match point. They only need 3 more points, whether that be from kills or placement. But it's not the easiest position because they're being targeted by both Complexity and Sentinels right now. Optic also in a fine spot because they've used the Dark Veil to at least stop any sort of coverage from Complexity above them. Exhibit starting to come down. Sentinels get sent on as well. And now this is the engagement that Sentinels have to win.
Oh, but in the process, Optic did put up that catwall so the way they could try to push in here to block their line of sight, but they lost out on dropped in the initial push here. Sentinels only down to 1 member, that's Zen. You currently see TSM now trying to wrap around, trying to clean up that one last straggler, but if they do that, they're going to be in the line of sight of Complexity here, who also want to engage. Last 3 squads up alive here.
TSM are on to match point. They achieve it. They're into the top 2, but it's going to be Complexity that should take the plaudits here, but TSM have done crazier things, but it's not going to happen. Complexity also put themselves on match point. We now have 6 teams going into match 8, and Complexity said, we don't want to sit out on land once more. We want to make sure we're there. They put themselves in the best chance to do so.
And they needed it too. I was looking at Monsoon's tweets, the way that he was feeling going into today. They're now sitting at match point after taking that dub, meeting together with TSM. Add on to the other teams that have now been sitting at match point while we go on to our next game, Dan.
Well, I mean, 6 teams, and the fact that Complexity hit exactly 50. They needed exactly a victory and that amount of kills to get there. I'm sure they're going to be beaming right now from ear to ear. Rain Day, I'm sure you are as well. You're always smiling. You must have enjoyed that one.
How'd you know? I was smiling. It was a great finish there. A lot of teams working very hard to get to a position of match point. We now have 6 as we head into game 8. Vicky, I'll bring you back on and let's wrap up about it because TSM, Complexity, we see NRG having a great performance there again, almost making it work. Tough stuff. I mean, the lobby is starting to heat up. It took a while for North America, but we're really starting to see now the landscape start to shift where more and more teams are getting onto that match point.
Can we highlight the fact that Xset was at match point after game number 3 and they still have not been able to find the dub? That is insane. I mean, yeah, they've been having some fun with some different team compositions, but it can also make them stand out like a sore thumb for some of the teams that do call them out, especially on Storm Point, which I do believe is what we saw when NRG had the opportunity to dive in on them. But man, more teams now making their way to match point and looking at the cusp. Sentinels 2 points away from being at match point after that previous game. Same thing has been said about FaZe, who has been so close since Storm Point forever ago. They're at 46 points as well. But this is a game that Complexity desperately needed, and they found this spot early on.
Complexity also getting things done with less wins, but when they win, they're winning bigger. FaZe with 2 wins on the day, still not on match point. It kind of tells the story of how they've decided to approach this. And Complexity with Luda, with Cody, with Monsoon, mechanical prowess and ability, the ability to win 1v1 fights, to take them as a trio and be better than the trio that they're fighting. that has always been something Complexity has had a kind of a shine on. They've been so good at that. Now they're putting the macro together, and this is just a nice recap of how they handle this final circle. Vicky, the charge rifle doing work from distance for Luda.
Still showing what a beast the charge rifle is from the distance without having to overcommit, and they had the opportunity right here after they got that first knock on the duel that TSM was playing from. They did clean up Sentinels in the same time, and they were able to secure that match point victory, but Complexity had the number advantage and the health advantage in their favor, taking not only the dub, but also 6 KP to their name, totaling them the 18 points that they needed to be sitting at match point. Exactly 50 points after that dub. TSM also right behind them.
Massive game from Sentinels as well. 13 kills. That is a solid performance. It almost feels like a win. I think this is bigger than some of the FaZe wins that we've seen in terms of total points. So 20 for Sentinels will lead the lobby in terms of moving up the ladder, which is what they certainly are hoping to do. Native Gaming, drug-free, XSET as well. It's been 4 games. They've been on match point 4 games. They have not been able to close out. Is that the story? Will they change it? Still got another chance in game 8. Let's take a look, I believe, at the backside of this with Luminosity, Dark Zero rounding that out. And I have to say, E8, although they kind of stormed into match point, been a little quiet since then, Vicky.
Yeah, struggling out here. They did find that fight versus Luminosity, who cleaned up the points, 7 KP, but the positioning and the rotations unfortunately were cut off by TSM there too, and by Noct by himself when he was hiding right behind the rocks there. So Luminosity of being one of those squads that are on the cusp, right behind Complexity with 83 points and Complexity holding 84 points is scary, but it's great when they have another opportunity to shine for this next game. Seeing also CLG all the way at the bottom, it's that contention that we keep seeing. If it isn't happening in Harvester, it's traveling all around downtown to Thermal.
That's frustrating. It certainly is. I know if you're a CLG fan, you would have hoped it would be a little easier as well. I mean, when you're in the 18s, it's not looking like a good day so far. There's still time. 100 Thieves, Optic Gaming, Lanimals, Meat Lovers, they've all still got time, even Furia, but they've obviously gotten themselves in a good spot to head to LAN. As far as the 6 teams who could end it all in Game 8, it's XSET, NRG, Dark Zero, E8, TSM. Boy, that's a scary thought for a lot of teams in this lobby, and Complexity. I cannot wait to see what ends up happening. Guess what? We don't have to wait too much longer. Match 8 about to begin, and of course, let's send it over to Mark and Vicky to take us through it.
You ready, Vicky? Are you ready?
Always.
Give me your honest answer.
Always.
Honest
You already know.
Always. You're ready. That's what I want to hear. All right, okay. Let's talk about this game then, because we've now got 6 teams on match point, and I got a funny feeling that it's not going to end here. I think we're going to have another game after this one. I think we're going to have a few more teams join in. I've got to be honest, I feel like we're going to be here for some time. The lobby cannot decide on what's going to happen at the moment. Except, like you mentioned quite rightly, 3 games, they're probably thinking, hey, we're in a great position here. We're playing amazing Apex Legends. And before you know it, we're in match 8 already. They still haven't won it.
Yeah, it's like they dangled just the W right in front of us, and then they're like, you like sleep? Nah, you don't. You like more Apex. And you know what? I don't disagree. I know you're feeling the type of way after that, but if you guys could carry on the legend to that Game 9 victory, I guess you could say the deed has been done. The script has been written after what we witnessed already in EMEA, and it has to try to contest that. But here we go. We have game number 8, and we still have those 6 teams is sitting at match point, all on the table here. And then what do you call it? It's the contest that we keep seeing from these 2 teams.
I'm not sure if this is a contest or a nightmare at this point. By the way, Triple Take is doing work once again here. Nano might be caught off guard. Not enough damage being done. And CLG versus Native. At least we're back at Harvester this time around. We did have a little bit of a change of scenery in the previous game.
They were looking like Mr. Worldwide. They literally chased each other all the way to the buildings in the outskirts of Thermal Station. It was crazy out here. And Native Gaming do have the number advantage. Elf looking a little scary here. His bullet is just going to be able to try to restabilize with high ground here. And it's the 50-50 that we keep seeing that is never going to end. Don't expect anything to change out here for either of these teams.
It does give us a chance while this battle continues to talk about where we find ourselves, though, and the teams that we do have on match point right now. If you're wondering who is in position to maybe win this whole thing, the regional finals, well, the list is as follows. XSET, they are on match point. NRG joining them, of course. Dark Zero, E8 also on match point. In the last game, we saw TSM and Complexity both join that match point collective, we'll call them for now. Teams who could win if they win this next game. And if you're looking at that list, I mean, the amount of wins that have been picked up by those teams across the lobby, we probably are getting into the stage now where you can expect to at least find 1 or 2 of those teams in endgame.
think the consistency is alive, especially on World's Edge, where more of these teams feel very comfortable here. As we take a look at the side-by-side and where the circle is going to be pulling. Dark Zero, they're feasting. You talk about the team sitting at match point that could take advantage of this. Look at this. They're going to be able to take care of the rest of Fragment like usual, as Lanimals are also making the rotation inside that circle, wasting no time.
Yeah, very interesting zone, this one. Could end up on the bridge. Native versus CLG still going on, by the way, on the left-hand side, for those of you who are enjoying the consistent battle that's going down. Talking about where that zone might be ending, Vicky. Ooh, that's a nice way to end things. Okay, we get a little bit of a long. We get at least a little bit of a highlight play coming out of one of the players, but where that zone might end, it could be a bridge zone. It could pull a little bit towards Market and maybe even a little bit further north in towards the backside of Frag where Dark Zero is set up right now. But this is a zone where it becomes a little bit difficult to predict who's going to win, because fragment zones, we see a lot of cohabitation, we see a lot of teams stacking up inside of buildings, and it's going to be one where, you know, it's not a clear area to hold down to put yourself in the best position for an end game. It's more who can navigate the traffic best.
Seeing that the contest keep going is like watching a little mini game, honestly. Just gathering my thoughts after CLG go down again. NRG now with the redeploy already making the rotation and landing on the other side of this train track. It looked like they were going to land right on top of them here, but they also picked up on the Valkyrie passive that there was that other team that had the high ground right beside them, probably being Dark Zero on the other side of Fragment West, as well as Lanimals, but it was oxygen that they also picked up. So more squads now making their appearance, with Luminosity also making the rotation outside of Landside. So they'll soon be joining the action.
I absolutely love watching Nathan play Apex Legends, by the way. I feel like my two favorite players to watch, just for like mechanics and like wild stuff that they do, is Nathan and Fun. They just seem like you could put them on any legend in the game, in any situation, and they would just be a joy to watch. There's something about the way they move, the way they just snap onto people. I love my controller players, but there's something special about it. You know what I mean?
I totally understand. It's actually I've been feeling today about Zainu. He's just been on another level here today, too. Love watching these controller players. I also feel the type of way about that charge rifle. I know that's probably your favorite gun. I feel like knowing you, that just fits your play style, doesn't it?
I don't know how to take that, honestly. I mean, if you fight... Dan Gaskin, by the way, will tell you, if there's a charge rifle in my hand, we are having a rough day of Apex Legends, all right? That's all I'm saying.
I love that call out. Especially with the way that you probably...
I am picking this thing up. I am picking this thing up. Nemesis R9 for life.
Oh, man. So you pick up the Nemesis. I mean, that's another problem out here. That weapon's insane. E8. One of those squads that we got to highlight out here. One of the teams that are at match point currently. Chaotic has been having an amazing day so far. Finding a team inside of this building over on the southern side in Thermal Station. A bit of a trek for this team to go eventually, but trying to cover their back end here as this Zeinful is going to be able to call out that flare with the alternator.
We had to use the spikes to just reset for a second. The alternator is so good. Just due to that extended mag, but look at that nade. Absolutely sends people into orbit. And E8 seem to come out the better side of it for now. Should be able to finish this one off and do. Wildcard have been eliminated, but for a second that got a little bit hairy.
I was a little scared. That grenade got yeeted behind him, set him into oblivion, but Chaotic had it in the bag there too. South Design was able to climb right back up on top. Sentinels had a great last game, trying to continue that forward here. They need to, especially since literally 2 points away from also sitting at match point. If we do see a game number 9, 18 squads left in this lobby, as they're going to be able to take that jump tower to reposition here. They don't have a Valkyrie here, so it's about getting to that next circle and to a better position quickly.
Sentinel's kind of creeping up on match point as well, and you feel like their only way for qualification is to win this whole thing, and they've been in some pretty much involved in every endgame that we've seen so far. So Sentinels, if this goes one more game, will be in a position to maybe make the miracle run. And what a story that would be, Vicky. The trials and tribulations that roster has been through. They were involved in the Rambo drama. They were the team who got hurt the most, you would say. But if they could come back from the precipice of complete and utter disappointment and despair to qualify for LAN, what a story that would be.
So many storylines to highlight out here too, and they'd be starting from 17th in the overstandings before the day started here today, and to be out here putting in the work so close to reaching match point. As we take a look at the teams that are still hanging out over here at Skyhook, they're inside that circle, but they're going to start moving soon. If they don't have that next set of information, this circle is traveling south. So that choke point, exiting out of Skyhook, and the teams that are going to be exiting out of the western side, like by countdown, are going to inevitably meet these teams when they are in the middle of that rotation.
It's so crazy to see. Every time I'm looking at a team right now, I'm like, you need to do something. You need to do something. And like Complexity, just to put a little bit of weight on what they did and what that match and that win in the last game meant to them. That win has put them in 10th place overall in the overall standings for the split. They would qualify for LAN if it was to finish right here, right now. So Complexity, what a story that is in itself. For them to be so close to qualification. I mentioned at the top of the show, they were my team to watch because they had a 3-point day, which really put their backs against the wall heading into regional finals. But backs against the wall is one thing, but performing when you are under pressure and need to is another. And that's exactly what Complexity did in that last game.
It's all about that mentality reset, too. We keep highlighting it, and as the games get longer and they get drawn out here for this regional final, you have to imagine the momentum that these teams need to carry into each game with a fresh in mind. Complexity have been able to do that constantly, too, throughout different game days, as Luda is already going to make the rotation with the rest of the squad here, wasting no time, exiting out of Skycook. Getting out of the curve here on the north side, it's going to be Furia. Zera with the Blicky out here. He's got the Sheila out. Pander's on the other side with the Nemesis, your other favorite weapon to work with, Mark. Ooh.
The Chad weapon, that Nemesis. Everybody loves it, and it's for good reason. Panders with some good damage coming in off that Valkyrie as well. Tries to follow it up, but his Watson has got an even bigger gun, and his is called a Kraber. He can find a dome with that one. And Fury will have the advantage in this fight, and Fury are going to be feeling confident with it in this man's hands.
And any moves being made out here. You see the pings going down, calling out that team that wanted to disengage from them. But while they are disengaging and all this noise is happening, I can only imagine the teams that are rotating from north side, exiting out of survey camp. Furia trying to take control over this high ground right here. Nobody to their south right now, as Sentinel's just going to be able to call this and just try to disengage, approach from a different angle if they can. On the other side of Epi, on that high ground that overlooks Fragment.
Just to give you an idea of how close it is, by the way, and I'm talking about LAN qualification right now. FaZe are currently sat 93 points. I'm going to go down just one by one as we see his Watson just lining up a shot, decides to hold the trigger there. FaZe 93, 5th. NRG 92, 6th. TSM 91, 7th. 100 Thieves, they're in a sketchy position right now. They're 8th with 86. Glitch 84. Complexity 84. Luminosity 83. Wildcard 81. Meat Lovers 80. It is like 1 point or 2 points separating all these teams at the moment on that qualification bubble. It is nuts. It could not be closer.
This is actually insane. Literally by a single to 2 points, that's literally not a gap.
Glitch and Complexity tied on 84.
Actually crazy. The only slight gap there is really between TSM and 100 Thieves out here, too. That's crazy to think here, too. And then if you consider the other gap, too, Meat Lovers and Lanimals is another one, too.
Yeah, it's stressful for me to read, let alone play the game right now. So, I mean, it's pretty nuts for these teams, and that is why you are seeing lobbies being played out with such trepidation. Every time you see a knock in the kill feed like we do right now, as NRG lose Nathan for just a few moments, it has an impact not just on that team, but the entire lobby and the entire lineup of North American teams who are going to make it through to the Split 2 playoffs. XSET's still in the position, though, that they found themselves in after 3 matches. They are on match point. They just need a win, but this is a tough zone for them to navigate.
See how they approach this, too. We did see TSM originally on the high ground of Epi have already rotated out, and Fury have taken their spot. See that they were scanned by the beacon right there, so they're going to be able to pinpoint where the teams are going to be approaching with the circle closing in. But I like this position from TSM because it's a 50-50 approach for this rotation. They get to look behind them on the high ground safely at the teams that are going to be right below their feet in Fragment, while also looking behind them to ensure that this circle is safe behind their backs and to deny the teams that are going to be rotating from the north side the opportunity to rotate safely, and they can clean up that KP to gatekeep them.
Yeah, I agree. TSM in a really smart position at the moment, especially for a lobby that's going to be really stacked up on top of each other. Like we mentioned a little bit earlier, inside of Fragment, Zach Mazer avoids a little Mazer moment as he slips and slides towards the lava, but manages to keep his footing for just a few seconds. Designed for with that portal to try and take an off angle. Might give EA an advantage in this fight, but with 2 minutes left, they've got a decision to make here. EA, do they try and bully their way through this team up on height? Do they try and take the choke away and force their way into a Fragment? Or do they have to try a different rotation? Maybe taking a bit of zone damage, but with zone 3 closing, that is going to burn.
It's gonna be so hard too, especially since they're also already used up the Wraith portal from design, so they won't really have that rotation tool. Not that it would even be easy for them with the position that Drug Free is already holding here, and with the weapons that they're also using. I do like the split positioning that we're seeing from E8, so that way Chaotic could be in a better spot. And it's actually Wander Drug Free off. They're forced away from this choke point, and they're giving the space over to E8.
Give them some space. But are they just backing up to hold the zone? They want to be safe for themselves. E8 kind of inched forward, like you say. But no damage being done, but you're quite right. The third party from across the way is a worry for both teams right now. That's going to help. Zach Mazer kind of saying, okay, you kind of let us move up a little bit here, Drug Free. Maybe we'll put a few shots into LG as a thank you.
LG's like, hold on, wait a minute. We gave you that space. We came in the third party off in left field, but E8's like, don't think you can get away with this right now. Because it's still a difficult rotation, because now E8 is going to rotate in between two teams if Drug Free hold this position. But it doesn't look like they can, because they're getting beamed from a distance with another charge rifle.
Charge rifle for you, charge rifle for you. Everybody has a charge rifle in this lobby right now. And everybody can't poke. Everybody's finding it tough to move across the open ground due to the lasers that are flying through the air towards them. And if it's not a laser, it's a Sheila. Well, Drug Free are in a pretty good spot right now. I always feel like if you can play the outside of Fragment, when it is a Fragment zone, you can kind of watch the chaos as people try and leave buildings and kind of pick third-party opportunities to move in and kind of navigate your way into zone that way. If you're stacked up inside too early, then it can be a problem. Speaking of problems, TSM have got a big one right now. They had to leave that epicenter area. Verhol's got taken down from the skies as well. Cyril's going to go down. This team just raining down nades from above them. There's also some Nox gas coming in. And Reps is going to survive. Does manage to just about get across to his longtime duo in Imperial Hal, but Verholst, he's done for.
Name a better duel in the Valkyrie redeploy into repositioning into death here for TSM. You hate to see it as they're playing for their lives. Exit doing the same. They did lose out on fun earlier. Nocturnal trying to reposition right behind this truck. They also traded because they were able to get Yanya, but let's not forget what's happening on the other side of LG. This is going to probably be the re-engage from E8 now that they have that opportunity to get involved in this fight.
Question is, can they get Fun back up? Where is Fun's body? Is he down in a resible position? Can Nocturnal just do enough damage to force teams back? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do exactly that. Sykes is going to be taken down as well. Nocturnal pops the bat and now has to cross to where those knocks are going to be. Has the knockdown shield to play between, but he's also got the entire E8 roster up on top of them, and Exet will be eliminated, and E8 are making a run at this. They are on match point, and they are clearing out this side of the map.
After being pinched in between LG and Drug Free, made their way past the choke point when the fourth party then got involved, that is called Exet, and they took control over that entire fight, cleaning up what was left, and TSM still alive. They are able to take Verholz's banner. They see the crypto drone flying right around TSM, but they're on the mosquito swatter. Just information for that team to know while they're playing off this low ground.
I don't know how TSM have got out of this situation, but they have. Reps is going to have some players on his heartbeat sensor as well. Might be able to hit a good Q that's going to give him a few seconds just to get out, but also the Alt XL could be important here for TSM. Not only as an offensive tool, but also as a defensive one. If a push comes in, they can throw that down, which is going to slow down the push for just a few seconds. But look at that zone. It looks like we are going to be pulling towards market, maybe towards that broken building in the courtyard. It's going to be a tough zone for everybody to get into. Furia aren't going to be one of the teams that make it. They've just been eliminated to Optic.
And Energy had called this out too because they could play that 50-50 broken building area in case the circle did pull towards the bridge. We now know it's not. But stuck in a really hard position. That's why the squad on the high ground couldn't push TSM. If they gave up this building, they gave up the high ground to Native that are playing right underneath. Design now making the rotation off of the Wraith portal. You heard Native and you heard that they were able to catch them in the middle of that rotation. They said, nope, we are out of there. Never mind, just ignore exactly what we did. It's back to square one for them in their rotation approach if they have the opportunity to make their way past that railroad track.
Well, Klane's job is to re-watch that portal. They've also got a Sheila trained on it. That's maybe his bullets job, because I feel like the Sheila would do a better job. Difficulty here for E8 is, like you said previously, they've used that rotational tool. This could be, I mean, meat lovers are a team here, but this could be a meat grinder if somebody comes through this portal right now.
Serving that up medium rare maybe for the meats, but Native Gaming. Some nice shots coming in. Just trying to press oxygen. We're going to get dove on from the only rotation approach that EA is going to have to do, which is force their way inside of this train cart on the edge of the circle. Still not safe enough. You hear the portal right beneath their feet here too. Meanwhile, Hal's in a lot of trouble. The fighting in the construction building is going down. TSM get eliminated, and so do Complexity. 12 squads left in this lobby. EA is still alive. NRG is still alive. Our 2 squads, and Dark Zero here too, as EA now maybe meeting them right back in the lobby, and they are right in front of Oxygen.
These are all our match point teams falling one after another as well. Oxygen Esports looking to make a little bit of a run for it. Optic Gaming have eliminated, and FaZe might have got the points that they need now to hit match point. They've got some KP, and with the lobby starting to fall apart, the placement points will be there. But look at Dark Zero. Fragment West was where they dropped here. Fragment West is where they find themselves. They are on match point. One of the only teams still in this lobby on match point. They loot the bodies of Complexity, who will not be winning this game. And Dark Zero might be in a position here, Vicky, just about to maybe close this out.
On the pixel edge of that circle, and NRG, our other team, that's our match point. The only other 2 teams in this lobby is NRG and Dark Zero that could be taking this home here, and they are in a really good spot. They called this out earlier too, trying to deny the rotation opportunity for the squads that are also going to be rotating through that bridge. They have to hold this down, but they're splitting their attention in 2 different directions, and that is with Dark Zero being on the other side of this broken building.
If they get a knock onto Dark Zero here, it would be absolutely huge for them. And you can see the Loba ult could be influential. We know that Optic did have a Kraber. The shots from Gildersons are almost as good as a Kraber in this situation in the hands of this man. The Nemesis trying to line up a few shots onto the head of a player here, and it's not going to be a Kraber. It's going to be a longbow in the hands of Nathan. NRG, as the zone closes, we've got listening queued up. Let's see what the play is.
Trying to take our bottom floor.
He's back. Rampart one.
Yeah, I'm okay, shot by Market.
150, Valk 150.
Go up top. Stay up top, Market. Be able to get up here with the res. I hit the bat and medkit.
Close. I hear them mantling.
There's one.
Nice. It's a solo blow thing.
Yeah, I don't know where he is exactly.
Look towards Market, Guild. Look towards Market for me.
Yep. I'm smoked off right now.
I'm getting Rampart walls down. Blood and 4, okay?
Rampart in the open. Right here. Look right here. The knock guy's right here.
Look Market, Guild. Kill everybody, Market. We need to kill this.
Do you want me to cut? Do you want me to stop looking Market?
Yes. Bro, he died to gas.
I'm batting.
I'm out of cells.
Market big fight. Building somewhere.
In the middle, Market. Middle.
Yeah, I'm just taking space for Rampart. Just chill in the building. Chill in the building. Guild, you can play there. You can play there, Guild. No, team in the wedge. They're playing in the middle of the street right there. They're playing in the middle of the street.
I'm blue my low wall.
Okay.
They still kidding me. I'm moving back.
Guild's gonna go down.
In here. I got knocked
I'm resing him. I have gold.
Knock.
I don't think they push. I'm eating that arc. I'll have walls after.
Get
away from the nade. I'm putting walls down. They might be pushing. I'm putting a lot of walls down.
Nade the corner if you have it. I'm popping it back.
50 on bang. No walls for a while. Break that.
Broken.
They're getting shot this side. Lightly. No, they're back in Market. Just chill.
Coming back. Looting the low ball.
Okay, we need to go back up top. Can everybody go up top real quick? We gotta go up top.
Okay,
they're in Market. Can you climb up on me, please, so we can late Valkyl? Please. Quickly. Climb here.
Tell me when.
Valkyl on me now. Go now. Crank it. We gotta oob the top of Market, okay?
Right here.
If you got the knife,
Love with you. If you have it.
I'm killing it.
They left the street.
Wait, how did I? Wait, my low BQ just buffed.
Oh man. Yeah.
Unfortunate circumstances for NRG. They will be eliminated. Dark Zero are still alive here with 4 squads remaining. This could be it, Vicky. This could be it, everybody. Dark Zero have control of the high ground of Market.
And they are uncontested in this corner right now. Lanimal staring at them from across the fence line on the other side. Oxygen in the other corner for this final fight. Meanwhile, Phony is somehow still alive and unseen in between the trucks. That Zero's about to look at him right now from underneath the wall. But this is getting Grifter. He has to reset.
Lanimal's eliminated as well. Dark Zero's job just got even easier. Oxygen stood across from them though. Phony's still alive, and does he know this is Dark Zero? If he does, then maybe he can still influence this lobby here for FaZe. He needs to do damage to them. If FaZe want a chance at winning the regional finals, then he needs to damage Dark Zero on this cross.
Well, let's see what Phony's gonna be able to do here. Now that Dark Zero is gonna be able to try to take this fight against Oxygen, Phony needs to time this amazingly right now. Oh, he gets sent down in third place. 2 squads now left. Oxygen versus Dark Zero.
Dark Zero are gonna do it. Dark Zero are gonna win it again. The match point specialist surely see this one out, and they do. The regional champions of North America are Dark Zero.
Concluding it, 82 points to their name to even things out between themselves and Exit. What a show up from Dark Zero at the very end. The pressuring team, by the way, against NRG when they had nowhere to go. The Lobo said, and unfortunately, NRG were met back in the lobby. But what a finale out here, Mark.
Yeah, crazy endgame, and that's why Dark Zero are so good. Like, in those endgames, every decision they made was the perfect one. I mean, they swung onto Phony, but they also realized there's no point in overextending for this kill. Zero did damage, hoping Oxygen would capitalize on that damage. They did, and while Oxygen were focused on Phony, they take some amazing angles on the fence line, get that damage done, and Dark Zero, I mean, what a story, right? From 2-time LAN champions, the surprise package in Sweden, to the ALGS champions. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. They moved to North America, and now they're the regional champions. Vicky, amazing stuff. I mean, we're going to have to say goodbye to you, but final words before you leave us.
Zainu is cooking on this team. I could not have seen a better player to join this list of heavy fraggers, and I cannot wait to see Dark Zero at LAN, and I'm sure you guys can't too. That was fantastic. Thank you guys so much. You guys got to conclude this, wrap this show up with a pretty bow, because we got a lot to look forward to for LAN.
Awesome stuff. Can't wait to see you there, Vicky. See you very, very soon. We're going to bring in Rain Day, though, to close out the show. Dark Zero are our champions, Rain, but we still have some things to get sorted here and find out who's going to land.
That's right. There's still more drama left to unfold, but a massive congratulations from the ALGS fam on Dark Zero winning the regional finals in North America. There has not been a team that has won a playoffs in Europe while also being a representative of APAC South, now also winning a regional finals in North America. Dark Zero has gone over every position you could go to almost in the world, except South America and APAC North right now, and won championships representing each of those regions. It's an incredible feat, and to do it not just as Dark Zero guys, but with a new teammate this weekend. I mean, to be able to bring in Zainu and to have Rambo have been trying out, there's so many words to say. I don't know if I have enough of them, Dan, but we got to figure something out here because Dark Zero are doing something incredible yet again.
Well, the good news is for those teams who are around 10th place is that one of the teams that were in the top 11 has taken a LAN spot via match point. So that means the team that's in 11th place will also go to LAN. The teams that were close were the likes of Complexity, Luminosity. This is going to be a very nervy moment for those teams who wait for the admins to total up those points and see who is going to be going to London to compete in the Split 2 playoffs. But what a final circle it was. I mean, for a short time, it looked like maybe it was going to be NRG's opportunity as they go up into the skies, but then they're quickly shot down. But when you see Dark Zero in a spot like this, having the ability to look down on everyone, having the advantage when it comes to armors and weaponry, it was written in the stars that Dark Zero would again win in match point.
I'm not so sure Dark Zero didn't know they were fighting NRG on that left side as well. I mean, the Loba Rampart is a pretty kind of telltale sign of a couple of teams that it could be. And knowing the situation here, Dark Zero did a good job just holding that middle side of market, Mark, and making it so difficult for that team to push out from the other side of Fragment. And then, of course, as they do, they show up big when it counts. Match point specialists, they let the other teams cannibalize each other, and they show up for the dub. That is what has gotten them here. And it's also maybe set the table for what we're going to be seeing at LAN, certainly from North America. But just your reaction to our final top 10 here in our final game before we get our final standings.
I mean, perfectly played by Dark Zero in that end game as well. They're also going to say thank you to Phony because I think he got a knock onto one of Oxygen as a solo. So just crazy stuff to see. Made Dark Zero's job even easier in those final moments. But FaZe, I mean, they crossed match point. Doesn't matter at this point. They didn't even get to play and have a chance to become the champion. But enough points on the board certainly to just be good for them to qualify. Lanimals with a big game as well. I tell you what, I kind of looking through here and I see points for Lanimals. They're on the cusp. Glitch were on the cusp. Everyone was on the cusp.
Yeah.
Someone's going to miss out. It's, I tell you what, it's It's
Sentinels.
It's a sweet moment.
I mean, these are teams that you know and love. They've got players who have battled to just get to this point. It's not easy to make it through a split. It's not easy to get into the split. Just ask everyone in the challenger circuit trying to head through the LCQ and just trying to get and stay into the Pro League. The 10 teams that weren't even in this regional final that participated in the Pro League. None of this goes without saying that this is a very hard thing to accomplish. And whether they got the job done should not be a measure of whether they are quality and should be back and representing our league. We certainly know everyone here can get the job done, but it is a matter of who got the job done. These are your series results here for today. XSET, obviously number one in terms of points. Dark Zero as well, 82 because of the win. They'll take that spot, guys. How are we feeling about this? Luminosity jumps into 10. Complexity, Dan, do they do enough, you think, these teams that you've been thinking about on the bubble?
I'm not going to spoil it, but there's going to be two teams who are going to miss out on 2 points of getting to LAN.
Wow.
It is going to be heartbreak, just as it was in the EMEA region. And there's going to be 2 teams who scrape through on 10th and 11th, just 2 points ahead. And yeah, I'll wait until we get the admins totals and we guarantee it. But what a day. Just incredible action. Both regions that we've covered, how close it's been. That in fact, we went to match 8 and match 9 across the 2. Dark Zero back to Dark Zero things by making sure that they win on match point, but still XSET technically in first with their points totals as well.
Unbelievable stuff. Well, you teased us very well, Dan. Now we've got to see what's up. Who is going to land in North America? It's XSET, Dark Zero, and you can see Glitch Energy, 100 Thieves, Complexity, NRG, they make it in. FaZe as well with TSM, Furia, Optic, and Dark Zero, but there are a lot of teams, as you mentioned, Dan, who we thought today might have had a move, but they did not. One more team, though, will find that 11th place, thanks to TSM winning our previous LAN, and it is Luminosity. Oh, my goodness. I was curious about it. One of my teams that I knew had so much to give, but Mark, for Wildcard, Meat Lovers, Lanimals specifically, just 3 points separating them from a spot at the big show.
Just 3 points, but I think if you looked across the performances in general from the season, you would say that's probably the 11 teams who deserve it most.
Yeah.
I think the Meat Lovers probably feel the hardest done by because they were inside of that top 10, top 11 for so long. But you got to be consistent. Losing Zainu as well, it's got to hurt even more, right? You know.
Yeah.
It's tough for them for sure. It's been a real breakout season for them initially, but well, when it's all said and done, they won't be joining us in London. But I think that top 11 is about right. I think everyone who's there deserves to be there. It's no Cinderella story, unfortunately, for someone coming through. But I mean, I just want to quickly just touch on Dark Zero again. I mean, imagine being Zainu right now. You get a DM last week saying, "Hey, want to win a regional championship?" And he's like, "Yeah, cool, all right." I like that idea.
I like that. My goodness, what a moment. And it has set us up for an even better one upcoming in a little bit here. Let's take a look at the qualified teams who will be attending our Split 2 playoffs. We've got it set up here. Wow. All around, Dan, teams we've seen before, teams that have had moments. Maybe the team that has had the most moments just had a moment right now in Dark Zero, but your reactions to our full qualified teams.
I mean, just a few weeks ago, there were teams on this list that thought they weren't going to make it. There was a world where NRG weren't going to be at LAN, where TSM maybe weren't going to be at LAN, where TSM maybe weren't going to be at LAN as well. Throughout EMEA, there were teams who had to really fight tooth and nail to get the likes of 2R1C had an amazing performance to ensure that they got through. Eternal making sure they were there. Aurora gonna be at LAN. Firebeaver's gonna be at LAN. The two teams who couldn't make it last time will now get the chance to right those wrongs and be there to compete. And then you look across APAC North, APAC South, we've got the teams that we knew were gonna be there, right? Fnatic, Fun, Moist, Onyx, the guys that have been performing across those regions for so long. I cannot wait to see all of these teams live in London going at it against one another. It's going to be incredible.
Well, talking about these teams performing, let's see who performed individually over the course of this Split 2. And look at that, right on cue. Zainu leads the league in kills, surpasses Nocturnal, and surpasses his teammate now, Zero, who up until right now has been playing against him. What a moment it is, not just for Dark Zero and that pair, but also, Mark, for Nocturnal and Sykes. I said Xset has come in here probably playing the most consistent Apex. I still think so, but we know that when it comes to match point, there's just a class above. That class includes pretty much Dark Zero.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And I think there's still some maybe questions to be answered here for Xset as well. You know, they got into that position. Did the pressure get to them a little bit? Knowing that they'd thrown away a couple of opportunities to close things out? Was it just the zones not going their way? Was it just everyone else playing some insane Apex Legends? But when it's all said and done, Dark Zero certainly on top. And I mean, you're looking at Zainu. What a season. What a split. I mean, the guy comes from being a rank grinder, joins Meat Lovers, gets picked up. Tex puts some faith in him. He gets an offer he can't refuse just before the season ends. He takes the dive. It's still a big risk, and it works. I mean, Dark Zero looked to get stronger and stronger, and I need to give a shout out to Zero as well, because that man is he's crazy good, man. I'm not just talking about his IGLing in game. Mechanically, the guy is nuts.
I mean, I feel like what Dark Zero did is what I do in sports management games, is they went, who's got the highest kills who's not on our team right now? Oh, Zainu. Yeah, sure, let's sign him and see how he does. That's what I do. I find who's ever scored the most soccer goals, and I put them on my sports management team. But, you know, you've got to give your hats off to the guy who's just been picked up by a team. Make sure he slays out today. Make sure he's at the top for a reason. And what a feeling it must be that Onset was spoken of to be added to that roster and to get a victory, and now to go into LAN as a regional champ.
If there's anything you needed to confirm you made the right decision, I think that was it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about voting. We have been talking about your decision on who you thought performed at the best today in our regional finals for North America. Well, now it's time to get into it and announce our Monster Energy MVPs. All right, let's start with us here on the desk, guys. Mark, I'm going to go to you first. Who you got for your Monster Energy MVP?
I'm going with Zainu, and I'm smiling because I got to go first again. Always makes me happy to know that Dan's going to have to do it after me. But Zainu, how can you not nominate this guy for the Monster Energy MVP? Fragging out all day today. Just won regionals. Like, he's going to be on absolute cloud 9 right now. And I'm not talking about the esports organization. I'm talking about the place where it feels so good to know that you performed at the best of your ability. Dark Zero not only get that big win on the board, but this man had so many impactful moments. Take yourself back to the 3v2 situation against WC where he keeps his teammate alive. It was nuts. Everything he did today from his point of view, it was some of the best Apex we've seen from someone.
Hard not to say Zainu, but Dan, you had to say somebody else. Who was it?
Well, I still think that even though they didn't win today on match point, Xset was still up there and was still incredible and still looked like the best team in the region, if not the world. So I'm going to go with Nocturnal, the man who's calling all of the shots for this squad. And the amount of listenings we had today where we got a real insight onto those play calls, the amount of times he was saying, just be calm, or let's reset, or breathe. And without that kind of communication, without that kind of leadership, I feel a team would really struggle, because maybe they would be a little bit too much involved with the call-outs and they might miss a few things. But being able to reset the team, being able to make everyone focus again, and then call those plays, call those circles, call where they need to rotate, everything was correct from Xset today. They just couldn't quite get that last game. They kind of managed to put all of their games in the early stages, and sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles with match points. The circles go better for you in the early games. You get onto match point and you just can't quite find that last one to get over that last remaining hurdle. But there's no doubt they are one of the best teams going into LAN. They are going to be a real threat, and we heard it in the interviews from all of the teams that are finding themselves on LAN. It's so important to lift a trophy, and I think that's exactly what Xset will want to do.
That's the only thing they have yet to do, because they've been so good so long throughout our splits. But it's time to get down to business. And one player who got so close to handling his, and in fact tied for first in terms of overall points at our last split, it was NRG and NRG Sweet, who I have to go and give a huge tip of the hat to for a performance that brought them into the LAN conversation and almost won this thing. They were that good. There's something about the momentum that Sweet brings. We know he's one of the biggest creators and biggest faces in Apex, but it's just more than that. The way that he can get his team to get rolling like a ball down a hill with unstoppable force and mass, accelerating to this position that not even us casters realize until they get there, is something to appreciate and really enjoy. There's really not a player like him, from his IGLing to this moment right here, that could have turned out to be a win. It was only the greatness of Dark Zero that stopped them from this moment, because if Dark Zero wasn't there, NRG would have certainly won match point here today. And I gotta say, Sweet deserves my pick. But of course, we have an overall season MVP. This was voted on by you and by the casters for a consensus, and it was Fun FPS, our Pro League Split 2 regular season MVP. And it's hard to deny, Mark, and of course, Dan, you just spoke about them a little bit, but Mark, the impact Fun has had and the ability to help XSET become one of, if not the best teams in the world.
The most criminally underrated player in all of Apex Legends needed a spotlight, so I'm happy that it's going to be fun. I think that his flexibility on legend picks is something that really helps XSET get the most out of any composition they're playing. He can jump on Pathfinder, he can jump on Fuse, he can jump on anyone, and he's going to make it work. Plus, I must say, I did get swayed in my vote because I just saw him play Path, so I was like, he played Path, he wins. Like, it's MVP. It's as simple as that. Maybe not the best reason, but we can do about it.
No, listen, I love the way that XSET was playing, and overall, all of these players demonstrated something special and different from one another. Nothing is quite much, nothing's better until you're the one basically winning the entire tournament, and that's the only team in this entire thing is Dark Zero who can claim that. So everyone else, obviously great performances. Those have been our nominations and our Monster Energy MVPs for today's regional finals and our Split 2. Of course, the Split 2 is nothing without our playoffs, and those will be coming up very soon. A team was going there already, but a team we definitely know will be there now, and maybe with some steam behind them, is none other than Dark Zero. We've got a chance to talk to the coach of Dark Zero PvPX right now in an interview and react to that major victory, that milestone yet again. PvPX, I'm going to start hiding trophies, man. You guys just seem to find them no matter where you go, no matter where you are. How are you feeling about the win?
I'm insanely proud of my team. I mean, obviously, with how well we've been doing throughout Pro League and the mix-up that we had to do with our been absolutely insane. And we did everything we could to just push past it and just focus on the win. And obviously, tonight everything worked together and we walked away with the dub.
I'm going to jump in here because my first question is who's singing in the background?
Yeah,
that is the team.
We can hear that right now. That's the team. Okay,
I know
we'll just say. Sorry, go.
I was going to say, so I'm obviously on a different setup as the last time we did an interview. I tried to convince the players to do the interview, but they just weren't feeling it right now. They're just celebrating. But I live in a different state, and I fly over to the DZ house, and I boot camp during Pro League. And I'm actually here right now, and this is kind of my temporary setup that I have with the boys. So I've been here for the past week working on the regionals.
Amazing stuff. I was going to say maybe tell them to stick to Apex Legends because with all due respect, that singing is dreadful. But I want to talk to you about this last week because you mentioned it's kind of been tough. It's been rough for you guys. But, I mean, you found a player in Zainu that you put your eyes in, you put your faith in, and my goodness, he repaid you.
Yeah, I actually said before, I was like, if I ever, stop coaching and I come back to playing, Zainu was one of the players I was going to approach myself. And, he was a free agent, and we were really happy to have him step in on such a short notice and help us out. And honestly, he impressed me more than I thought he would. Like, I knew he was insane, but like what people expect from controller players is not to be mechanically insane, right? Like, obviously he's top 2 kill leader right now, but his decision making on a micro level is ridiculously good. Like, I cannot believe that he has never played in Pro League or ALGS before. It's actually impressive.
It was incredible what he did, but we also have to give credit where it's due. I mean, you are a key factor to the reason why Dark Zero have this success, and you can obviously take a hat off to yourself because we have to give that credit. But when it comes to match point, when it comes to you guys, why is it that you're special? What makes Dark Zero so special at finding yourselves in these scenarios on match point and being able to hoist a trophy?
Well, I mean, I have to give obviously credit to my team. Like, Zero is probably one of the best IGLs in the game under pressure, and he's proven that twice at 2 lands already, right? But I think what we do so well is that no matter what happens the game before, we have a plan moving forward. We move past it and we just push forward, and it is what it is. Like, doesn't matter. We're just going to get the next win, and when that happens, you just go game to game to game, and you just walk into these scenarios where you can walk away with a dub. And it was kind of funny. I was watching with my manager this last game, and I was like, the first zone we were in Frag West, and we didn't have ring console because we didn't have a ring console character. And I saw a team zip up to construction, and I was like, "How does it feel to be a NA regional champion?" And then he's like, "Shut up!" Like, and I was like, "Oh, we'll see." Yeah.
You know, I love this kind of vibe you guys got going on in the house. I mean, from the family to seeing you guys at LAN with, you know, Papa and Mama Jen Burton, and then also looking at the way that I think just there's a lightheartedness to Zero. He doesn't stream very often, and Zainu obviously picking up and adding to this team in a way that just mechanically is so good. Before I give you just like final thoughts to end this interview, is what is it about your team's synergy together as players that seems to give them that ability to go next and keep that energy when you know they need it most in match point situations?
Well, Zero, he doesn't stream a lot, right? So it's hard for him to show like really how hard he works. A lot of people don't realize he actually scrims multiple regions in this game. He'll be up at 5 o'clock in the morning scrimming Apex South with his friends. We wake up at 10 a.m. We try to join EU scrims. We tell them like, yo, we're here, we're awake, ready to fill. And you have Jen, like, he's like literally the most positive person in the Apex scene. Like having him as a teammate is just an absolute blessing. And Zainu, his personality has slotted so well with our roster. It's just been straight vibes ever since he's joined. And a lot of people don't talk about it. We have an analyst named Privacy as well. He's new, he's European, and he works just with us online. And he's been a huge key factor in our roster for our success as well. So, and shout out to our org as well. And they're insanely supportive of us and flying me out, having me boot camp with the boys. And I think everything tied together is just a recipe for success. And I'm happy that this split, we're finally able to, you know, establish a presence in the NA, get some POIs to ourselves, and really show the progress that we can make in a new meta. And I'm looking forward to the new season. And I imagine we're playing LAN on the new season as well. So it'll be really fun to grind that.
Phenomenal stuff, brother. We got to let you go and give you a moment to say any final thoughts as well. You know, is that a big beanbag, by the way, behind you, or is that just a fluffy bed? Is that a marshmallow? What's going on back there?
That's my coaching chair. So I tried to use it, but unfortunately the camera level didn't really work too well. But yeah.
Okay. There we go. I was gonna say, hey Jen.
Beautiful.
Good job, buddy. I knew it. That's what we needed. Final thoughts, final words, guys, before we let you go.
Thanks for excellent casting, and Apex for hosting a great tournament. This split has been really fun. I'm really looking forward to the new season, and let's start spreading some real positivity to the players in Pro League. Everyone works very hard, and yeah, thank you guys.
I love that. Great words, wise words, winning words from the coach of Dark Zero, PvPX. Thank you so much for joining us. Mark, he couldn't have said it better for me. Wise words in terms of spreading positivity. The world needs it very much right now. And on the timeline, I love that he's pioneering that with the moment that he has to win.
100%. I think it's a really good message to send, especially when you're the team at the top, right? Everyone looks up to you and what you're doing, what you're trying to achieve, what you have achieved. And I think that was one of my favorite interviews because there was always that air of like, yeah, this is great. We're really happy, but also we know what we've got to do for the next challenge that we've got in front of us. And I think that's another thing that kind of separates Dark Zero from a lot of the other teams. So congratulations. Amazing interview. Great to speak to PvPX as always. But I think there's always that inkling that the job's not quite done yet for them.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, any surprises in that interview or just general good feelings? I mean, they seem like they're having a blast and things couldn't be going better.
I mean, the size of the beanbag, if I'm honest, I might have to try and purchase one. Imagine casting from something like that. It'd be so comfy. I'll have to look into it, but it certainly looked good.
I love it, guys. Well, let's make sure that we keep this thing rolling. We probably could have spent hours with PvP with the way they're feeling over there. Dark Zero with the win. But of course, we've got to get to one of my favorite segments of the day. It's What's in Your Pack, thanks to WD Black. Fellas, I'll start with you this time, Dan, so that Mark, doesn't get too happy. We've got the R99 in our pack today, and that has made a massive impact in not only the game overall, but this split particularly after gaining some more ammo in the magazines.
Couldn't be happier. If I find an R9 before Mark does, whether it be on broadcast or in game, I'm always going to be
You're dropping it for me.
He drops it, right?
It for me.
Yeah. Never.
That's what's happening.
Never. Ever since I moved from mouse and keyboard to controller, I love this weapon because I just don't miss. I can one clip, it's incredible, and you put it in the hands of some of these pros, it's unbelievable the things they can do with it. So I'd have to say thank you to WD Black. Put one of these in my pack every day of the week, and I would take 2 if I could, because it's just one of these weapons that deletes anyone who's in my way.
Hey, well, maybe with ballistic, Mark, you could take 3.
Yeah, you can definitely take 2. I would say alongside the Wingman and the Peacekeeper, probably the most iconic weapon in Apex Legends. It's just, from seasons 1, season 0 almost, you could say. This alongside plus one other gun has always been effective, and it's just, I think, one of the most satisfying guns. You one-clip someone with an R9, it just puts such a good smile on your face, man. My favorite gun in the game, always will be. We love the R9.
We do. We gotta love the R9. That's been WD's Blacks. What's in your pack? Thank you, WD Black. We appreciate you supporting the show. And of course, Apex Legends Global Series. Here is the last moment, though, guys, because we are closing this thing out. I know that we have spent a lot of time talking about what this season and what this split has meant to us. We've got London coming up. We've got playoffs coming up. More information on that soon for everyone who is interested. But Mark, I want to throw it to you. Just any final thoughts on the day? We've had 2 match points in EMEA and North America so far.
An amazing day. Great advert for Apex Legends. Congratulations to both Alliance and, of course, Dark Zero, who've just seen win North America. But just feel very grateful, as always, to be in this position to call these games. Hopefully we do it justice for not just you people at home who are watching right now, but for the players watching the games back. We want to create memories for you, and you're certainly creating some for us. So another great season. Looking forward to going to London and getting back on LAN, because that's where the magic is.
I mean, there's so much magic. Dan just left. I mean, he's not even here anymore. So we're not going to go to Dan. I'm serious. He's out. No, he had some tactical stuff, but we love Dan. And I'm sure he would have said something brilliant, smart, and funny, of course, to charm us into wanting to see him at LAN very soon, which we all will. And like I said, more details coming out with that. For me, it's been just a phenomenal day seeing Apex do what Apex does best, which is match point. And it's this format that brings not only the world of Apex Legends Global Series fans together, but the wide world of esports who tune in for something special, a story that we don't know how it's going to develop, and we don't know how long we'll be here. There is something very, very important happening every time we do one of these. And guess what? LAN is going to be that much better. So stay tuned and follow us at Play Apex Esports for all of the updates on when we announce the exact timing of that, so you can be involved. I'll be there. I know a lot of other people will be there. And even if you haven't had something like this happen before, try to get there yourself if you can. It will be a one-of-a-lifetime experience, I promise. Thank you to everyone from the production side of things, behind the scenes at EA, and of course Respawn for making this great game, and all the talent and crew who worked very hard alongside the players to bring you this show. My name's been Rain Day. As always, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you in London.
Your Valkyrie getting taken out by Skittle Cakes. Oh, this isn't Rio. Say hello to my little friend.
Oh, the health went from 100 to 0. He gets melted.
Feeling good, looking good. He's got the Kraber and the RE45.
That's why you picked him up. My goodness, those shots. There's a charge rifle in my hand. We are having a rough day of Apex Legends, all right?
This is actually insane. Bro.
Dark Zero are gonna do it! Dark Zero are gonna win it again! The match point specialist, surely! See this one out, and they do!